Chapter 798. There was no one around, so Liao Chen jumped off the horse. Without Liao Chen's support, Gu Jiao lay weakly on the horse's back. She had vomited all the blood she should have vomited. She was just exhausted. Liao Chen took her pulse. Although he wasn't a doctor, he was very sensitive to the flow of energy as a martial artist. "You're fine." Liao Chen was surprised. This wasn't very accurate. Liao Chen's definition of fine was that there was no need to prepare for a funeral. But Liao Chen was still very surprised. Was this girl so resilient? After taking 2 hits from An Hun, she only spat out some blood. "I'm that strong, humph." Gu Jiao lay on Black Wind King's back and said weakly. Yes, she was strong enough to survive 2 hits from An Hun. But it was hard to believe that this girl would say it. Liao Chen's gaze landed on her armor and battle suit. The fiery red battle suit looked like a cloak he had seen before. But he couldn't remember what the cloak was for. But the texture of the armor. He raised his hand to touch the armor on Gu Jiao's back. "This is," Gu Jiao said. "Hey, didn't anyone tell you not to touch girls?" The king of atmosphere. The emotions that were surging in Liao Chen's eyes stopped abruptly. He looked at Gu Jiao speechlessly. "Oh, you still remember that you're a girl, but you still dare to go against An Hun. Are you crazy?" "He wanted to go against me. I was just following him." Gu Jiao stated the truth. Although she wanted to kill An Hun, she didn't want to be unprepared. Actually, she and Black Wind King were already very cautious. But An Hun's vigilance was clearly higher than expected. Speaking of which, she was lucky to have this armor. If not for it, she might have died at An Hun's hands. This armor didn't seem to be made of ordinary dark steel. There should be some other material added to it. Not only was it incomparably tough, it could even withstand the attacks of an expert like An Hun. "I'm already vomiting blood, but it's not damaged at all," Gu Jiao said as he touched his armor. Liao Chen glanced at her speechlessly. This girl looked very proud. Did she know that she had crawled back from the palace of the King of Hell? Forget it. If she didn't have this drive, she wouldn't have been able to do so many things. Liao Chen said, "He underestimated you this time. He didn't use his full strength to kill you." So she wasn't the only one who misjudged. To An Hun, not being able to kill her with 2 consecutive moves was already considered a failure. Gu Jiao lay flat on the Black Wind King's back like a little frog. "You can't beat him either, right?" Liao Chen said seriously. "Of course not. This monk's power is boundless. It's more than enough to deal with a death warrior. I saw that you were injured and worried that you would die after the fight, so I hurried to take you away to find a doctor. But it looks like there's no need to find one." Gu Jiao said. "Oh." Liao Chen thought, what's with that tone? Gu Jiao said again. "What if you and Taoist Qing Feng work together?" Liao Chen said. "He won't be willing to work with me. He'll only work with An Hun to kill me first." Gu Jiao pondered for a moment. "I've been curious about something for a long time. What did you do to Taoist Qing Feng? Did you steal his wife, or dig up his ancestral grave? Why does he want to kill you so badly?" Liao Chen took off his wineskin, pulled out the cork and took a sip. "Children shouldn't ask about adults' business." "Oh, adults' business." Gu Jiao lay on her stomach. Her cheeks were pressed into a lump of meat, but she still pretended to raise her eyebrows. It was hard to look at her. Liao Chen took another sip. After a long silence, he looked at the moon and said, "It's not that I can't beat An Hun, I just can't kill him. There was only one person in the world who could kill An Hun. That person was Shirtian. Unfortunately, Shirtian went missing during a mission. There was no news of him after that. Most likely, he was already dead." Gu Jiao said. "Speaking of which, why did you suddenly appear? You're not just passing by this time, are you? Monk, are you following me? Let me tell you, it's not right to follow a girl. Stalkers like you will be beaten up very badly in our country." Her voice became softer and softer, more and more confused. Liao Chen turned his head and saw that Gu Jiao had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Her vitality was strong, and her will was tenacious. But she was not made of iron. She could get hurt and tired. This girl had not had a day of peace since she came to the Yin Kingdom. The alley fell into silence. Liao Chen looked at the armor on her body and murmured, "Why is this armor on you? Did Dukin give it to you?" How did you become his adopted son? Why would he give such an important thing to you? His gaze fell on her squishy little face. Looking at her drooling appearance, he could not help but ask, "Who are you?" The sky was already dark. The Black Wind King silently found a place to let Gu Jiao sleep in the cool night wind. Liao Chen walked over and touched the Black Wind King's head. He asked, "You don't remember me?" The Black Wind King looked at him with a confused expression. Liao Chen stroked its head and said, "You're right. You haven't seen me. I've seen you. I was there when you were born." The Black Wind King began to smell the scent on Liao Chen. It was not a familiar scent, but it was not unfamiliar either. It did not make it feel disgusted. Liao Chen did not move. He allowed the Black Wind King to search for the scent of the Xianyuan family on him, but it probably would not be found. The Black Wind King smelled for a long time. Its emotions were not as rich as a human's, but after smelling Liao Chen's scent, it felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy and depression. Liao Chen reached out his hand with the string of Buddhist prayer beads and gently placed it on the Black Wind King's forehead. He whispered, "It's okay, it's okay." The princess mansion. It had rained the night before. Today it was sunny after the rain. The air was clear with the smell of earth and grass. Princess Xinyang and Yujin sat in the room and tidied up old clothes. They were all Xiaoheng's childhood. The soft bed was covered with children's clothes. Yujin and Princess Xinyang sat on the edge of the bed at each end. Yujin picked up an old cotton cloth that had been washed clean and said in amusement, "This is the young duke's diaper when he was young. You really know how to collect it. You didn't throw away a single one." Princess Xinyang also could not help but laugh. "Why would I throw it away? The princess mansion is so big. There's no lack of places to put things." Yujin smiled. "You just don't want to." Princess Xinyang picked up a red doo-doo and said, "This was from when he was 3 months old. He grows quickly. After half a month, he won't be able to wear it anymore." Yujin recalled. "At that time the weather was still cold. I remember that he only wore this doo-doo twice." Princess Xinyang said, "It's just beautiful. After bathing, let him wear it to satisfy his mother's desire to see. The young duke is pitiful." Yujin folded the doo-doo and placed it in a box to the side. She then picked up a set of pink underwear. "The young duke probably doesn't know, but when he was 1 year old, you dressed him up as a young girl, right?" Princess Xinyang gently coughed. "It was just for the eyes." Yujin put away the cute underwear and picked up a pair of tiger-headed shoes. Smiling, she said, "This pair of shoes was personally made by this servant." Princess Xinyang pointed at the hat and blanket on the bed. "There's also this tiger-headed hat and tiger-headed blanket. They were both made by you. They are Aheng's first birthday gifts." Yujin smiled. "Princess even remembers." Princess Xinyang's gaze was gentle. Looking at the small shoes and clothes, her entire being emitted a motherly gentleness. "I remember all of Aheng's matters very clearly," she said. Yujin said, "Speaking of the young duke's first birthday, this servant remembers that at that time, you wanted the young duke to grab a book. The young duke wanted the young duke to grab a sword. As a result, the young duke did not grab a single one." Mentioning this, Princess Xinyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. "That's right, he grabbed Long Yi." Princess Xinyang's concept of raising children was completely different from Shang Guanyan's. Shang Guanyan had inherited the Xianyuan family's tradition of raising children. She allowed children to be raised freely, hating that she could not allow Shang Guanqing to grow up wild. As for Princess Xinyang, because of her terrible childhood experience, she was especially careful after having Xiaoheng. She did not leave Xiaoheng's side for even a moment. She did not allow him to leave her sight for even a moment. The only thing missing was tying Xiaoheng to her belt. Before he was 1 year old, Xiaoheng had never seen such a large scene. Suddenly being surrounded by a group of people, with his parents also being accomplices, he was frightened. Feeling wronged, he called out to Long Yi. Long Yi appeared. His little hand tightly grasped Long Yi's finger. Princess Xinyang suddenly sighed. "Is Long Yi still like that?" Yujin nodded her head with a dignified expression. Since Princess gave that thing to him, he just sat in the corridor in a daze every day." The story began when Princess Xinyang suddenly had the idea to organize her old belongings. When she was organizing her old dowry box, she accidentally found a jade thumb ring that had been sealed for many years. This was the thing that Long Yi had brought with him when he had just arrived at Princess Xinyang's mansion. He had accidentally left it in the room of Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang had intended to let Yujin return it, but she was suddenly interrupted by the people preparing for the wedding. At that time, the late emperor had passed away, and the emperor had decreed that she and Xiaoji would get married during the mourning period. The entire Princess Xinyang's mansion was so busy that her feet did not touch the ground. In addition, Long Yi had never looked for that thing, so she had forgotten about the matter of the jade thumb ring. 20 years had passed, and if she had not found it while sorting out her old things, she might not have remembered this jade thumb ring for the rest of her life. Princess Xinyang sighed. How could I have completely forgotten about it at that time? Yujin comforted her. Mainly at that time, you were not sure whether it was Long Yi's or not. All 5 dragon shadow guards had come to your room, and after they left, a jade thumb ring appeared on the carpet, so who would know whose it was? The reason why she was sure now was because Princess Xinyang had called all 5 of them. Other 4 people had no reaction to the jade thumb ring, and only Long Yi had always been staring at it. At this moment, Long Yi was sitting cross-legged in the corridor. The weather was so hot, and seeing that he liked to sit there, Princess Xinyang spread out a mat for him. Long Yi sat there for a whole day. When Long Yi had just arrived at Princess Xinyang's mansion, Princess Xinyang was unable to distinguish between him and dragon shadow guards. But now carefully thinking about it, other than her insufficient understanding of dragon shadow guards, there was another important reason. That was Long Yi was indeed a death soldier. As for why he had randomly entered Princess Xinyang's mansion, it was probably because he didn't remember who he was, so when he saw death soldiers with the same aura as him, he thought that he was also one of them. He saw that their mission was to protect her, so he mistakenly thought that this was also his mission. Perhaps, it was time for Long Yi to find his true identity, as well as to complete his true mission. Gu Jiao directly slept for 2 hours, and when she opened her eyes, Liaochen was already gone. Gu Jiao slowly sat up, then rubbing her sore neck, she said to Black Wind King, "It's already so late, I'm sorry, I made you carry me for so long." She turned over and dismounted, then stretched her muscles and bones. Soon after, she led Black Wind King to the side of a nearby well, then borrowed a wooden bucket from a commoner who was fetching water from the well, and washed the bloodstains on her body. When she returned to Duke's mansion, her wet clothes had already dried. No one could see that she had vomited blood or was injured. She entered the mansion as if nothing had happened. Little Jing Kong had come today, and the small noise of him and Gu Yan could be heard in Feng Courtyard. In the corridor, Dukin sat in a wheelchair and played chess with Old Chancellor. On the rattan chair beside him, Great Aunt was holding a small jar and eating candied fruit. And in the courtyard, Gu Xiaoshun was learning a new mechanism technique from Master Lu. Master Nan was still obsessed with making poisons, and Gu Chengfeng was dragged to be the referee for little Jing Kong and Gu Yan, making the 2 loudspeakers quarrel with each other. Gu Jiao stood at the entrance of Feng Courtyard, and what she saw was such a scene. Everyone seemed to be doing their own thing, but in fact, they were all waiting for her. Everyone just didn't say anything. Each of them was protecting her in their own way. Gu Jiao's pain and tiredness seemed to disappear in an instant. She held Black Wind King's hand and walked into the courtyard as usual. Han family. Mu Ruxin determined the treatment plan for Heir Han. Old Master Han, Han Lei, and Third Master Han were all in Heir Han's room, waiting for Mu Ruxin's diagnosis. Mu Ruxin said, "Heir Han's hamstring has been cut. If he wants to recover, he must be reconnected, but he has missed the best opportunity for surgery. The wound seems to have healed, but the part that should be reconnected is not reconnected. The plan I'm going to use sounds very dangerous, but it's the most practical and effective." "What plan?" Han Lei asked. Mu Ruxin looked at the handsome Heir Han on the bed, then turned to the 3 of them and said, "Cut his hamstring again. I'll operate on him and reconnect it." Third Master Han said in disbelief, "Are you serious? You want to do it again? Are you sure you want to save him and not kill him?" You aren't a spy sent by the Angua prefecture to our Han family, are you? Old Master Han looked at Mu Rushin with a gloomy gaze. Mu Rushin hurriedly said, Third Master, you misunderstood. How could I be Duken's spy? I don't have anything to do with him. I just said that the reason I came to your manor is to seek a bright future for myself. You give me the status of a Shangguan citizen, and I'll cure Heir Han. We don't know each other anything. Old Master Han said. This old man has never heard of such a treatment method. Miss Mu, are you sure you can do it? Mu Rushin said arrogantly. This kind of surgery is just a small illness similar to typhoid in the hands of my master, Divine Dr. Luo. I'm not talented, but I followed my master to perform a few surgeries on hamstrings. Han Lei thought for a while. Father, I still feel that it's inappropriate. Grandfather. On the bed, Heir Han, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, Grandson is willing to try. Han Lei frowned. Ye heir, if you mess it up, there'll be no hope for your leg injury. I've been thinking of a way to beg His Majesty these past few days, asking him to issue a decree for Imperial Preceptor Hall to treat you. Han Yi shook his head. Father, you should know that Imperial Preceptor Hall won't treat me. Moreover, the Crown Prince and Imperial Concubine have repeatedly angered His Majesty. His Majesty is too lazy to care about the Han family. Let's do as Divine Dr. Mu said. When can we do the surgery? Mu Rushin said. We can do it now. Ah, that's right, I suddenly thought of something. Everyone looked at her. She smiled and said, I was living well in the Duken residence, when Duken suddenly used my homesickness as an excuse to end my treatment by his side. Coincidentally, on the same day, I saw Xiao Lulang move into the Duken residence. I don't know if there's any connection between the two. Han Lei said thoughtfully, Xiao Lulang is his adopted son. It's understandable for him to move into the Duken residence. Mu Rushin smiled faintly. But why did he send me away? That's the most suspicious point, isn't it? Han Lei asked. Xiao Lulang moved into the Duken residence alone. Mu Rushin sighed. I'm not sure about that. There were 2 carriages behind him. As for what was in the carriages, I didn't see it. Han Lei came over and whispered in Old Master Han's ear. Father, could it be that Xiao Liulang's family members have hidden in the Duken residence? No wonder our people couldn't find them even after searching everywhere. Old Master Han lowered his voice and said faintly, Don't worry about that. We'll send someone to inquire about it later. The most important thing now is Yi Heir's injury. As he said that, he crossed his hands and placed them on the handle of his cane as he looked toward Mu Ru Exane. Then I'll ask Miss Mu to operate on this old man's grandson. However, this old man will warn you first. If anything happens to this old man's grandson, Miss Mu will pay with her own life. In the dead of night. After sending off the last trumpet girl, Gu Jiao could finally enjoy her bed. She lay on the soft bed and looked at the pearl-covered canopy. The place where she was injured by an Hun was aching. She massaged her shoulder with one hand and put the other behind her head. You hit me so hard. One day I'll put you in a sack. In the end, she was too tired. Not long after, she fell into a deep sleep. She hadn't had a foreboding dream for a long time. She used to think wildly that perhaps the things that were foreboding in her dreams had really happened before. After she came to Yan country, everyone's fate had changed. So she would never have that kind of dream again. But tonight she dreamed of it again. But it was different from other people's dreams. For the first time, she saw her own ending in her dream. Chapter 799. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet. When Gu Jiao woke up, there was still blood in her eyes that had not faded. The bloody mist in the dream seemed to have spread to the room. Even the white pearls on the curtains had turned into blood-red agates. The suffocating and nauseating smell of blood filled her nostrils. Broken corpses were lying on the beams. Drip, drip. Drops of thick blood dripped on her expressionless cheeks. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Someone seemed to be calling her. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong climbed onto the bed and shook her shoulders. Jiao Jiao, why are you ignoring me? The blood-dripping corpse was blocked by a tender little face, and everything in the dream came to an abrupt end. Gu Jiao blinked and completely woke up from the nightmare. She looked at little Jing Kong, who was looking at her worriedly with his eyes wide open. She answered calmly with a hoarse voice, Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong took a deep breath. I was just worried about you. Gu Jiao lay flat on the soft bed. She raised her hand and hugged the little guy. I'm fine. Little Jing Kong suddenly got a loving hug, and was very shy. Her little hands covered her reddened little face, and her little feet swayed as she had nowhere to put them. Jiao Jiao really likes me the most. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, you're hugging me a little too tightly. He was almost out of breath. Little fool, why did you come? Why did you come to collect my corpse, even though you knew it was a trap? Jiao Jiao, let's go home. I'll take you home. The young man's blood-soaked body tightly protected her in his embrace, just like how she had hugged him when he was young. His eyes were red from killing, and his back and legs were filled with arrows that glittered with cold light. His hot blood stained her path to the yellow springs. He put her on the bamboo raft to return home, but he himself fell down by the river that was engulfed in the flames of war. Great Yan's youngest god of war had fallen. After breakfast, Gu Jiao went to the Black Wind camp as usual. She first went to the various training grounds to take a look. All the generals were seriously training their soldiers, and the Black Wind cavalry were also accepting their mission without complaint. Little Shi did not stop messing around even after defeating more than a dozen horse trainers. It was so energetic that even 10,000 horses despised it. Even the explosive training that horses were most afraid of was quickly addicted to it. The well-behaved horses were thrown into chaos by it, and the training ground became a scene of a large-scale car accident. In the end, it was the Black Wind King who suppressed Little Shi with force. Only then did Little Shi obediently go back to training. However, it seemed to be obedient. When it brushed past a Black Wind cavalry, it raised its hooves and kicked the horse's butt. The horse was speechless. How could it be so despicable? The price for its despicable behavior was that Little Shi was taught a lesson by the Black Wind King. In the end, it could only limp to the training ground. It was very miserable. My lord. Teacher who ran over energetically. He had learned his lesson today, and he had a feather fan in his hand. He fanned Gu Jiao with a smile and said, Why are you here so early? The sun just rose not long ago. I'm here to take a look, Gu Jiao said. Teacher who smiled and said, When you issued the transfer order yesterday, it was like a thunderbolt that corrected the Black Wind camp's bad habits. The generals that you promoted are all in awe of you. So how could they not train their soldiers seriously? You don't have to worry about it. Some of the generals that she promoted were old subordinates of the Xianyuan family, and some were new blood that joined later. They trained their soldiers seriously not because they respected her, but because the Black Wind camp's military discipline and traditions were like that. They were strict with themselves, and they were strict with their subordinates. Now that she had a title, it wasn't that they really respected her, but that it was their duty to obey her orders. Teacher who saw that Gu Jiao's expression didn't change at all, so he couldn't help but wonder if he didn't flatter her in the right place. He said with a smile, It's so hot today. My lord, you should go rest in the tent. Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back and said, I'm going to find Wenren Chong. After saying that, she turned around and went to the reserve camp. Teacher who couldn't stop her even if he wanted to. My lord. Oh, I need you to do something for me, Gu Jiao said before going to Wenren Chong. The weapons and armors that were piled up like a mountain in the courtyard when she left yesterday were nowhere to be seen today. It seemed that Wenren Chong had repaired them overnight. He was a very efficient person. Wenren Chong was sitting in the room, repairing the armors that were delivered that morning. Gu Jiao walked over. Wenren Chong looked up at her. Gu Jiao glanced at the shadow on the ground and said, I didn't block the light. Wenren Chong continued to repair the armors. Do you need help? Gu Jiao asked. I used to be a doctor, and suturing is my specialty. Wenren Chong frowned. It seemed that he was a little impatient with this young man, but he didn't know how to drive him away. He had no choice but to say indifferently, no need. Gu Jiao sat down on the threshold, resting her elbows on her knees, and supporting her head with one hand. She looked at him and said, I went to see Li Shun and Zhao Dingfeng yesterday. What do you want to do? Wenren Chong frowned. I want to win over the old subordinates of the Xinyuan family, Gu Jiao said without hiding anything. The Black Wind camp that had been ruled by the Han family for more than 10 years was not weak, but the Han family had dismissed too many excellent soldiers. Many of the old subordinates of the Xinyuan family had left one after another. Wenren Chong, Li Shun, Zhao Dingfeng and Shi Zhongkue, who had died in the battle, were the 4 fierce generals of the Black Wind camp. Some people called them the 4 kings in private. Now, only Wenren Chong was left, and he had become a blacksmith. If Gu Jiao wanted to restore the morale of the Black Wind camp, she had to gather the old subordinates of the Xinyuan family. There is no Xinyuan family anymore, Wenren Chong said calmly. Gu Jiao said, I ask you every day, do you want to go back to the vanguard camp? If you don't, I will come back tomorrow. Wenren Chong said indifferently, how many times do I have to tell you before you understand? Even if you ask me for 1 year, 2 years, or 5 years, I won't agree. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. You mean you will stay in the Black Wind camp for 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, and never leave? Wenren Chong stood up and went to boil the boiler. You should go. Gu Jiao stood up and dusted her clothes. See you tomorrow. Wenren Chong pulled the bellows and did not look back. Gu Jiao went around the camp again before returning to her tent. Teacher Hu also came back. Is it done? Gu Jiao asked. It's done. Teacher Hu had been in the camp for so many years, but this was the first time he was entrusted with an important task. He really showed his sincerity and efficiency. Gu Jiao weighed the money bag that Teacher Hu handed to her. She did not count it, and just put it on her waist. Teacher Hu was overjoyed. Darren trusted him. He, Hu Yang, finally had a chance to stand out. Darren, how was your talk with Wenren Chong? Did he agree to go back to the vanguard camp? He asked with concern. Not yet, Gu Jiao said. Teacher Hu's face darkened. Why is he so uncooperative? Gu Jiao stood up and walked out. Teacher Hu was surprised. Darren, you just came back. Where are you going? Gu Jiao said. I'm going to find Li Shen and Zhao Dingfeng. Teacher Hu thought of the experience of almost vomiting yesterday. He swallowed and asked. Then should I go with you? Gu Jiao said lightly. Come if you want. I don't want to come. But if you say so, how can I not come? Today she went to see Zhao Dingfeng first. She had deliberately mentioned the 2 of them in front of Wenren Chong to see his reaction. Wenren Chong's reaction was very calm. Either he had never heard the rumor that Zhao Dingfeng had colluded with the Han family, or he knew that the rumor was false. From Gu Jiao's observation of Wenren Chong, the former was unlikely. Oh, isn't this the officer from yesterday? Why did you come to my Crane restaurant again? In a room on the 2nd floor, Zhao Dingfeng was holding a beauty in his arms. He leaned against the window and looked at the young man on the horse. Are you here to persuade me to go back to the army? Who wants to go back and live a life of bloodshed? How about this, little general? You come to my Crane restaurant and be the second boss. Teacher Hu was angry. He pointed at him with his feather fan and scolded. Zhao, how can you talk like that? Little general, this is the new commander of the Black Wind Battalion, Darren Shao. I already told you about it yesterday. Gu Jiao said. Boss? That's a good idea. Zhao Dingfeng looked at the young man who was led by the nose. Isn't that right? As long as you have enough money, I can give you half of the Crane restaurant. Gu Jiao looked up at him. I don't need you to give me a share. I'll buy your Crane restaurant. Zhao Dingfeng was stunned. Then he laughed. Do you know what you're saying? My Crane restaurant is the best restaurant in town. Does your family have a mine? Little general. Before he could finish his words, the young man on the horse casually tossed him a token. He caught it with a backhand, and when he took a closer look he was stunned. Gu Jiao asked seriously, Is this enough? If not, I'll send someone to get more. Dukin asked Steward Zheng to give it to her before she left this morning. She had never used it before, and did not know how much money it could give. Zhao Dingfeng choked. He asked in disbelief. Mingyi Bank's master token you? Who are you to Mingyi Bank? Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, A young master? My family doesn't have a mine, but my family has a bank. Gu Jiao said to Hu Yang, Teacher Hu, stay here and take care of the paperwork. I'll go find Li Shun. advisor who was still immersed in the huge shock brought about by this wave of operation. Was this the rumored inhumane tycoon? He said. This, Zhao Dingfeng said coldly. I won't sell it. Gu Jiao said. You said yourself that you wanted me to be the owner. You can't go back on your word. Zhao Dingfeng clenched his fists and sneered. So what if I go back on my word? Gu Jiao said seriously. I'll beat you up. Zhao Dingfeng was speechless. Li Shun was not at the docks today. Gu Jiao asked the nearby foreman, and found out that he had probably gone to buy medicine for his mother. Where does he live? Gu Jiao asked. He lives over there. Sir, if you keep walking straight and turn east of the fork, you'll see his house. The people in that alley have all moved away. Only the mother and son still live there. It'll be easy to find. Thank you. Gu Jiao followed the path the foreman pointed out, and successfully found a small, shabby courtyard. The courtyard door was ajar. Gu Jiao knocked on the door. Excuse me, is anyone home? No one answered. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then pushed the door open and walked in. The things in the courtyard were very old, but not messy. Water tanks hosed chicken coop. They were placed neatly. The clothes on the clothes line were also neatly dried. They had been washed until they were yellow. Patches were made one after another, but they were very clean. Niawazi, you're back? An old voice came from inside the room. Niawazi, Li Shun's pet name? Gu Jiao walked into the central room, and walked to the room on the right. Niawazi, a blind old woman was sitting on the ground. It looked like she had fallen, and could no longer stand up. She tried to use her hands to support herself on a chair, but it was useless. Gu Jiao hurriedly walked forward, and helped her sit down on a chair. You're not Niawazi, the old woman said. Although she couldn't see, she could still smell her son's scent. I'm here to find Li Shun. Gu Jiao saw the old woman's vigilant look and added, I'm his friend. The old woman touched Gu Jiao's armor, and the vigilance in her turbid eyes disappeared. She smiled and said, Niawazi's friend. He went out to get medicine for me. He'll be back soon. Sit for a while, I'll pour you some tea. Niawazi was really Li Shun's pet name. Gu Jiao said to Mother Li, You sit, I'll do it myself. Mother Li smiled kindly. Okay, don't be polite. The tea is on the table in the central room. Gu Jiao went to pour the tea. In their house, even the teacups were cracked. There were only 2 stools. Other than that, there was no other furniture in the central room. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this house was bare. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen. The cupboard was empty. There were no leftovers. There were a few dried corn cobs, and half a rotten pumpkin on the ground. There was only half a bucket of old rice in the rice jar, and there were worms all over it. Gu Jiao took the water to Mother Li's room. Have some tea. Io, you came to my house, and I even asked you to pour me tea. It's all my fault for being blind and useless. It's nothing. It's just a little money. It's only enough for 3 sets of medicine. At the pharmacy, the shop assistant impatiently said to Li Shun. 3 sets it is. Li Shun emptied his pockets and grabbed 3 sets of medicine to go home. When he entered, he clearly sensed that someone had been in the courtyard. A trace of vigilance flashed through his eagle-like eyes. He flew into the room. Mother. His mother was sleeping peacefully on the bed, but she was startled by his voice. Niawazi, what's wrong? Mother Li turned her head in the direction of the voice. Seeing that his mother was fine, Li Shun's expression relaxed. He carried the medicine bag to the bedside. Mother, did someone come to our house? Mrs. Li smiled and said, That's right. Your friends from the military camp came by. At first, I thought it was those debt collectors again. In order to cure Mother Li's eyes, Li Shun had borrowed money from loan sharks. From time to time, debt collectors would come knocking. He also left something for you. Mother Li took out a bundle from under the quilt on the inside of the bed, and handed it to Li Shun. It's silver, right? She asked in a small voice. Li Shun took it in his hand, and felt that it was silver. He opened the bundle. Other than a pile of shining silver ingots, there was also a letter from the Black Wind Battalion. The letter explained the origin of the silver. It was his retirement pay. When the Han family was in power, someone pocketed 90% of his retirement pay. This was the retirement pay he deserved, as well as the interest that should have been paid to him over the years. Chapter 800. Over at the State Preceptor Hall, Shang Guanyin gradually woke up. From waking up once a day for a quarter of an hour, she could now wake up for more than 2 hours a day. The monarch had visited her twice. Wang Xianfei and the others were so scared that they couldn't sleep at night. They were afraid that Shang Guanyin would take things too hard and die together with them. After discussing with her family, Consort Dong Chun was the first to think of a solution, and this news was quickly found out by Consort Wang Xian's spies. Wang Xianfei followed suit. Almost at the same time, Yang Defei, who had been watching Wang Xianfei, also knew what she was planning. She also felt that this method was feasible. At first, Chen Shufei and Feng Zhaoi did not know what the three of them were busy with, but after paying attention to the movements of the three great families, they could more or less guess what was going on. At first, the five of them didn't admit it on the surface, but the more they investigated, the bigger the commotion became. They couldn't hide it any longer, so they might as well confess to each other. Therefore, at the end of July, the 5 imperial concubines once again gathered in the imperial preceptor palace. The eunuchs had been dismissed. Shang Guanyin sat on the chair and resisted the urge to hold half of the watermelon and eat it spoonful by spoonful. She looked at the 5 people sitting opposite her with a cold and world-weary expression. "What are you doing here?" As the most senior imperial concubine, Wang Xian was still the one to speak out. She said, "Shang Guanyin, this queen knows that you don't want to die. What you said last time was just to threaten us." Look at these beautiful words. If Shang Guanyin hadn't been prepared, she would have been deceived by her and exposed her secret. Shang Guanyin slowly said, "Since you think I'm pretending, then why are you still looking for me? You don't have to worry about whether or not I have something on you." Consort Dong snorted and said, "Shang Guanyin, we watched you grow up and sympathized with you, so we are doing you a favor." Shang Guanyin faintly smiled. "Oh, one of you is playing the good cop, and the other is playing the bad cop. You're setting up a stage here. Turn right when you get out of the door. Take care." Their faces and necks turned red from choking. Wasn't the previous Shang Guanyin a brute who only knew how to fight? When did she become so eloquent? Wang Xianfei said, "Well, since we are here, we sincerely want you to trade with us." Since their words were useless in front of Shang Guanyin, they might as well speak frankly. Wang Xianfei then said, "Shang Guanyin, you can disregard your own life and death, but can you also disregard the reputation of the Xianyuan family? Let's not beat around the bush about what happened to the Xianyuan family back then. It's true that the crimes of the Xianyuan family were imposed by the other aristocratic families. Do you want the Xianyuan family to be remembered for generations to come? Or do you want the Xianyuan family to go down in history and infamy? Make your choice." Shang Guanyin didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation because of these words. "Wang Xianfei, now you are the one begging me, not the other way around. You'd better put your attitude right." Wang Xianfei clenched her handkerchief so tightly that she almost poked a few holes in it. She asked faintly, "It seems that you don't want the evidence?" Shang Guanyin casually said, "It's just the evidence of a few aristocratic families. It doesn't mean anything." The 5 people secretly exchanged a look. What's the matter with Shang Guanyin? How can she guess that they only want to hand over the evidence of the other aristocratic families? They just want to protect their own families, and then pray that Shang Guanyin can be deceived and give them the evidence. Shang Guanyin put down the teacup in her hand on the table and said, "Since you want to rehabilitate the Xianyuan family, then take out all the evidence. There are more than 30 crimes of the Xianyuan family, not one less. Don't challenge my patience, and don't think that you can bargain with me. Maybe tomorrow, I will want more than this." "You." Chen Shufei stomped her feet in anger. Such a result was not entirely unexpected. At that time, the worst-case scenario was that Shang Guanyin would ask them to gather all the evidence. Wang Xianfei suppressed her anger and said sternly, "We can give you the evidence of our crimes, but you must also give us the written evidence of our crimes. That kind of thing is useless. I can give it to you at any time." 3 hours later, Xiao Heng and the old chancellor checked all the accounts, letters, and other evidence and determined that it was true. The two sides finished the transaction. Wang Xianfei angrily left. The evidence involved a wide range of people. If Shang Guanyin didn't see it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to believe. Even General Weiwu is involved. The enemy can never hurt you. The real chilling thing is the betrayal of your friends and family, Shang Guanyin murmured. General Weiwu is uncle's subordinate. He also taught Xianyuan Chung martial arts. Who would have thought that he would burn the Xianyuan family's granary for his own selfishness? Xiao Heng comforted her. It's all in the past. Such a thing will never happen again. Shang Guanyin restrained the melancholy in her heart and said to her son, this evidence should be enough to rehabilitate the Xianyuan family. Xiao Heng paused. Not yet. There is no evidence for the crime of rebellion. Because the crime of rebellion is real. Unless the emperor is willing to admit that he schemed against the Xianyuan family and forced the Xianyuan family to rebel. But that was simply impossible. Xiao Heng said, how about this? Mother will take this evidence as your loyalty and filial piety to the emperor in exchange for the position of the crown princess. The rest is not urgent. When mother becomes the crown princess, we will find a way to take away the emperor's real power. We can still rehabilitate the Xianyuan family. Shang Guanyin nodded in agreement. I think it's good. When dawn comes, I will take this evidence to the emperor. The imperial palace. Just as the monarch was about to rest, Zhang Dequan quickly walked over. He glanced at the young princess who was sleeping soundly on the small bed and reported in a low voice. Your Majesty, Madame Han of the Cold Palace is clamoring to see you. The emperor coldly said, how many times does she want to see me? Zhang Dequan didn't dare to answer and only reported, Han said that she has a secret of the empress. This was the original words of the little palace maid. Zhang Dequan didn't exaggerate a word. When he heard that it was related to the empress, the emperor patiently went to the cold palace. Concubine 1 has now been demoted to Wang Guiran and lived on the west side of the cold palace, while Han was imprisoned on the east side. The emperor went directly to Han's side. Although she was banished to the cold palace, Han still dressed herself up very decently to see the emperor. But so what? The emperor didn't even look at her. She sat on the shabby stone bench and said to the emperor with a smile, Your Majesty, this concubine has brewed tea. I don't know if Your Majesty is used to the cold palace's tea? The emperor frowned and said, What do you want? Han gently said, Your Majesty, you came here just for the secret related to the empress? Your Majesty didn't ask how this concubine has been living these days in the cold palace? Your Majesty is really cruel. Only when a man loves a woman will he take pity on her weakness. And when a person has no feelings for her, she can only moan without illness. The emperor's eyes became more and more impatient. Han did not seem to notice and said to herself, That's right. Your Majesty only has Xianyuan Hanyan in your heart. When has there been any other sisters in your harem? But even for the person he loved, His Majesty could still be ruthless. Your Majesty's heart only has yourself. The emperor impatiently said, If you have nothing to say, we will leave. Han poured herself a cup of tea. Before the empress died, she did tell this concubine her true feelings. She said that she regretted marrying Your Majesty. If possible, she begged me to think of a way to not bury her in the imperial mausoleum with Your Majesty. She did not want to meet Your Majesty on the road to the Yellow Springs. The emperor's heart fiercely trembled. He knew that Xianyuan Hanyan hated him, but he didn't expect her to hate him to this extent. Han sneered. Does Your Majesty's heart hurt? Or is it that Your Majesty does not want to believe what this concubine said? That's right. When has Your Majesty ever believed this concubine? Even this time, this concubine was clearly framed, but Your Majesty still chose to be blind. Until tonight, this concubine was waiting for Your Majesty to come and see this concubine. This concubine did not want to go to this step. Your Majesty, you forced this concubine. This concubine came to the palace with admiration for Your Majesty. All these years, this concubine hoped day and night to become a real couple with Your Majesty. What did Xianyuan Hanyan do? Your Majesty's harem was all taken care of by this concubine. This concubine thought that she had some weight in your majesty's heart. But in the end, I found out that your majesty was just unwilling to tire Xianyuan Hanyan. But that woman never looked back at your majesty. This concubine hated her. So, this concubine had people kidnap Shangguan Yen. She was sold to the slave broker, and became a slave. The emperor's heart fiercely trembled. It's you. Han Shi smiled and said, It's this concubine. The monarch was furious. He strode forward and grabbed her neck. I'm going to kill you. Han Shi was choked until she couldn't breathe. Her face turned purple, but she smiled ferociously. It's too late. Your Majesty, it's too late, you can't kill this concubine. As soon as her voice fell, a dark shadow fell from the sky, and chopped the back of the emperor's neck with a hand knife. The emperor's body suddenly became numb. He let go of Han Shi's hand, and fell to the ground in a daze. He saw the hem of a black cloak, and a pair of black shoes inlaid with gold. Then, his eyelids drooped and he completely fainted. Chapter 801. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the capital of Yin Kingdom. The young princess ate too many grapes before going to bed, and woke up in the middle of the night. She opened her eyes and said, Mama, I want to pee. No one responded to her. She stayed on her bed for a while, and couldn't hold it in any longer. She had to get up on her own. The young princess was a very shy little elder. She had stopped wetting her bed since she was 2 years old, so she decided to pee on her own. But with the thunder and lightning outside, she was a little scared. Uncle, uncle. She sat under the small mosquito net, and called out twice, but no one responded to her. She really couldn't hold it in any longer. Her little face scrunched up, and she tried hard to hold back her pee. She slipped out of bed and walked barefoot on the floor. Eunuch Zhang. Everyone in the bedchamber seemed to have run out. She was the only one left in the hall that was illuminated by the flickering lightning. Her small body stood on the floor in a daze, like a pitiful little doll. Suddenly, a figure in a dragon robe walked in from the door. He was against the moonlight, and was illuminated by the sudden lightning. The young princess was so scared that she shivered in front of her uncle, who was tall and majestic. She peed. There was a thunderstorm at night, and the temperature was much cooler in the early morning. Little Jing Kong didn't officially live in the house of High Duke. He only came over occasionally, and didn't come last night. As usual, his great-aunt and Gu Yan slept in their rooms. Gu Xiaoshan and Master Lu woke up early to practice carpentry. Gu Xiaoshuan's talent was amazing. Master Lu was no longer satisfied with teaching him simple craftsmanship. He began to slowly teach him various kinds of mechanism techniques. There were trustworthy servants in the courtyard, so Master Nan didn't need to cook. She went out early in the morning to pick herbs. The house of High Duke came over to have breakfast with Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshan, and Master Lu. Recently, there had been a continuous stream of people asking the servants of the High Duke's estate for information. There were also unknown people secretly loitering around the entrance of the High Duke's estate. It should have been Muru Xian, who had leaked the information, causing the Han family to be on high alert. Steward Zheng was already prepared. He had his subordinates collect the Han family's money, while informing the Han family that they were on holiday. The High Duke has a few entertainers. They sing all day long in the backyard. In my opinion, I'm afraid that our High Duke's integrity will be compromised in his later years. Dukin knew nothing about this. It was all Steward Zheng, who acted according to the circumstances. Anyway, Dukin had said that it was fine as long as they could fool the Han family. As for how to fool them, that was up to him. After breakfast, Dukin sent Gu Jiao to the door as usual. Of course, it was still Gu Jiao pushing his wheelchair. After Gu Jiao moved into the public house, he increased the intensity of his rehabilitation. The flexibility of his arms and body had greatly improved. In the past, he could only lift his wrist, but now he could lift his entire arm slightly. His legs also had some strength. Although he couldn't stand, he could sway slightly when he was sitting or lying down. In addition, his vocal cords could finally make a sound. Although it was only one syllable, it was already a huge improvement. The father and daughter came to the door. Gu Jiao grabbed the reins on Black Wind King's back and said to Dukin, "Godfather, I'm going to the military camp." Dukin, Okay. Take care on the way. Gu Jiao flipped onto the horse and was about to gallop away when she saw a battered figure stumbling over. The guards of the Duke Dinggua's mansion hurriedly stood in front of Gu Jiao and Duke in vigilantly. It's me. The man was so tired that he lost his voice. He fell to the ground and gasped for breath. Eunuch Zhang. Gu Jiao saw his appearance clearly. She hurriedly flipped off the horse and came to him. She squatted down and asked him, "How did you end up like this?" Zhang Dequan's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were messy. He even lost one of his shoes. He didn't have much strength left. He grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist with a strong will. "Lord Xiao, quickly tell the third princess and His Highness Zhangsun something happened to His Majesty. Last night, the king went to the cold palace to see imperial concubine Han. It was related to Empress Xuanyuan's secret, so Zhang Dequan didn't dare to listen. He tactfully waited outside the courtyard. He didn't know what the two talked about. He just felt that the king had been in there for too long. Based on his understanding of the king didn't have any feelings for imperial concubine Han. He should have come out after asking what was going on. He muttered in his heart and peeked inside weakly. It was this one glance that saved his old life. He saw a black-robed man descend from the sky and knock out the king with one palm. He wasn't the kind of person who would run away when his master died. However, knowing that he wasn't a match for the king and still rushing to die with him, that wasn't loyalty but illness. He broke into a run. Perhaps the heavens didn't want him to die. There happened to be an imperial expert patrolling nearby. The imperial expert sensed the fluctuation of the expert's inner energy and used his light body technique to go to the cold palace to investigate. The two sides were probably entangled, which gave him the chance to escape. He originally planned to escape to the king's bedchamber to dispatch experts, but he was shocked to find that all the experts in the palace had been killed. He boldly guessed that when the king went to the cold palace to see imperial concubine Han, someone sneaked in and killed them. After killing them, that person went to the cold palace to report to imperial concubine Han and knocked out the king. He had never been lucky in his life, but tonight, he had brushed shoulders with the king of hell twice. He understood that the palace was no longer safe, so he escaped the palace in the middle of the night. He didn't go to the state preceptor hall because he was worried that if imperial concubine Han found out that he wasn't there, she would definitely guess that he went to the state preceptor hall to find the third princess and the imperial grandson. He also remembered that Lord Xiao had moved to the High Duke's public house, so he decided to come over and try his luck. After saying that, he fainted. Steward Zheng was dumbfounded. "Hey, Eunuch Zhang, you should explain clearly what happened to His Majesty." Gu Jiao was silent. It couldn't be what she was thinking, right? Steward Zheng asked Gu Jiao. "Young master, what should we do with him?" Gu Jiao took his pulse and said, "He's fine, he's just tired and fainted. Carry him into the residence first. I'll go to the state preceptor hall." Nguogong said. Gu Jiao turned to look at Nguogong. Nguogong wrote on the armrest, "It's better for me to go. You go to the barracks as usual, and pretend that you didn't see Eunuch Zhang. If there's anything, I'll get someone to contact you." Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "All right." Steward Zheng hurriedly asked someone to carry the fainted Eunuch Zhang into the residence and repeatedly ordered the guards. "No one is allowed to spread what happened today." "Yes." The guards responded. Nguogong went to the state preceptor hall and secretly brought Xiao Heng onto his carriage. When Xiao Heng arrived at Feng courtyard of Nguogong's residence, Zhang Dequan had been woken up by Nan Shernyan's acupuncture. Xiao Heng went to the side room to see him. In Gu Qingfeng's room next door sat his great-aunt, the old chancellor, and Gu Qingfeng and Gu Yan, who were eavesdropping. Nan Shernyang was drying medicine in the courtyard. As she was drying, she approached the window of the side room. Master Lu was making crossbows, and as he did so, he came to the window. The husband and wife looked at each other. Zhang Dequan told them everything that happened last night, and didn't forget to add his own thoughts in the end. "I felt that it was inappropriate at the time, but Your Highness Zhang-sun must understand His Majesty's temperament. It's about Empress Xianyuan, His Majesty can't not go." This was giving advice after the horse's back. At the time, He didn't expect Han Shernyoung to be so bold as to murder the monarch of a country in the palace. Did you hear what they said? Xiao Heng asked. Your servant didn't dare to eavesdrop just. Zhang Dequan recalled carefully. There were a few words that they said quite loudly, so your servant heard them. Han Shi said. This concubine also didn't want to go to this step. Your Majesty, you forced this concubine. Xiao Heng paused and asked. Is there anything else? Zhang Dequan scratched his head. And His Majesty said, It's you? I'm going to kill you. That's it. It sounded like the monarch and Han Shernyoung had a dispute. What do you think, Great Aunt? Xiao Heng went next door. Empress Dowager Zhuang hugged the candied fruit jar and snorted. Love but can't have it, and hate because of jealousy. It was another concubine Jing, but she was even more ruthless. Concubine Jing also loved the previous emperor but couldn't have him. Unfortunately, she didn't dare to touch him, and could only make things difficult for his women and children. As the saying goes, pick on a soft persimmon. However, she didn't expect Empress Dowager Zhuang to be a cactus. Empress Dowager Zhuang ate a candied fruit. Oh, this is how you deal with scum. Xiao Heng. Great Aunt, whose side are you on? Gu Qingfeng asked. Since Han Shernyoung has such a powerful expert by her side, why didn't she make a move earlier? Why did she wait until she and her son were both deposed before making a move? As a man of steel, Gu Qingfeng couldn't understand Han Shernyoung's actions. Empress Dowager Zhuang, as a woman who had been in the imperial harem for many years, could more or less understand Han Shernyoung's state of mind. Han Shernyoung already had a weapon to deal with the monarch. The reason she didn't make a move, other than considering the risk of the whole thing, was that she still had some feelings for the monarch. She hated the monarch, but she also hoped that the monarch would make her empress, so that she could be the mother of the country, and be a couple with the monarch to grow old together. Unfortunately, the monarch's actions chilled Han Shernyoung's heart. Her original intention of calling the monarch to the cold palace was to give the monarch one last chance. As long as the monarch showed some feelings for her, she could wait. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. She never had a place in the monarch's heart. A woman who was serious about her career was the scariest. The Yin monarch was in for a hard time. On the other side, Steward Zheng, who went to the palace to inquire about the news, also returned. He reported the news to Duke In and the others. His Majesty went to the court. I didn't hear anything happened. However, Eunuch Zhang, it was said that he was having an affair with a palace maid called you. He was worried that he would be punished, so he fled the palace in the middle of the night. Zhang Dequan, who had just walked to the door and heard this sentence. Zhang Dequan, His Majesty already knew about me and Chiu Yu having an affair. I went to the open road. His Majesty can't punish me. I can't run away because of this. Everyone's mouth twitched. You really did have an affair with someone. This matter was very secretive. Other than the monarch, Zhang Dequan didn't let a second outsider know. Zhang Dequan was so shocked that he forgot to be surprised when he saw so many people in the room, including 2 patients he had seen in the state preceptor's hall. He asked nervously, Oh no, Chiu Yu fell into their hands. Chiu Yu is in danger. Everyone looked at him with sympathy. Zhang Dequan asked, Why are you looking at me like that? The old chancellor pushed the cup forward. Drink a cup of green tea. Xiao Heng passed the plate of snacks in front of him. Eat a piece of mung bean cake. Guyan opened his palm. I'll give you a jade bottle. Zhang Dequan. The monarch was knocked unconscious by imperial concubine Han at night. In the morning, concubine Han let him go to the court. No matter how one looked at it, something felt wrong. Judging from the matter of Chiu Yu and Zhang Dequan, the harem should be controlled by concubine Han. But according to Steward Jing's information, concubine Han wasn't released from the cold palace. In short, concubine Han used the monarch to do all this. Why would the monarch listen to concubine Han? Did concubine Han get hold of his weakness? Or was he controlled by concubine Han? Xiao Heng said, My mother went to the palace to see the emperor. Wait for her to come back, and listen to what she has to say. After half a month of cultivation, Sheng Guanyin had already recovered to be able to stand and walk. But in order to show her weakness, she still chose to enter the palace in a wheelchair. She went to the monarch's bedchamber to wait. However, what was strange was that the palace people didn't allow her to enter. She was the third princess. Even if she was crippled, she could still lie in the monarch's bedchamber. How dare they stop her from entering? What's your name? This princess has never seen you before. Shang Guanyin sat in the wheelchair and faintly asked the little eunuch in front of her. The little eunuch smiled and said, "This slave's name is Huan Shi. I was just transferred here." "Where's Zhang Dequan?" Shang Guanyin asked. Huan Shi smiled and said, "Eunuch Zhang was found to have an affair with a palace maid. He fled overnight. Now the one serving His Majesty is Chief Yu." Shang Guanyin frowned and said, "Which Chief Yu?" Huan Shi said, "Chief Yu Changpa." She seemed to have some impression of him. He used to serve the emperor, but he was not very favored. Why did he promote him? "What about Xiao Zhao?" she asked again. Huan Shi sighed and said, "Xiao Zhao and eunuch Zhang are good friends. They were implicated and punished. They were transferred to the laundry room." Shang Guanyin asked a few palace people, who were usually in front of the emperor. But the result was that they were not there. The reason was the same as Xiao Zhao's. They were implicated and punished. This kind of phenomenon was not strange in the harem, but the fact that she was blocked outside the door was unusual. After all, whether it was a newcomer or an old one, they should have heard that she was very favored recently. Shang Guanyin lightly said, "You blocked me outside. Are you not afraid that my father will blame you when he comes back?" Huan Shi kneeled and reported, "This is His Majesty's order. No one is allowed to enter without permission. This slave is also under the order. Third princess, please understand." In the end, Shang Guanyin didn't see the monarch. She went to the Hall of Harmony to find the monarch. Shang Guanyin was confused. What kind of medicine is this old man selling in his gourd? Did Wang Xian and the others betray me? No, I'm not afraid of death. They are afraid of death. Shang Guanyin left the palace with doubts. On the other side, Gu Jiao finished her official duties in the military camp and rode Black Wind King back to the Duke's mansion. Xiao Heng went to pick up little Jing Kong. The matter was reported by Gu Qingfeng and Gu Yan. When she heard that the monarch had an accident in the cold palace, Gu Jiao knew that what should come will come. In her dream, the monarch was also plotted against by imperial concubine Han in the cold palace. The person who did it was an Han. Under the control of imperial concubine Han and the Han family, the Great Yin fell into a civil strife more terrible than 15 years ago. Jin and Liang took the opportunity to wage war against the Great Yin. Under the internal and external troubles, the Great Yin suffered a devastating blow. Not only did they lose 12 cities, but they also lost countless outstanding children of aristocratic families. Mu Qingchen died in battle. Qing Feng died in battle. The 7 sons of Xianyuan died in battle. The Xianyuan army, which had been exhausted by the 3 years of civil war, couldn't turn the tide and was eventually wiped out. In her dream, imperial concubine Han imprisoned the monarch 6 years later. She didn't expect it to happen so early. Gu Jiao stared at Xiao Heng. The monarch is no longer the monarch of the past. Xiao Heng looked serious. What do you mean? Gu Jiao didn't say how she knew. She just told him everything in her dream. He was replaced. The person who replaced the monarch was carefully selected by Lady Han. Not only was the appearance very similar to the monarch, but even the voice and habits of the monarch were deliberately imitated. This was the biggest trump card in Lady Han's hand besides An Hun. That day, An Hun went to the outer city to see this person. Xiao Heng didn't ask where Gu Jiao got this information. He trusted her. He didn't doubt her and wouldn't force her to tell him things she didn't want to say. I didn't expect imperial concubine Han to have such a chess piece, he said with a serious expression. Then the monarch, Gu Jiao said. The real monarch isn't dead. Lady Han couldn't bear to kill the monarch. She just imprisoned him. At this time, Lady Han didn't know that 3 months later, the monarch would die of illness in a cellar that never saw the light of day. She still lost him in the end. This was also the beginning of all the nightmares. Without the monarch to stabilize Lady Han and the Han family started a civil war. We have to snatch the monarch back, Gu Jiao said. Chapter 802. In fact, Even if Gu Jiao didn't say what happened in the dream, Xiao Heng also understood that the emperor can't fall into the hands of Han clan. They already had a falling out with the Han clan. The Han clan used the emperor's power to deal with them first. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng returned to the state preceptor's hall in the Duke Fu's carriage. When Shang Guanyin heard that the emperor was plotted against by imperial concubine Han, she didn't have any reaction. When she heard that the emperor in the imperial court was a fake, she didn't have much reaction. But when she heard Gu Jiao ask her where the dog hole in the cold palace was, she suddenly exploded. What do you want to do? Gu Jiao truthfully said. I want to snatch the emperor. Shang Guanyin's face sank. No, it's too dangerous. She firmly refused to sacrifice her own daughter-in-law's life for a scum father who killed her mother's entire family. In the beginning, he wanted to marry the Han clan. He wanted to raise the 10 great clans to encircle and suppress the Xian Yuan clan. But now, did he suffer a backlash? Xiao Heng said. But if the fake emperor abolished Jiao Jiao, it's also very dangerous. Shang Guanyin frowned. With Han clan's temperament, it's indeed possible for her to do such a thing. The fake emperor has just ascended the throne. Outsiders can't see the clues, but they themselves will feel a little guilty. Therefore, it's unlikely for them to do things that are very different from their original temperament. For example, they will touch her and Shang Guanqing. It's hard to say about others. Shang Guanyin asked her son to bring a pen and paper. She drew a map of the cold palace for Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng went there last time, but he was outside the dog hole and didn't go in. After you go in from here, you have to go around Imperial Concubine Wan's territory to reach Han clan's courtyard. But did she really hide the emperor in the cold palace? Are you sure? The news little Nine heard, it can't be false. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Oh, that bird. Shang Guanyin no longer doubted. Xiao Heng looked deeply at Gu Jiao but did not expose her. After dark, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng changed into night clothes, put on masks, and went to the cold palace under the cover of the night. Gu Qingfeng easily found the dog hole from last time. Gu Jiao was still wondering why Gu Qingfeng didn't directly take Shang Guanyin to climb over the wall, since his qinggong was so good. But when she came to the corner of the wall, she saw the seemingly invisible silk thread and understood. Gu Qingfeng whispered, "The silk of the snowfield silkworm is incomparably sharp. If you accidentally bump into it, you'll be cut into pieces. I don't know how high the highest silk is. I'm afraid that I won't be able to see it, and will only have half of my body left when I fly over. Looks like we can only drill," Gu Jiao said. "I'll go over first." Gu Jiao crawled over after making sure there was no danger, before letting Gu Qingfeng crawl over as well. The two stood up and brushed off the dust on their bodies. Gu Qingfeng said, "By the way, the king should know that Shang Guanyin likes to drill this dog hole. But he didn't fill it up and left it for Shang Guanyin to go out and play? He loves her so much, why did he hurt her in the first place?" Gu Jiao lightly said, "You don't have to guess a man's mind." Gu Qingfeng looked around and said to Gu Jiao, "That master must be guarding Han Shi's side. I'll lead him away in a while, you go and rescue the king." Gu Jiao said, "Can you lead him away?" Gu Qingfeng patted his small chest. "I'm Zhao country's #1 thief, Fei Shuang. Don't think that just because my martial arts are not as good as yours, I'm not as good as you in other aspects. You should learn it well, and watch how I lure him away." Now that there was no other way, Gu Jiao thought for a moment and seriously said, "You're not allowed to fight with him." Gu Qingfeng laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'm a thief, not a robber. I won't fight with people, escaping is my strength. But I'll say the ugly words first. If that person is really as powerful as you described, I may not be able to hold on for long. An incense stick. You only have an incense stick's worth of time." Gu Jiao nodded her head. "I know." Gu Qingfeng turned around and left. "Gu Qingfeng, be careful." Gu Jiao called him. "If you're killed by him, I won't avenge you." Gu Qingfeng curled his lips. "TSK, you have no conscience." Gu Qingfeng used his qinggong to fly toward Han Shi's courtyard. Gu Jiao quietly followed, and closely watched the movements in the night. To be honest, she was a little unsure. And Han was after all a very powerful expert. Would he really fall for Gu Qingfeng's trick so easily? Wouldn't he have guessed that someone who didn't even dare to fight with him was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Even if An Hun couldn't guess it, with Han Shi's palace scheming mind, would she fall for it? Han Shi wouldn't fall for it so easily. But Gu Qingfeng's luck was not bad. Han Shi coincidentally went to the cellar to visit the monarch. An Hun guarded the courtyard alone. Gu Qingfeng concealed his aura. After coming to the Yin kingdom, not only did Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao increase their strength, but Gu Qingfeng also trained his Qinggong to be stronger than before after getting injured and fighting. He silently waited for his chance. Gu Jiao's prediction was right. An expert like An Hun wouldn't easily fall for the trick of luring him away, unless he wanted to kill Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng hid in the darkness for nearly a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, An Hun turned and went to the toilet. Now's the time. An Hun unbuckled his belt. At this moment, one's vigilance would be greatly lowered. Gu Qingfeng suddenly shot out 3 plum blossom darts. Fuck you, Master An Hun. Go be an eunuch An Hun. Gu Qingfeng had been secretly learning from Mistress Nan these days. An Hun's hair stood on end as he felt a strong murderous aura. His muscles tensed up as he made a defensive response in a critical moment. Then he couldn't shout. An Hun. No way, the sneak attack didn't succeed. He can even dodge like that. What kind of pervert is he? Aha! An Hun charged towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng broke into a run. Damn it, how could he be so fast? Stupid girl. I can't hold on for more than half an hour. At most half an hour. Gu Jiao saw 2 figures flying into the night from behind the tree. She didn't dare to delay, and quickly ran to Han Shi's courtyard. At this moment, Han Shi was holding an oil lamp in the cellar. Although it was a cellar, it still had all the furniture. It was just a bit simple and crude, looking more like a commoner's house. And the 2 of them looked like a couple from the commoners. The monarch had been drugged with bone-softening powder, and was lying weakly on the simple bed. Han Shi sat on a stool beside the bed, and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Your Majesty, don't blame this concubine. This concubine already said that you forced this concubine. The monarch looked at her coldly. This was the first time Han Shi had drugged the monarch with bone-softening powder. The dosage was a bit too much, causing the monarch to not only be unable to move, even his throat was numb. Han Shi smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. This concubine won't kill you. Han. Sure. The monarch trembled as he bit out these 2 words. He never expected that this vicious woman would dare to imprison the Son of Heaven. This was even more shocking than the Xian Yuan family's rebellion. In any case, the Xian Yuan family had the backbone and the strength. But Han Shi was just a concubine in the harem. With the Son of Heaven missing, did she really think that no one would find out? As if she could see the mockery in the monarch's eyes, Han Shi faintly smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't worry. No one will know where you went. In fact, no one will find out that you went missing. The monarch looked at her with a face full of caution and confusion. Han Shi smiled meaningfully and said, Last night, Your Majesty came to this concubine's cold palace to sit for a while before returning. This morning, you went to court on time. In the afternoon, you gathered the military officials to discuss important matters. At night, you went to your own palace to read memorials for 2 hours. The monarch's expression changed. He stuttered. You. Han Shi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Yes, this concubine found someone to replace Your Majesty. Your Majesty didn't expect this, right? This concubine called Your Majesty to the cold palace to give Your Majesty one last chance. If Your Majesty had only said that you believed in me, I wouldn't have done it. In truth, I also considered giving Your Majesty a goo or drug, but those things will harm the body. This concubine's heart aches for Your Majesty, and can't bear for Your Majesty to suffer. The monarch's heart was filled with disgust. Why didn't he find out earlier that this poisonous woman was a lunatic? Han Shi took in the monarch's disgust. Her smile disappeared and she coldly said, Your Majesty, no matter how much you hate this concubine, no one will come to save Your Majesty. Your Majesty, take care of yourself. After saying this, she stood up and left with a cold face. Not long after she left, a small figure quietly flashed into the cellar. The monarch looked at the person who suddenly approached the bed with vigilance. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Jiao knocked him out with a stick. Monarch. Then Gu Jiao directly carried him on her shoulder and fled with a whoosh. Chapter 803. It was a dark and windy night. Gu Qingfeng was being chased by An Han. He knew that An Han was powerful, but he wasn't weak either. Why was he getting closer and closer? It was already abnormal that he was getting closer and closer. Under normal circumstances, no one could run more than 10 feet away from An Han. But Gu Qingfeng had already circled around the palace. But he couldn't hold on any longer. He was about to smoke. Forget it. Let's get out of the palace first. Gu Qingfeng jumped out of the main entrance of the harem and ran in the direction of the exit. An Han chased after him relentlessly. Gu Qingfeng didn't expect to get rid of him now. If he could lure him out of the palace in the opposite direction, he could buy more time for that girl. Gu Qingfeng brought out his reincarnated energy and ran amok in the night. Finally, he leaped up and stepped through the last gate of the outer court. At this moment, An Han was less than 20 feet away from him. Oh no, I can't hold on any longer. Please don't get caught. My martial arts skills are not enough to even fill the gaps between An Han's teeth. However, there was a saying in the world, what you fear will happen. Just as Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and was about to break through his limit, An Han came behind him and grabbed his collar with his bone-cold hand. Gu Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He was someone who had experienced the Battle of Yuegu City. He had fought with the Qin army for 5 days and 5 nights, but he had never felt that he had really stepped into the palace of the King of Hell. It was as if the hand that grabbed him wasn't a death warrior's hand, but the ghost claw of the King of Hell. I can't die, I can't die. I haven't lived long enough. I can only use my last move. The seemingly complicated and numerous thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. With a swish, he took out something from his bosom. An Han thought that he was going to assassinate him with a hidden weapon. Who would have thought that through the other party's back, he saw the other party use something to wipe his mouth? What move is this? The next second, Gu Qingfeng turned his head and pouted his red lips. He leaned towards An Han affectionately. Trojan horse, An Han fuck. An Han's breath stagnated, and his meridians started to circulate in reverse. The true qi in his dantian was extinguished as if a bucket of ice water had been poured on it. His breath was blocked, and he fell down with a clatter. In the process of falling, he threw Gu blazing hot-lipped Qingfeng away in disgust and horror. The all-powerful Lord An Han had never been so frightened before. What kind of shameless opponent was this? Back in the day, he was also a very decent little wind, but the group of people in the courtyard, no, not to mention the people, even the horses were not decent. He was influenced by the company he kept. However, An Han was An Han after all. Even though his soul had been sent flying by the lightning, he still relied on his strong instinct to recover his inner energy the moment he landed. He struck the ground with his palm and borrowed the force to do a somersault in the air before landing firmly on the ground. As for Gu Qingfeng, he borrowed the force of him throwing him out just now and disappeared with a whoosh. In the night, a certain someone's annoying voice could be heard. Thank you, Lord An Han. An Han did not chase after him. He knew the force of his throw. If he chased after him, he would be too far away from the palace. He turned and returned to the cold palace. Just as he entered the courtyard of the cold palace, he saw Han Shi angrily walking towards him. Where did you go just now? The king was taken away by someone. And Han said calmly, I know, I will get him back. After Gu Jiao carried the king out of Han Shi's courtyard, she went straight to the dog hole that led to the outside of the palace. As the king was knocked unconscious, he could not drill the hole himself, so Gu Jiao could only stuff him in. Who knew that the king's body would get fat, and he would be stuck in the dog hole? Gu Jiao frowned seriously and kicked his dragon head, kicking him over without hesitation. After that, Gu Jiao crawled over herself. She did not know how long Gu Qingfeng could delay, but it was best that she did not waste any time. She carried the king and sprinted towards the planned location. There, the Black Wind King was already in place. However, things did not go as she wished. Before she could run a mile, An Han caught up with her. She saw with her own eyes that An Hun used his sword to cut open the snow silk on the wall and jumped over elegantly. He was indeed an expert. His skills were amazing. Gu Jiao could not escape from An Hun alone. Now that she had to carry the king, she was no match for An Hun. What was Gu Qingfeng doing? Had it really been a quarter of an hour? Gu Qingfeng. It was clearly the king who was stuck in the dog hole for half a day. Gu Jiao felt that she was doomed. An Hun's murderous aura was approaching her quickly. However, because she was carrying the king, An Hun did not kill her. He only wanted to snatch the king back. Gu Jiao threw out 3 black fire pearls. An Hun's eyes narrowed. He paused in midair and turned around to avoid the pearls. He lightly tapped his foot and landed on a tree. The black fire pearls landed on the ground and made a series of explosive sounds. Gu Jiao felt a toothache. Shouldn't an expert like you catch hidden weapons with your bare hands? Why are you dodging? An Hun pulled out a long vine from the tree and threw it at Gu Jiao. The long vine wrapped around Gu Jiao's slender waist. Gu Jiao was pulled over by a strong force. She had 2 choices. She could either surrender and be captured by An Hun together with the monarch, or she could throw the monarch down. An Hun would abandon her to save the monarch, and she would take the opportunity to escape. She did not want to die. However, she would not give up the king that she had already captured. She immediately pressed down on the dagger at her waist. However, before she could pull it out, An Hun slapped the dagger out of her hand. This guy. In the nick of time, a figure suddenly appeared from the side and cut the long vine in half. Gu Jiao and the king fell to the ground. The person holding the sword blocked in front of the two and said through the veil, "You guys leave first." It was Yi Qing's voice. Gu Jiao looked at Yi Qing, who was dressed in black, and then looked at the 4 men of sacrifice that came with Yi Qing. She roughly understood that it was the state teacher's palace that made their move. "Be careful," Gu Jiao reminded. "I will." Yi Qing flew up with her sword and attacked An Hun together with the 4 men of sacrifice from the imperial preceptor palace. Gu Jiao took the chance to grab the king, who had fallen to the ground, and ran. Behind them came the sound of weapons clashing. The whole street seemed to be filled with killing intent. The eldest disciple of the state teacher's palace and the 4 men of sacrifice were a terrifying force, but to say that they could kill An Hun was still impossible. Set up the formation. Trap him. Under Yi Qing's order, the 5 of them formed a formation and surrounded An Hun. An Hun coldly looked at the 5 who came out of nowhere and sarcastically curled his lips. "You think you can stop me with just the few of you?" Yi Qing coldly said. "Whether I can stop you or not, you'll know once you try. Or are you scared? That's right. You colluded with the deposed concubine and imprisoned the king. You have committed a crime worthy of all 9 generations of your family. If you're willing to surrender, then maybe I'll consider letting you go." An Hun coldly laughed. Stalling for time? Useless. As soon as he finished, An Hun's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Yi Qing. His speed was too fast, to the point that Yi Qing could only see a blur. Before he could react, Yi Qing had already been sent flying by An Hun. And almost at the same time, An Hun used the remaining qi in his body to send the other 4 men of sacrifice flying. An Hun's goal was to take back the king, so he didn't waste too much energy on Yi Qing and the others. Yi Qing fell onto a roof, covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn! He escaped so quickly. Xiao Lulang, you can only rely on yourself from now on. Achoo! Gu Jiao was running just fine with the king on her shoulder, when she suddenly sneezed out of nowhere, stepped on something slippery, and fell flat on her face. No way right. Was someone talking about her again? Xiao Lulang, this name is poisonous. Gu Jiao got up with a black face. Just as she was about to grab the king and continue running, Gu Qingfeng used his qinggong to catch up. "Hey, are you okay?" Gu Qingfeng asked her. Gu Jiao, with grass all over her body, shook her messy hair. "I'm fine. Yi Qing and them are coming. I don't think they can hold them off for too long. You take the king and leave, we'll split up." Letting Gu Qingfeng lure An Hun away was because only he could do it. Now letting Gu Qingfeng take the king away was also because only he could take him away. What Gu Jiao didn't say was that she sprained her leg from the fall just now. Gu Qingfeng frowned. But you, Gu Jiao took out a bone whistle. Black Wind King will come get me, hurry up and leave. The reason why she didn't use the bone whistle before was because she was worried about exposing her location and attracting the Black Wind King, and Shi Yi attracting An Hun. Now there was no other choice. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. I know what you want to do, but this time. Chapter 804. This book's newest chapter isn't finished yet. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. Gu Jiao felt the sharp killing intent in Sword Qi and frowned. Watch out. It was already too late to dodge, so Gu Qingfeng clenched his teeth and pushed the two of them towards the roof in front of him. It was better for the Sword Qi to land on his leg alone than for Gu Jiao to be injured with him. But the expected pain didn't come. On the other side of the roof, a navy blue figure fell from the sky and also sent out a Sword Qi, protecting Gu Qingfeng, who almost lost his legs. Gu Qingfeng turned around and was instantly dumbfounded. Big brother? Gu Chongqing sent out a palm and sent him to the roof where Gu Jiao and the king landed. You guys hurry and leave, he lightly said, and vigilantly looked at the black-robed man 2 meters away. Gu Qingfeng was so shocked that he couldn't even close his mouth. Big. Why is Big Brother here? Wasn't he lying in the ICU this whole time? When did he wake up? How did he know what he was doing tonight? Gu Jiao frowned, as if she was also a bit confused, but not as confused as Gu Qingfeng. Or maybe it was because she was a bit more calm. It had been almost a month since Gu Chongqing was injured. Although his body's stats were gradually stabilizing, he still hadn't woken up in front of her. The state teacher also said that he hadn't woken up. Did he just wake up? Then, thinking of Yi Qing's arrival, Gu Jiao guessed that the state teacher had somehow found out about her plan to break into the cold palace. So he arranged for Yi Qing to come help her, while also having Gu Chongqing, who had woken up, come save her. Was the state teacher and Gu Chongqing this close? Let's go, Gu Jiao decisively said. Gu Qingfeng worriedly looked at Gu Chongqing's back. But my big brother, Gu Jiao calmly said. An Hun's target is the king. As long as we take the king away, An Hun will immediately chase after us. In other words, this was the only way for Gu Chongqing to escape. Gu Qingfeng turned around and looked at his brother for the last time. He wiped his red eyes sadly and grabbed Gu Jiao and the king. With a leap, he disappeared into the endless night. After confirming that their auras had disappeared, Gu Chongqing heaved a sigh of relief. The medicine I gave you can temporarily suppress the aura in your body, so that others won't be able to detect the changes in you. However, you have yet to recover from your serious injuries. Even if I help you with your rehabilitation and training in secret, it will still be difficult for you to reach your ideal strength in a short period of time. The state teachers Gu Jiao Gu Qingfeng's Gu Qingfeng, St Gu Jiao Gu He Ti He Gu Gut, Ti, and Heat, Ti. He couldn't fight with An Hun, or else the medicine would be consumed faster. An Hun squinted his eyes under the mask. I remember now, you're Long Outian. You didn't die after being hit by my sword. You're really lucky, Gu Chongqing coldly said. I'm lucky, but your life might not be. An Hun sneered. Even if my sword didn't take your life, it would have destroyed your foundation. Let me think. How can you stand in front of me in perfect condition? Did the state teacher use poison on you and turn you into a death warrior? Gu Chongqing's pupil shrank. An Hun continued. But it's strange, you don't have the aura of a death warrior. Taking poison and becoming a death warrior were not necessarily related. There were 2 types of death warriors. One type was to learn the death warrior's skills from a young age, like the dragon shadow guards and most of the death warriors in the market. The other method was to take a poison that couldn't be cured, and then learn the death warrior's skills. An Hun and Sky Splitter were this type of death warrior. The advantage of the first method was that it was relatively safe, but the disadvantage was that it was limited by age. People who were over 5 years old could not learn it, and their strength was not as strong as the second method. The advantage of the second method was that it was not limited by age, but the disadvantage was that 99 out of 100 people who were poisoned died. It's hard for a normal person to survive after being poisoned, And with your injuries, it's even more impossible for you to survive the poison. But if it wasn't for the poison, how could you recover? And Hun's curiosity was completely aroused. Tell me the answer, and I'll let you go. Gu Chongqing said meaningfully. You really want to know? Why don't you answer a few of my questions first? And if I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll tell you. Young man, it's not good to delay time. And Hun was not a fool, and he admitted that he was curious about the miracle on Long Outyin. But he would not be led by the nose by him. He looked calmly at Gu Chongqing. I won't kill you today, but after I settle the matter at hand, I'll go to the State Preceptor Hall to get the answer from you. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Gu Chongqing dodged and blocked In Hun's way with his sword. But In Hun was too fast, and before he could do anything, In Hun had already sheathed his sword back into the scabbard. Then, In Hun flashed past like a hurricane and disappeared into the night. Gu Chongqing looked at In Hun's back view and secretly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. In the end, he agreed to split up with Gu Jiao. After all, In Hun's target was the king, and as long as he left with the king, In Hun would definitely catch up with him. It would be much safer for the brat to leave on her own. That was his plan, but he did not know that not long after he left, Gu Jiao took out her bone whistle and blew it. Gu Qingfeng froze. Oh no! He forgot that this brat had a whistle in her hand. It's over, it's over. And Hun will definitely chase after her when he hears the whistle. Gu Qingfeng turned around and wanted to save Gu Jiao. Wait, I can't do that. If I bring the king, and In Hun brings him back, he will have no qualms and will definitely kill us on the spot. Run. The further the better. And Hun might not waste time on her if he realized that the king was not in her hands. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists tightly, and with the king on his back, he gritted his teeth and ran forward. And Hun heard Gu Jiao's bone whistle, and indeed changed his path to chase after Gu Jiao. His qinggong was excellent, and he walked on the steep roofs, as if he was walking on flat ground. He quickly saw the small figure shuttling back and forth in the alley, and with a cold smile, he jumped and landed steadily in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned around and continued to run, and Hun easily jumped over her head and blocked her path again. Gu Jiao's face darkened. It was so troublesome to not know qinggong. And Hun asked, where are the two of them hiding? Gu Jiao said, find them yourself if you have the ability. And Hun slowly walked towards her with a murderous aura. Brat, killing you is just a matter of moving my fingers. If you know what's good for you, I'll give you a quick death. Gu Jiao laughed. If you kill me, my men will also kill the king. And Hun's footsteps paused slightly. Gu Jiao's acting skills reached an unprecedented level at this critical moment, and she displayed her superb acting skills. I want the king because I want to save my own life. But if I can't save my life, then the king's life won't matter. If you don't believe me, you can try to kill me, but I can guarantee you that the king will die with me. And Hun looked at her deeply, as if he was judging whether she was telling the truth or not. After a while he laughed out loud. Brat, you won't. I'll say it one last time. Hand him over or I'll kill you. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. If I hand him over, you won't kill me? And Hun said, I'll kill you too. Gu Jiao crossed her arms. So why should I hand the king over to you? As she spoke, she seemed to inadvertently look at an abandoned horse shed on the right. Inside, and Hun smashed the roof of the shed, but there was no one inside. His face turned cold. Brat, you tricked me. Wait. Gu Jiao raised her hand and calmly signaled him to stop. I can hand over the king of Yen, but I have a condition. Let me see your face under the mask. In the 6 countries, no one has seen the faces of An Hun and Shirtian. I want to see it. Anyway, I'm going to die soon, so you can fulfill my small wish. Gu Jiao was stalling for time. Black Wind King was on his way here. When Black Wind King arrived, she would have a 50% chance of escaping. And Hun said disdainfully, Brat, you don't have the right to negotiate with me. My patience is really running out. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you first, and then find the king. I don't believe that your accomplice can bring the king far. Gu Jiao pointed behind him. Ah, Shirtian. And Hun didn't believe that Shirtian would appear. But this name made him care too much. He almost couldn't control himself, and instinctively looked back. When he realized that he had been tricked again, Gu Jiao had already thrown out a bag of black fire pearls. He was blown back more than 10 steps. Gu Jiao took the opportunity to turn out of the alley. "Boss!" Gu Jiao saw Black Wind King running towards her. Her eyes lit up, and she even forgot about the pain in her leg. And Han was completely enraged. He chased after her, and slammed his palm on the wall beside him. The wall that had not been repaired for a long time suddenly collapsed, and fell towards Gu Jiao's face. "This time, no one will be able to save you." And Han had just finished his words when a black figure flew out from the night. A slender and strong arm grabbed Gu Jiao and flew out of the ruins. His speed was too fast, and Gu Jiao was blown in the face. After he steadily landed on the ground, Gu Jiao looked at the long shadow on the ground, which was illuminated by the moonlight, and expressionlessly spat out a mouthful of dust. "Long time no see. Long Yi." Chapter 805. Long Yi placed Gu Jiao in a proper position, as if he was placing his own little doll. He didn't forget to use his internal force to smooth out the little ahogue on the little doll's head. "Long Yi, why are you here?" Gu Jiao asked him. Obviously Long Yi wouldn't answer. "Forget it, this problem can be slowly studied later. The most important thing now is to deal with Han, this troublesome guy." Gu Jiao pointed at Han, who was not far away, and seriously said, "Long Yi beat him." "I can't beat you. I'll let Long Yi beat you." And Han obviously didn't expect Gu Jiao to suddenly change her style. But thinking about it, this kid was originally shameless, otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly played with him. But who was this big guy that suddenly appeared? Long Yi was wearing a black robe and a ghost mask. Other than Gu Jiao, Princess Xinyang and Xiaoheng, no one else had seen his adult appearance. But the aura emitted from his body was faintly familiar to Han. And Han slightly narrowed his eyes. Why? Could it be because the other party was also a death warrior? Long Yi didn't move. He tilted his head and looked at Gu Jiao in confusion. Then he reached out his hand and pinched Gu Jiao's cheek. Gu Jiao opened her mouth and said incoherently, "What are you doing?" Long Yi looked at her throat with a confused face. Gu Jiao understood. After coming to Yen country, she used the voice of a teenager most of the time to avoid being exposed. Long Yi had never heard this voice. He thought that there was something wrong with her voice. Long Yi looked left and right, and saw that Gu Jiao's cheeks were numb. She wanted to close her little mouth, but she was unable to. She said, "I'm not fine, you should save beat salt people first. Give the opponent a little bit of basic respect, okay? That's not a small shrimp. He's the #1 death warrior of the 6 countries in Han. He has such a strong murderous aura. Why do you not seem to put him in your eyes?" And Han looked at Long Yi and asked indifferently, "Who are you?" Gu Jiao took Long Yi's hand away. Long Yi turned around and looked at Han coldly. Gu Jiao stuck out her little head from behind Long Yi, and said with incomparable arrogance, "Your uncle." And Han didn't argue with the child. His gaze landed on Long Yi's face again. "Your aura feels familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. But since you don't want to tell me, I'll find the answer myself." Finished speaking, he suddenly used his internal force, then raising his palm, he rushed towards Long Yi. The dragon shadow guards of Zhao country were all equipped with long swords, and Long Yi was naturally no exception. With a shake of his hand, he lifted the long sword from his waist into the air. Then, he flew up and waved his hand. The long sword and scabbard were inserted into the bluestone ground where he had been standing, like a shield protecting Gu Jiao. With this as the boundary, those who break into this boundary will die. And Han looked at the long sword and scabbard that were inserted into the bluestone ground. It wasn't strange for the long sword to be inserted into the ground. After all, it was an offensive weapon. But the scabbard was blunt, and it was actually inserted deeply into the ground. From this, it could be seen how strong the opponent was. He slightly narrowed his eyes. "Then let's see how powerful you are." Black Wind King rushed over from behind Gu Jiao. It stopped beside Gu Jiao and sniffed Gu Jiao's aura. "I'm not injured." Gu Jiao touched its head. She only sprained her right leg slightly, nothing serious. One person and one horse quietly watched the duel in the alley. A true expert never needed too complicated and flashy moves, especially a death warrior whose mission was to kill people. Every move was simple and crude, directly hitting the vital points. Long Yi used his fist, while En Hun used his palm. Long Yi's fist was aimed at En Hun's chest. With Long Yi's strength, he could instantly punch through En Hun's chest and make his heart explode. Of course, En Hun wouldn't let Long Yi have his way so easily. He used his palm to block Long Yi's fist. But Long Yi's strength was beyond his imagination. He thought that he could shake Long Yi off with his palm. But who would have thought that Long Yi would use his unstoppable strength to force En Hun to slide back dozens of steps? The soles of his shoes were almost smoking from the friction. En Hun was forced to the entrance of the alley. He stepped on the wall behind him and used the force to jump over Long Yi's head. He arrived behind Long Yi and planned to sneak attack Long Yi's heart with his palm. Long Yi turned around and punched. En Hun was sent flying by Long Yi's strength. Gujiao, wah! When En Hun was about to hit the roof, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the corner of the roof. His body twisted a few times to dissipate the huge force. Then, with a forceful pull of his arm, he did a side flip and landed steadily on the roof. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Yi, who was in the alley. A trace of disbelief flashed through his eyes. Although he had only used less than 50% of his strength, one should know that in these years, he had only used 30% of his strength at most. It was the first time in 20 years that someone could send him flying with a punch when he had used almost half of his strength. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. After Long Outyen, En Hun was very curious about this dark-clothed death warrior. As an expert, other than constantly improving his strength, he also had to study different opponents. Long Yi didn't answer him. Within the 6 countries, only the Dragon Shadow Guards of Zhao Country were trained to be silent death warriors under the special request of the late emperor. The rest of the death warriors were not like this. Therefore, in En Hun's eyes, Long Yi's silence meant that Long Yi was too lazy to talk to him. En Hun felt that he had been offended. Gu Jiao sat on the back of the horse and calmly looked at En Hun, who was on the roof. She smiled faintly and said, "Hey, the one called En Hun, why aren't you fighting? Are you afraid? If you obediently kowtow to me and admit defeat, I might consider giving you a quick death." En Hun snorted and looked at Gu Jiao. "Kid, your tone is too arrogant. I only used less than 50% of my strength just now. Do you really think that a death warrior that you casually invited from outside can be this lord's opponent?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "This lord? You don't have much strength, but you talk big." Hee. This was what En Hun had mocked Gu Jiao before. "You are young, but you talk big." Now Gu Jiao was arrogant and domineering. En Hun coldly said, "Kid, don't be complacent too early. After I kill him, the next one to kill is you." Gu Jiao turned her head and looked at Long Yi. "Long Yi, he is fierce to me." En Hun. Long Yi's eyes were cold. He fiercely stomped on the ground and rushed towards En Hun, who was on the roof. This time, En Hun did not deliberately hide his strength like before. He used 70% of his strength all of a sudden. The two of them fought from the roof to the alley, and from the alley to the roof. Fortunately, this was an old street that was going to be demolished, and no one lived there. Otherwise, such a big movement would have startled everyone. The more En Hun fought, the stranger he felt. Why is this person's fighting style so familiar? Have I fought with him before? But such a powerful opponent, I should have some impression of him. Gu Jiao seriously observed the fight between experts. It seems that they are evenly matched, but Long Yi's stamina is obviously more powerful. Long Yi did not even take a breath, but En Hun's breathing and rhythm are somewhat disrupted. He is really worthy of being called Long Yi. En Hun received another punch from Long Yi, but Long Yi also received half of En Hun's palm. Why was it only half of En Hun's palm? Because Long Yi quickly retreated. Half of the strength did not fall on Long Yi's body. But this exchange of blows was not without any gains. The cuff of Long Yi's sleeve was torn, and a small black thing fell out. En Hun turned his hand to catch it, and when he looked carefully, he was stunned. "This is..." Long Yi kicked the back of En Hun's hand, and the jade ring was shaken into the air. Long Yi snatched the jade ring back and put it back into his bosom. And Han did not care about his broken hand and asked with a frown, "Where did this jade ring come from? Where did its owner go?" Long Yi's reply was a heavy punch. And Han looked deeply at Long Yi, and then he made an incomparably bold decision. He took the risk of getting injured and took Long Yi's punch head-on. And at the moment when his shoulder blade was almost broken, he took off Long Yi's mask. When that face, which was very similar to the one in his memory, but much more mature, entered his eyes, his entire breathing stopped. He forgot to resist and fell down rapidly. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. "How can it be you? Sky Splitter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Shi Tian had disappeared for 20 years, and according to his understanding of Shi Tian was most likely dead. Otherwise, Yan country would not have had no news of Shi Tian for so long. But if he wasn't the Sky Splitter, how could he have the same face as the Sky Splitter? It was just that he did not have the immaturity of a teenager. No wonder he had a sense of déjà vu from the beginning. It was Shi Tian. Shi Tian was back. But why was Shi Tian with a person from Zhao country? And Shi Tian's eyes? Why were there no manic and murderous aura? Suddenly, a voice flashed in his mind. If you see a teenager with a pair of blood-red eyes, that is Shi Tian. Shi Tian has no humanity, no weakness, he only has one instinct: to kill. Chapter 806. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all here. This was obviously not the Shi Tian in his memory. What happened to Shi Tian? Why did he seem to be a different person? Also, the way Shi Tian looked at him was also very strange, as if he didn't recognize him at all. It didn't make sense that only he felt familiar with Shi Tian, but Shi Tian didn't recognize him at all. Long Yi took back the mask and put it on, then punched again. And Han couldn't take his fist again. It didn't matter if he took a few punches when he was Shi Tian, but if he knew, he wouldn't dare to take it again. He dodged and looked at Long Yi with a frown. "Are you crazy? It's me." Gu Jiao made a strange sound. From the beginning of the fight between Long Yi and Han, she was basically sure that Long Yi was Han's only opponent, Shi Tian. But Han's question was very strange. It sounded like Han knew Long Yi, and Long Yi should also know Han? Did Long Yi forget the matters of the past? So he didn't recognize Han. Gu Jiao sized up Han, who specialized in defense, and muttered, Han, this guy's morale is very low. It seems that he suffered a lot of beatings from Shi Tian in the past. After Han found out that the opponent was Shi Tian, he indeed panicked for a moment. This was a fear hidden in his bones. If he hadn't been beaten 100 times, he wouldn't be able to have this reaction. But there was also a saying in the world, "Now is not the same as before." Shi Tian wasn't the Shi Tian of 20 years ago. And Han was also no longer the Han of 20 years ago. In these 20 years, Han didn't relax for a moment. On the other hand, Shi Tian seemed to have forgotten his previous techniques. His killing intent was greatly reduced, and his strength was also a lot weaker. As this thought flashed, Han gradually calmed down. Just now, he didn't kill him out of curiosity, and then he was afraid of himself, so he restrained his hands and feet. Now that he thought it through, Shi Tian wasn't so scary anymore. No matter what happened to Shi Tian, the current Shi Tian was no longer his opponent. Han landed on the roof of a house and coldly looked at Long Yi, who was in the alley. "This is not the duel I wanted. Defeating the current you won't make me happy. But since you insist on protecting that brat and becoming my enemy, then don't blame me for taking advantage of your precarious situation. Die, Heaven Splitter." Sky Splitter? Long Yi's brain suddenly buzzed. Confusion appeared in his eyes for a moment. "Long Yi, be careful," Gu Jiao reminded him. Unfortunately, it was too late. Han's palm landed solidly on Long Yi's chest. Long Yi was sent flying, and as if thrown sandbag, he heavily fell on the ground, then slid all the way to the corner of the wall, and collided with the ice-cold and hard wall, making a hole in the wall. Han flew up and arrived in front of Long Yi. He stretched out his hand and pulled Long Yi out from the hole and kicked him to the ground. Shirtian, without the slaughter chi, you are really weak. After he finished speaking, he kicked Long Yi again. Long Yi looked at the sky in a daze and didn't dodge. Gu Jiao. Oh no, Long Yi heard Shirtian's name, and crashed. Gu Jiao took out a small mechanical box made by Gu Xiaoshuan from her bosom, and threw it towards Hun. Gu Xiaoshuan's talent was not bad. Although this mechanical box was not as powerful as the one made by Master Lu, it still grazed Hun's neck. A string of blood splattered out, and a dense smell of blood filled Hun's entire nose. He put down his foot that was about to step on Long Yi, and coldly turned around and looked at Gu Jiao. Brat, since you are in a hurry to die, I will help you. Gu Jiao looked at Hun, who suddenly became serious and blankly blinked her eyes. No need. Hun pushed his qinggong to the extreme, and his black robe fluttered in the night wind. He tiptoed, and just as he was about to pass by Long Yi's sword and scabbard, a terrifying aura suddenly approached him from behind. His eyebrows jumped, and subconsciously turned his head. He saw that Long Yi, who should have been beaten by him without any strength to fight back, actually stood up unscathed. Long Yi's speed was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. In a blink of an eye, Long Yi had already passed Hun, and arrived in front of Gu Jiao. Those who cross this boundary die. Long Yi grabbed Hun's neck, lifted him up high, and mercilessly threw him to the ground. Hun didn't know how many bones were broken, and his internal organs were also injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This was impossible. Impossible. He obviously didn't have Shirtian's killing intent, so why was he still not his opponent? He forgot his killing instinct, but he had the power to protect. The reunion 20 years later ended with Hun's crushing defeat, but it was not that easy for Long Yi to kill Hun. The one who could kill Hun was Shirtian, who only had killing instinct. Because only in front of Shirtian, he had a fatal weakness. Shirtian, I lost today, but I won't always lose to you. See you later. Hun covered his painful chest, and threw a black fire pearl at Long Yi. Using the dense fog after the explosion, he used qinggong to escape. Gu Jiao touched her chin. So this guy also has a black fire pearl on him. No wonder he knew to avoid it. But his black fire pearl is not the same as mine. His is more like a smoke bomb. Later I will also make a few of them. Long Yi. Gu Jiao turned over and dismounted, and the moment she landed on the ground, she found that her sprained right leg was already numb. She used her left leg to jump over, and said to Long Yi, "Let me see if you are injured." Long Yi's body had some scratches and bruises, but no internal injuries. Gu Jiao said, "I didn't bring a first aid kit. I will clean your wounds when we get back." Long Yi's gaze fell on her leg. She curved her lips and said, "It's numb." Long Yi nodded his head, bent down, and picked her up. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao decided to go back the way she came, and look for Gu Changqing and Yi Qing. She hoped that they were okay. Gu Jiao's head and feet were facing down, and she said with an expressionless face, "I want to ride a horse. Being picked up by you makes me dizzy." Long Yi heard, "Ha ha ha, ride a horse, dizzy." Then Gu Jiao was picked up by him the whole way. When Gu Jiao found Gu Changqing had already fainted on the ground. Gu Jiao took his pulse and checked his body. When she found that there were no new injuries on his body, she was secretly relieved. Gu Jiao didn't know that Hun was curious about Gu Changqing's recovery, and thought that Hun was too lazy to waste time on Gu Changqing. So he directly left. Long Yi grabbed Gu Changqing, and placed him on the back of Black Wind King. Very quickly, they met Yi Qing again. Yi Qing's group of 5 were actually injured, and their injuries weren't light. This was very confusing. Why did Hun beat up Yi Qing, but not Gu Changqing? Was it because of looks? Gu Jiao returned to the teacher hall, called a carriage, and brought Yi Qing's group back. Gu Qingfeng was already waiting at the Qilin Hall. Seeing Gu Jiao return safely, the stone in his heart fell to the ground. He was just about to ask Gu Jiao how she got away, when in a blink of an eye, he saw Long Yi behind Gu Jiao. He was shocked. "What's going on? Why is Long Yi here?" Gu Jiao spread out her hands. "I also want to know." Unfortunately, Long Yi couldn't speak, couldn't write, and couldn't even communicate with others. Wait a minute, if Hun could speak, then Long Yi. Should have been able to too. Was it because he lost his memory? Plus the fact that Zhao Gui's shadow guards couldn't speak. So he became like this? Long Yi began to look room by room. Gu Jiao knew he was looking for Xiaoheng. Gu Jiao still didn't know how Long Yi came to Yin Empire. If he came alone, then how did he find the right way? He didn't even remember who he was. So he shouldn't remember the way back to Yin Empire. If he didn't come alone, then who sent him here? So far, he didn't show any intention of meeting up with anyone. Intuition told Gu Jiao that Long Yi wasn't sent by Princess Xinyang to protect her and Xiaoheng. But no matter what Long Yi's purpose was in Yin Empire, he didn't forget his little master. Looking at him patiently looking for Xiaoheng in every room, Gu Jiao walked over, pulled his sleeve, and said to him, Aheng is not here. I'll let Gu Qingfeng take you to find him. Gu Qingfeng quivered and pointed at himself. Why me? Being alone with Long Yi, this kind of big shot was very scary, okay? Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat and asked, Aren't you going back to Duke Mansion? Gu Jiao said, I still have something to do. Gu Jiao finished treating Long Yi's injuries, then let Gu Qingfeng take him and the unconscious monarch to the carriage to Duke Mansion. She went to the intensive care unit to see Gu Chongqing. From Gu Chongqing's physical strength just now, it didn't seem like he had just woken up tonight. He must have woken up a long time ago and secretly did something behind her back. Since he's living here, then there must be some clues here. Gu Jiao began to rummage through the bedside table, medicine cabinet, and even under the bed. Needless to say, she really found something that didn't belong to this ward. Gu Jiao took out a small box hidden in the bedside table, opened it, and found some strange bottles and a few yellowing books inside. Gu Jiao looked and frowned. Introduction to Death Soldiers, Secrets to Success for Death Soldiers, 10 Days to Teach You to Become a Qualified Death Soldier, Self-Cultivation for Death Soldiers. What kind of nonsense is this? Just at this moment, Lord Imperial Tutor walked in. Gu Jiao casually picked up a book and waved it, indifferently looking at him. Lord Imperial Tutor was caught red-handed, lightly coughed and said, I can explain. Chapter 807. Gu Jiao's eyes became extremely dangerous. It better be a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I don't care if you are my godfather or not. I will treat you as my godfather and beat you up. I will never admit that I want to beat him up. Gu Chongqing was in an absolute coma at this moment. The state preceptor came to the bedside and looked at him with a complicated expression. He sighed and said, This is his own decision. Make it clear. Gu Jiao said lightly. The state preceptor said, He was hit by An Hun's sword when he was defenseless. His foundation was destroyed, his dantian was damaged and countless veins were broken. You are a doctor. You should understand that he is basically a cripple at this point. Gu Jiao didn't refute this point. As early as when she operated on Gu Chongqing, she already knew how bad his situation was. Otherwise, when the state preceptor asked her what if Gu Chongqing became a cripple, her answer was, I will take care of him instead of, I will cure him. From a medical point of view, Gu Chongqing had no possibility of being cured. Gu Jiao asked, So you turned him into a man of sacrifice? The state preceptor sighed helplessly. I said that this is his own choice. I just provided him with a plan. It is up to him whether he accepts it or not. Gu Jiao remembered the conversation that happened in this intensive care unit. She asked, He was already awake at that time, right? You deliberately asked me in front of him. What if he becomes a cripple? What will I do? You wanted him to hear my answer, to move him, and to make him more determined not to be a burden to me. The state preceptor opened his mouth but didn't refute. Gu Jiao's cold eyes fell on the state preceptor's face, which was full of vicissitudes of life. You still have the nerve to say that this is his own choice? The state preceptor blocked his mouth with his fist. Ahem. All right, I admit that I did use some underhanded means, but, Gu Jiao said, You'd better not say it's for my own good, or I'll kill you right now. The state preceptor looked at her with a face full of shock and confusion, as if to say, Is she really that daring? He even dared to kill the state preceptor? Forget it, I've spoiled her. A certain imperial preceptor muttered. What are you mumbling about? Gu Jiao didn't hear him clearly. The state preceptor said earnestly, I'm saying that this is the only way for him to return to normal. Although it might not succeed, it's better than turning him into a cripple. With his pride, becoming a cripple is more terrible than letting him die. Gu Jiao thought of the dream she had in Zhao country. During the battle at the border, the remnants of the previous dynasty had colluded with the Chun country's army and turned Gu Chongqing into a cripple, making him wish he was dead for the rest of his life. The state preceptor continued, so I told him that if he doesn't want to become a cripple, there's only one way. With the help of medicine, he can become a death warrior. Death warriors are originally established after death. There's a similar precedent in the state preceptor hall, but the premise is to take a poison that has no antidote. Gu Jiao paused. Is it the poison that fifth grandfather Han was poisoned with? The state preceptor nodded. That's right. That kind of poison has a 90% chance of death. If he survives it, he will have the qualification to become a death warrior. Shi Tian and Han also became death warriors because they were poisoned with this kind of poison. The probability of surviving after being poisoned with this kind of poison was not high, and those who survived all became death warriors, except for fifth grandfather Han. Whether being poisoned and becoming a death warrior was inevitable, no one knew the answer until now. However, although fifth grandfather Han didn't become a death warrior, he had progeria. It seemed that the aftereffects of this kind of poison were indeed quite severe. The state preceptor said, that kind of poison is very strange. Most people can't survive it, and once they do, they will become abnormally strong. I call it screening. Gu Jiao frowned slightly. Screening. The state preceptor took a deep look at Gu Jiao and said, it's a kind of survival of the fittest in genes. Gu Jiao was thinking with her eyes down. She didn't notice the state preceptor's eyes looking at her. When she raised her eyes to look at the state preceptor, there was no emotion in the state preceptor's eyes. Where does this poison come from? She asked. The state preceptor said, it's the juice from the roots of a kind of purple grass, but it's very difficult to find that kind of purple grass now. It's a pity. If there is, maybe I can bring it back to study. Gu Jiao said again. Then where did the poison you gave to Gu Chongqing come from? The state preceptor said helplessly. There's only one bottle left, and I gave it all to him. Gu Jiao asked another question in the bottom of her heart. But why didn't I feel the aura of a death warrior on him? The state preceptor said. Because he didn't become a death warrior. Gu Jiao asked puzzledly. What do you mean? The state preceptor smiled politely. After I gave him the medicine, I found that it had expired. Gu Jiao. So now the state preceptor continued to smile awkwardly and politely. He thought he was a death warrior. Gu Jiao again. To be honest, the state preceptor didn't expect this situation. He found that the medicine had expired the next day, and hurried to see Gu Chongqing's situation. Unexpectedly, Gu Chongqing stood by the bed with a walking stick and said excitedly to him, State preceptor, the medicine you gave is really effective. I can stand up. The state preceptor's expression at that time was unprecedented. Gu Chongqing wondered, but why? I don't feel the pain you mentioned. The state preceptor mentioned to Gu Chongqing that the process of decocting this kind of poison was no different from dying once. Then, the state preceptor decisively stopped him from taking the painkillers. After 3 days of living hell, Gu Chongqing became more and more convinced that he had survived the poison. This wasn't a miracle that could be created by medicine. It was a strong willpower to protect his sister at all costs. The state preceptor sighed innocently. I saw that he was in good condition, so I didn't have the heart to expose him. He was afraid that if he exposed him, his beliefs would collapse and never recover. Gu Jiao looked at the various death warriors in her hand and asked in confusion. Then, what's with these books? The state preceptor said truthfully, I wrote them randomly, but it also took him a lot of effort. Just looking for the empty yellowed books and thinking of the names almost made him forget. Gu Jiao then picked up a book titled 10 Days to Become a Qualified Death Warrior, and the corner of her mouth twitched. I was wondering why these books looked so indecent. The state preceptor. With Gu Chongqing's current condition, it was more appropriate for him to continue staying in the state preceptor's hall. As for when to tell him the truth, it would depend on his recovery. Before he completely recovered, he couldn't let his beliefs collapse halfway. When they came out of the state preceptor's hall, it was already after midnight. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King returned to the Dukin estate. The Dukin estate was very quiet. Xiaoheng didn't tell his family that Gu Jiao went to the palace to steal the monarch. He only said that she had something to do in the state preceptor's hall and might return tomorrow. Everyone went to rest. Xiaoheng waited for Gu Jiao alone in the room. He didn't know how Gu Jiao's situation was, but according to the plan, the monarch was to be brought back to the Dukin estate. Creak, the courtyard door of Feng Courtyard was pushed open. Xiaoheng hurried out of the room. Jiao. The person who came in wasn't Gu Jiao, but Steward Zheng. Steward Zheng held a lantern and looked at Xiaoheng hurriedly coming out of the corridor. He said in surprise, "Your Highness Zhang-san, it's so late and you haven't gone to bed yet." Xiaoheng held back his disappointment and asked calmly, "It's so late, why are you here?" Steward Zheng pointed at the courtyard door behind him and explained, I saw that the door wasn't closed, so I thought it might be a lazy servant, so I came in to take a look." Xiaoheng said, "I told them to leave the door open." Steward Zheng was confused for a moment and asked, "Aren't Lord Xiao and young Master Gu coming back tomorrow?" They were the only ones in the courtyard who went out. Xiaoheng said calmly, "They might come back earlier." "It's getting late, Steward Zheng, you should go and rest." "There's nothing here." Steward Zheng smiled. Yes, I'll take my leave." Steward Zheng had only taken a few steps when he turned back and asked Xiaoheng, "Your Highness Zhang-san, are you not used to living here? Duke said that you can go directly to his courtyard. His courtyard is spacious, and there are too many people in Feng Courtyard." Xiaoheng said seriously, "No, I'm living very well in Feng Courtyard." Steward Zheng smiled embarrassedly. He thought, "You are the dignified eldest grandson of the emperor. Why don't you live with your own uncle, but live with a few people from the Zhao kingdom? Okay, if there's anything, please don't hesitate to tell me." This time, Steward Zheng really left and didn't come back. Time passed little by little. Xiaoheng was still sitting at first, but he quickly stood up. He looked at the window for a while, and then walked around the room for a while. Finally, when he was about to enter the palace to inquire about the news, there was movement outside the courtyard again. Xiaoheng didn't wait for someone to open the door. He walked out in large strides and opened the courtyard door. Soon after, he saw Long Yi standing at the door. Chapter 808. Xiaoheng was suddenly startled. Seeing his little master was startled, Long Yi was also startled. Even the width of his mouth was synchronized with his little master's. Xiaoheng blinked his eyes in confusion and raised his hand. He closed the door. He opened the door again. Long Yi was still here. It wasn't a dream. Long Yi really came. Long, Peng. Before Xiaoheng could finish speaking, Long Yi pulled the door over and closed it. Soon after, Long Yi opened the door again. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was already 20 years old. He was no longer that little troublemaker who clamored for Long Yi to play with him every day. But everyone had changed. Only Long Yi hadn't changed. Xiaoheng's nose suddenly became somewhat sour. To him, Long Yi wasn't an imperial bodyguard or a servant. Long Yi was a family member like Princess Xinyang. Long Yi had accompanied him through his ignorant childhood and naughty childhood. He would never be angry with him. He would never be disappointed in him. Long Yi. His voice was almost choked. However, before he could shed tears, Long Yi picked him up and held him up. Xiaoheng only felt that the sky was spinning, and the earth was spinning. His tears were forced back. Soon after, Long Yi didn't say anything, mainly because he didn't know how to speak. He picked Xiaoheng up and brought him to an empty room. "This is Gu Qingfeng's room," Xiaoheng said with his head and feet facing down. Long Yi went next door again. "This is the room for the monarch," Xiaoheng said again. Long Yi continued to walk forward and arrived at the third empty room. This was Gu Jiao's room. Xiaoheng decisively shut his mouth. "Come on. Throw me on the Jiaojia bed." Long Yi turned around and went out. "Xiaoheng." Long Yi found Xiaoheng's room. After all, this was the only empty room. He quickly removed Xiaoheng's outer garment, leaving only his inner garment, and mercilessly threw it into the mosquito net. Xiaoheng stood up slightly. Long Yi covered his face with his palm and pushed him back to the pillow. It was time for the little master to sleep. When Gu Jiao returned to Feng Courtyard, the oil lamp inside Xiaoheng's room had already been extinguished, and Xiaoheng was sitting on the beam of the room while hugging his long sword, and had fallen asleep with his back leaning against the beam. This was a habit that Long Yi had developed after guarding Princess Xinyang and Xiaoheng for many years. As long as they were in an unfamiliar environment, he would guard them while they rested. He must be exhausted from the journey. Even his breathing was heavier than before. Xiaoheng quietly sat up and stretched out a finger to lift the mosquito net. Long Yi's body moved. "I'm going to the outhouse," Xiaoheng said. Long Yi had been on his way and hadn't had a good night's sleep. Moreover, he had also fought with Han. In fact, he was already exhausted. If there was no dangerous aura approaching, he wouldn't wake up. Xiaoheng quietly walked out. Just when he reached the door, he saw Gu Jiao in the corridor opposite. He quickly walked over. Gu Jiao unexpectedly looked at him. "I thought you were asleep." Xiaoheng lowered his voice. "No, I was waiting for you. Let's go in and talk. Don't wake Long Yi up." Gu Jiao asked, "Is Long Yi asleep?" Xiaoheng nodded his head. He is very tired. I have never seen him so tired." Gu Jiao turned her head and looked at the closed door. Then pushing the door, she entered the room with Xiaoheng. "Have Gu Qingfeng and the Emperor arrived?" Gu Jiao took out a match and lit an oil lamp. "Yes, they're already asleep," Xiaoheng said. He walked to the table and poured a cup of herbal tea for Gu Jiao. "Drink some water first." Gu Jiao was indeed very thirsty. She took the cup and gulped down 3 large cups of tea. Xiaoheng looked at her with heartache. "Are you injured?" They arrived in time. "I'm not injured." Her feet were no longer in the way. "What's going on with Gu Changqing?" Xiaoheng asked. Gu Jiao told Xiaoheng about the incident of the suicide soldiers caused by the state preceptor. Xiaoheng didn't know what to say after hearing it. "Something like that can happen. I'm really looking forward to the day when Gu Changqing finds out the truth. Will he kill the silly me or the great hoodwinker state preceptor?" Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "I have a question. Our actions were very secretive. So how did the state preceptor know that we were going to the palace to assassinate the emperor? Does this mean that he knows that the emperor in the imperial court is a fake?" Xiaoheng said in all seriousness, "I think it might be because of his boundless magic power and divination." Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly. "So it's you?" Xiaoheng retorted. "It's not me." Gu Jiao laughed. Xiaoheng peeled an orange for Gu Jiao. "Eat the orange, eat the orange." Gu Jiao took the orange and gave him a look that said, "I've seen through you." Xiaoheng smiled. "By the way, how did you run into Long Yi?" "We just ran into each other." Gu Jiao briefly recounted how Long Yi arrived in time and beat up Han. She also mentioned 2 key points. First, Long Yi was Shirtian. It was confirmed. Second, Long Yi and Han were old acquaintances. Unfortunately, Long Yi had lost his memory and couldn't remember anything. Third, Long Yi might be able to talk. As for the third point, Xiaoheng didn't have any doubts. After all, other than the late emperor of Zhao country, no one would train their men of sacrifice into a tool that couldn't be communicated. As for the second point, I can answer you, Xiaoheng said. Shirtian and Han are fellow apprentices of the same sect. Shirtian is a talented junior apprentice brother. Gu Jiao suddenly realized. They actually have this kind of relationship. No wonder Han would talk to Long Yi like that. But, who did you hear this from? Xiaoheng thought for a bit, and finally contributed his strong desire to live. State preceptor. Gu Jiao suddenly became confused. When did the relationship between the two of you become so good? He also told you this kind of information that couldn't be found in the book collection pavilion? Xiaoheng coughed softly. It's Xiaoqing. State preceptor and Xiaoqing have a good relationship. He relied on Xiaoqing's good fortune. Speaking of which, Xiaoqing went out to travel for so long. Isn't your mother worried? Xiaoheng smiled. When he was 6 years old, He took the imperial bodyguards to travel Jianghu. He won't suffer losses outside. Gu Jiao asked, "What were you doing when you were 6 years old?" Xiao Heng spread out his hands. "Every day, I was at my mother's side. I wasn't allowed to leave her side. Every day, other than reciting poems, I was practicing calligraphy." Gu Jiao touched her chin. "The way two people raise their children is really poles apart. Then do you envy Xiaoqing? Do you want to be like Xiaoqing, not being forced to study or practice calligraphy? Instead, you can live every day freely and happily?" "No," Xiao Heng said. "Why?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng held her soft hand and deeply stared into her eyes. "Because if I grew up in Yin country, I wouldn't have met you." Cold Palace. And Han returned to the east courtyard with blood all over his body. Han Shi came out of the room and was shocked by his appearance. "How did you become like this? Where's His Majesty?" And Han said faintly, "He was taken away by someone." Han Shi frowned. "Didn't I ask you to get him back?" And Han's face turned ugly. "Do you think I let them go on purpose?" Han Shi choked. And Han was her aide, not her servant. She should treat him with respect. She softened her tone and said, "You're seriously injured. I'll ask someone to find an imperial doctor." Her attitude softened. And Han's attitude was naturally not so aggressive. And Han waved his hand. "No need. I'll heal myself." Han Shi asked again, "What happened? Who hurt you like this?" And Han was not in a hurry to answer Han Shi's question. Instead he asked, "Who is that Xiao Lulang?" Han Shi realized something and asked, "Was he the one who did it tonight?" "You answer me first." And Han said. Han Shi frowned. "He is from Zhao Kingdom. He entered Tianqiong Academy with Xiao Liulang's identity. Now he is the adopted son of Nguogong. We haven't found out his specific identity yet." And Han thought of what happened tonight, and his chest began to ache. "You'd better check it quickly. If you can't find it in Yan Kingdom, send someone to Zhao Kingdom." "This kid is strange." Han Shi agreed. "He is indeed strange. He is so young, but he can kill Nangong Li and defeat Han Xi to take away the Black Wind camp. He may be Shangguan Yan's chess piece." And Han coldly snorted. "Shangguan Yan doesn't have this ability." "What? Does this Xiao Lulang have a big background? Even the royal princess of Shang Kingdom can't control him?" And Han coldly said, "It's not his background, it's my junior brother." Han Shi thoughtfully said, "I heard you mention your junior brother. You said he was very powerful and was your only opponent in the world. But isn't he dead?" And Han's eyes were malicious. "I also thought he was dead, but I saw him again tonight. He was with Xiao Lulang. So he was the one who seriously injured you." Han Shi couldn't believe it. She even had a trace of disappointment in her heart. She always thought that Han was the #1 master of the 6 countries. And Han glanced at Han Shi and coldly snorted. "I underestimated him this time. Next time, I will kill him with my own hands." "Junior brother. Oh, junior brother, do you know that you went to Zhao Kingdom with a mission? Not only did you not complete the mission, you even forgot who you are. Since that's the case, don't blame me for cleaning up the sect for my master." Chapter 809. The novel is updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. After a long and torturous night, the last person in Feng's courtyard who was awake fell into a deep sleep. The crescent moon climbed out of the clouds and echoed with the stars. The hot summer was coming to an end, and even the noisy cicadas were much weaker. This time, everyone slept soundly. The next day, the sun rose from the east, and Shengdo woke up in the morning light. The people in Feng's courtyard started a busy day. Little Jing Kong was the first to wake up. He had been forced to be an attendant by his bad brother-in-law, so he couldn't move in with Gu Jiao openly. Therefore, he would show his anger every morning to express his strong dissatisfaction. But this morning, when he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed. "Huh!" He got up, jumped out of bed, and opened the door to take a look. Wow, wow, wow. It was the courtyard of the Duke's public house. He slept in the Duke's public house last night. He was with Jiao Jiao. Jiao, oh. The little guy rushed to Gu Jiao. But before he could break into Gu Jiao's room, he was carried away by a tall figure. On the other side, the king was also slowly waking up. There was still a little bit of the softening powder in his body, so his whole body was still sore and weak. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt a little pain all over his body. The king frowned and sat up with difficulty. He held his forehead with one hand and felt dizzy for a while. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He touched his head again, but it was gone. His wig was gone. Ever since the king was shaved bald by Han Yi, he couldn't afford to lose face. He would wear a wig whenever he went out, and only take it off when he was sleeping. When he went to the cold palace to see Han Yi, he was suddenly knocked out by Han Yi. When he woke up in the cellar, his hair was still there. In the cellar? Yes, he was locked in the cellar by Han Yi. How could there be such strong light in the cellar? This was not a cellar. What was Han Shi up to now? Creak. The door was pushed open, and Zhang Dequan came in with a pot of cold tea. The monarch raised his sore arm to pull open the curtain, and saw Zhang Dequan putting tea on the table. He frowned. Why are you here? Even you have betrayed us. Otherwise, why would she appear in Han Shi's territory? Zhang Dequan was shocked by the king's sudden shout. If not for his many years of experience as a eunuch, the teapot in his hand would have flown out of his hands. He calmed himself down and came to the bedside. He bowed to the king and said happily, "Your Majesty, you're awake? Where's that vicious woman from the Han family?" The monarch asked coldly. Zhang Dequan was stunned. He thought that the monarch was asking about Han Shi's whereabouts and fate. He quickly replied, "Han Shi is in the cold palace." "Isn't it just cold here?" The monarch was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized what Zhang Dequan meant. He frowned. "Where is this?" Zhang Dequan replied, "Your Majesty, this is the house of Duke." Seeing the monarch's confused expression, Zhang Dequan reported to the monarch how he had escaped from the palace and came to the house of Duke to ask Sir Xiao for help. This time, it's all thanks to His Highness Zhang Sun and Sir Xiao. They thought of a way to save your Majesty from the cold palace. The monarch was shocked. He did not expect that the people who had saved him from the tiger's den would be the weakest imperial grandson and Xiao Lulang, whom he disliked the most. It seemed that the saying was true. One could not judge a book by its cover. The monarch asked, "Where are they?" Zhang Dequan replied, "They are also living in this courtyard. Last night, they were tossing and turning all night. They are probably exhausted and have not gotten up yet. Do you want this servant to call them?" The monarch waved his hand. "Forget it. Let them sleep." Zhang Dequan smiled. "Yes. Help me up and help me change." "Yes, your Majesty." Zhang Dequan helped the monarch off the bed. The monarch covered his dragon's head and frowned strangely. Why did his dragon's head hurt so much? Did someone kick it? On second thought, it was impossible. He was the monarch of a country, the current emperor. Who dared to kick his butt? Hiss. It really hurt. The monarch's hair was lost when he escaped last night. As for whether it was lost when he went through the dog hole, or when Gu Qingfeng carried him back to the state preceptor's hall, no one remembered. He had spares, but unfortunately, they were all in the palace. He could only ask Zhang Dequan to find a bamboo hat. As soon as the monarch put on the bamboo hat, Nguagong came in a wheelchair. Zhang Dequan glanced into the courtyard and said, "Your Majesty, it's Nguagong. He came to greet me so early. All right, let him in." Although the monarch had always been at odds with Nguagong, he would give him a chance to perform meritorious deeds for the sake of Nguagong's loyalty this time. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Dequan opened the door with a smile, Nguagong's wheelchair went straight through the door. The monarch was speechless. Zhang Dequan was speechless. Nguagong came to have breakfast with Gu Jiao, but found that Gu Jiao did not wake up. He asked the servant to push the wheelchair back, and he would come back later. Zhang Dequan saw Nguagong's wheelchair turn back and said to the monarch, "He's coming. Nguagong must have come to the wrong room." The monarch straightened his face and tried not to let the bamboo hat affect his kingly aura. Then he saw Nguagong's wheelchair go through his door again. The monarch looked at Zhang Dequan angrily. Zhang Dequan smiled embarrassedly. If it was only Nguagong, it would be fine. However, the people in the courtyard woke up one after another. But no one came to greet the monarch. The monarch's face became very ugly. Zhang Dequan smiled embarrassedly and said, "You are traveling incognito. They don't know that you have moved in. They don't know you." As soon as he said that, Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting under the crabapple tree and eating melon seeds, glanced at the monarch in the room and asked the maid beside her, "Hey, does the monarch of Great Yin have no hair? Why is he wearing a bamboo hat in the room?" The monarch clenched his fists. "Zhang Dequan, I want to kill you." Aunt and the others learned about what happened last night from Gu Qingfeng when they were eating in the central room this morning. Everyone was very calm. Empress Dowager Zhuang, men are all big pig trotters. Old Chancellor, they are about the same age, but they don't have as much hair as me. Madam Nan, I just invented a kind of poison and want to find someone to test it on. Master Lu, there is no good emperor. Gu Jiao didn't need to go to the military camp today, so she could sleep until the sun was high in the sky. Who would have thought that just after 9, she would be awakened by the movement in the courtyard? It wasn't Long Yi and little Jing Kong, nor was it Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan. It was Manager Zheng who rushed in and shouted, "Duke, it's not good. Something big happened." As it turned out, after the monarch was snatched away last night, Han Shi was worried that they would fight back, so she thought of countermeasures overnight. Taking great risks, she announced the imperial edict to restore Sheng Guanqi to the position of crown prince in the morning court. Not only that, she also issued an imperial edict to arrest third princess, Sheng Guanyan, and ordered rearguard and imperial army to block state preceptor's hall. The reason was that third princess Sheng Guanyan was bewitched by state preceptor's hall. She was disloyal and unfilial to the monarch and framed the former crown prince. The former crown prince was wronged. The assassin in the secret room of state preceptor's hall that day was a conspiracy of Sheng Guanyan and state preceptor's hall. The accomplice of the assassin was caught and confessed his crime. He also said that state preceptor's hall had been secretly colluding with Sheng Guanyan all these years because Sheng Guanqing was ill. The reason why Sheng Guanyan could return to Chengdu was also the next step of both sides' plan. The assassin in Crown Prince's mansion was disguised by State Preceptor's Hall. The Imperial Mausoleum was also destroyed by State Preceptor's Hall. After Sheng Guanyan returned to Chengdu, she was injured again and again. All of it was just a ruse to win the monarch's pity and sympathy. If it weren't for the fact that the monarch was busy with official business and didn't see Sheng Guanyan yesterday, which made Sheng Guanyan suspicious, and ordered her men to enter the palace to secretly inquire about the monarch's movements, the monarch might not have discovered this secret. And the most important thing was, according to the confession of that man, Sheng Guanyan still had a hidden card in her hand that no one knew. This hidden card was Sheng Guanyan's biggest secret. Even he, a close man, didn't know about it. But what was certain was that Sheng Guanyan came prepared this time. She would do whatever it took to regain everything she had lost. When Gu Jiao heard this, she couldn't help but want to clap for imperial concubine Han. The story was so well made up that she almost believed it. This woman was really ambitious and courageous. Instead of waiting for the real monarch to enter the palace to expose her, it was better for her to make a move. In this way, even if the real monarch returned to the palace, she could say, "Sheng Guanyan, is this your hidden card? For the throne, you actually found someone to pretend to be the monarch?" The smartest step in the whole plan was not to expose Sheng Guanyan's ambition, but to make the State Preceptor Hall no longer clean. Originally, the State Preceptor Hall was the most valued existence by the monarch. The State Preceptor was the most qualified person to identify the real and fake monarch. But now, the State Preceptor Hall had become Sheng Guanyan's accomplice in plotting a rebellion. How much credibility did his words have? The family went to the study of Feng Courtyard. Except for the children, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan were classified as children. Gu Yan's face was dark as he returned to his room with Gu Shaoshan. As soon as Steward Zheng left, the two of them leaned against the wall. In the study, Grandaunt and the old Chancellor sat on the main seat. Master Nan and Master Lu sat on the left side of Grandaunt. Duke and Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng sat on the right side of Grandaunt. Gu Qingfeng didn't sit. He frowned, pinched his chin, and paced back and forth in the room. He wondered. I don't understand. Since Han Shi has restored the position of the crown prince, why didn't she clear her own grievances and confer the title of empress or something? Anyway, the monarch is in my hands. I have the imperial edict. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, Han Shi thought that Yin Sheng's technique was done by Wang Xianfei. To clear her grievances, she has to overthrow Wang Xianfei. But to confer the title of empress, she has to be the enemy of the entire harem. She doesn't have the energy to do that now. Xiao Heng nodded in agreement. Moreover, the monarch in her hands is a fake. She will always feel a little guilty. Restoring the crown prince is already a risky move. She needs to observe the reaction of the imperial court. If no one doubts, she will boldly proceed to the next step. Gu Qingfeng asked, is there anyone in the imperial court who doubts it? Xiao Heng shook his head. It happened too suddenly. No one should have reacted yet. After returning and closing the door, perhaps someone will be able to sense that something is wrong. It's just that the monarch has always been temperamental. No one dares to object to any absurd decision he makes. Gu Qingfeng felt that his brain wasn't enough. Since it's like this, why is Han Shi still so careful? She should have just let the fake monarch kill us all. Xiao Heng said, because we have the real monarch in our hands. This is always a threat to Han Shi. Her actions today are not only to test the court officials, but also to test us. She wants to see what we will do. Gu Qingfeng made an O sound and seemed to understand. Then what should we do? Master Lu made a hand chop. Charge into the palace. Kill the fake monarch. Xiao Heng shook his head again. We can't kill him. Now that things have reached this point, it was impossible for Han Shi not to take precautions. The Imperial Guards and the rearguard commandery must have been waiting for a long time. Even if they had an expert like Long Yi, it was impossible to destroy an entire army. Han Shi was waiting for them to walk right into the trap. Master Lu scratched his head. We can't kill him. Could it be that we have to confront him in court? But who would believe that the monarch in our hands is real? It's not that I want to say this, but the reputation of the third princess is indeed not very good. The crown prince is so cunning. He does evil in the dark and acts hypocritically. He is highly respected among the people. On the other hand, the third princess is a habitual rebel. No matter how you look at it, the monarch she brought is more likely to be fake. Han Shi's move was indeed too direct. There was almost no place to attack. Gu Qingfeng said unhappily. If the Xianyuan family was still here, why would it be so troublesome? They would have directly led the Xianyuan army into the palace, captured the fake monarch, and beheaded him in public. In the end, it's all the monarch's fault. He didn't use the loyal Xianyuan family, and had to support the Han family, Nangong family, and this family. In the end, when something happened, I want to see which of the 11 great families will stand out to help him. Who would believe him? In the corridor near the door, the monarch's face alternated between green and red. Zhang Dequan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He didn't expect to hear such rebellious words. Although it was all true, it was also because of this that every word hit his heart. If the Xianyuan family was still standing in Chengdu, how could there be such evildoers? Xianyuanli dared to do things that others didn't dare to do. Xianyuanli dared to bear the crime that others didn't dare to bear. Xianyuanli definitely wouldn't mistake him. As long as he said something, Xianyuanli would believe him. In the end, he had destroyed his most solid shield. Your Majesty! Zhang Dequan opened his mouth and called out softly, but he didn't know how to comfort his Majesty. The monarch didn't say a word. He slowly turned around and silently returned to his room. Zhang Dequan looked at the monarch's back. When he was betrayed by his own flesh and blood, His Majesty had never been so dispirited. But when he remembered the Xianyuan family, His Majesty seemed to have changed a lot. The only Xianyuan family that could protect you was killed by you. Your Majesty, do you regret it? In the study, Gu Qingfeng was still passionately scolding the Yin monarch for being blind and suffering the consequences of his own actions. Grandaunt nibbled on a melon seed and said faintly, "Okay, he's gone. Stop talking, it's so noisy." Gone. Gu Qingfeng sat down on the stool and let out a long sigh. Talking so much, I'm so tired. Chapter 810. Although it was deliberately said to the emperor of Yin dynasty, the content of the matter was all true. The fake emperor did issue an imperial edict to restore the crown prince, and did indeed seal the state preceptor hall. He wanted to investigate the state preceptor hall, and Shangguan Yin, who was recuperating in the state preceptor hall. However, because of the character setting, they couldn't break too much. They couldn't exceed the limit of how they dealt with the crown prince before. Shangguan Yin was not in danger for the time being, but her personal freedom was restricted. But the imperial palace was tightly protected. They couldn't assassinate the fake emperor, nor could they lead any army to clean up the emperor's side. These were all facts. Gu Qingfeng poured himself a cup of tea, gulped down a few mouthfuls, and said, "Then what should we do next? The crown prince has been restored. This fake emperor will definitely do more evil things." "Wait first," Grandaunt said while eating melon seeds. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. Still wait." Grandaunt glanced at the opposite house and casually said, "Let him regret for a few more days." When such a thing happened, the most anxious one was not them, but the emperor of Yin dynasty. They must make him deeply aware of the mistakes he made in the past, and taste the bitter fruit he planted. In addition, there was another important reason for doing this. The Han family made such a big move in order to force them, and the emperor to make a move. But if they didn't make a move, the Han family would not be able to understand their thoughts. The unknown was the most terrible thing. The more they didn't make a move, the more the Han family would suspect that they were brewing a bigger revenge. Before they figured out their trump card, the Han family would not blindly launch a second attack. For them, this could be regarded as a chance to breathe and plan again. "By the way, will the young royal princess be okay?" Gu Qingfeng asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. "She will be fine. The emperor loves the young royal princess the most. No matter what the purpose is, the fake emperor will not do anything bad to the young royal princess." Imperial Palace. Lingbo Academy had 2 days off. The young royal princess obediently stayed in the palace for these 2 days. The people in the palace had changed a lot, but the maidservants and wet nurses by her side had not been changed. She had just eaten lunch, and the wet nurse had gone to prepare her clothes for the new season. Children grew quickly, and last year's clothes could no longer be worn. "Nanny!" The young princess appeared at the door, hugging a small pillow. The wet nurse smiled. "Young princess, why are you here? Didn't you go to take a nap?" The young princess walked in while panting. She hugged a small pillow and looked at her. "Can I sleep here?" The wet nurse was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, "That's fine. But why does the young princess want to sleep here?" The young princess clumsily climbed onto the bed and placed her small pillow next to the wet nurse's pillow. She lowered her small head and said, "I don't want to sleep with Uncle. He's a bad person." The wet nurse jumped in fright and hastily walked to the door. She looked outside and closed the door. She returned to the bedside and sat down. She said in a low voice, "Xiao Junju, you can't speak carelessly like that. His Majesty loves you the most. You can't say that about His Majesty." The young princess said, "He's not my uncle." The wet nurse's face turned pale. "Princess." The young princess was sleepy. She laid her small body on the pillow and fell asleep. The wet nurse looked at the sleeping figure of the young princess and broke out in cold sweat. She covered the young princess with a thin blanket and walked out of the room quietly. "Chief Steward, you have been waiting outside for a long time." She was not surprised. She calmly bowed and said, "Eunuch you." "Chief Steward," you asked indifferently, "What did the young princess say?" The wet nurse respectfully replied. "The young princess said that she doesn't want to sleep with His Majesty. His Majesty is a bad person. She also said that His Majesty is not her uncle." Chief Steward, you smiled brightly. "What do you think?" The wet nurse smiled and said, "I think His Majesty has been busy with official business recently and neglected her. When a child's temper flares up, she doesn't even recognize her parents, let alone her uncle. Speaking of which, the young princess has been spoiled by His Majesty. Other children wouldn't dare to be angry with His Majesty." Chief Steward, you smiled with satisfaction. "It's good that Lu Mama understands." The wet nurse said, "Eunuch you, please don't worry. I am loyal to you. Chief Steward, you said. Zhang Dequan has no ability. He can't even give you a decent official position. I am different. You can work under me with peace of mind. In the future, you will benefit a lot. The wet nurse bowed gratefully and said, This servant will remember this. Eunuch Yu, the young princess has a bad temper. When she makes a fuss, there will be no end to it. I am afraid that she will offend His Majesty. Why don't you let her rest at my place for the next 2 days? Chief Steward, you said. That's good. His Majesty has been busy with official business recently, and has no time to take care of the young princess. However, I will say the ugly words first. I will leave the young princess to you. You have to serve her carefully, and don't cause any trouble. Otherwise, you know my methods. The wet nurse said in fear and trepidation, I will not let you down. Chief Steward, you nodded and left with satisfaction. The wet nurse returned to the house, and looked lovingly at the young princess who was safe and sound. She sighed in relief. The Imperial Preceptor Hall was blocked by the Imperial Guards. Not a single disciple of the Imperial Preceptor Hall could leave. Yuhi brought several junior brothers to the entrance of the Imperial Preceptor Hall. He looked at the Imperial Guards and said, Who gave you the right to block the Imperial Preceptor Hall? This kind of thing should have been handled by the eldest disciple Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing was seriously injured, and was recuperating in the purple bamboo forest. The leader of the Imperial Guard spread out the Imperial Edict in his hand and said arrogantly, Open your dog eyes and see what this is. Yuhi opened his eyes in disbelief. How could it be? The Imperial Guard raised his eyebrows and said, Your Imperial Preceptor Hall colluded with the third princess to plot against us. We are also under the Imperial Edict to investigate. If you have any dissatisfaction, go and report it to the Imperial Court. A young disciple said angrily, Then you should give us a chance to report it. Why are you guarding the door and not letting us out? The Imperial Guard said, This is an Imperial Edict. The young disciple was angry. He stopped his junior brother, and looked coldly at the Imperial Guard. He said, Forget it, let's go. The young disciple asked in a low voice, Senior brother Yuhi, did Master really collude with the third princess? Yuhi stopped and looked at his junior brothers with a frown. He said seriously, You have to believe in Master. Master will never do anything bad to the Imperial Court. In the purple bamboo forest, in a bright and spacious central room, the Imperial Preceptor and an old man with a white beard were sitting opposite each other and playing chess. The old man was none other than the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms, Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng put down a white chess piece. Sigh, I came at a bad time. Even I can't get out. The Imperial Preceptor smiled faintly and put down a black chess piece. Isn't that good? Accompany me to play chess for 3 days and 3 nights. Mr. Meng snorted. That's too easy for you. The Imperial Preceptor smiled and continued to play chess. Mr. Meng asked calmly, Aren't you worried? Worried about what? The Imperial Preceptor asked. Mr. Meng said, I'm worried that the Imperial Preceptor Hall built by that person will be destroyed in your hands. The Imperial Preceptor's hand that was holding the chess piece paused. After a long time he put down a chess piece. No. Even if the Great Yin is destroyed, the Imperial Preceptor Hall will not be destroyed. At dusk little Jing Kong, who had been playing outside with Long Yi for a whole day, finally came back sweating. Gu Jiao was collecting medicinal herbs in the courtyard. He plunged into the bosom of Gu Jiao and said, Jiao Jiao, I'm so tired. Gu Jiao took a towel and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Then, do you want to go out with Long Yi next time? Little Jing Kong. Yes. Gu Jiao found it funny. Little Jing Kong raised his little chin and proudly exposed his little neck. And here. Gu Jiao wiped his little neck. Thinking of something, little Jing Kong asked, But Jiao Jiao, why is Long Yi in a daze? Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. Little Jing Kong raised his hand and pointed at the roof. Gu Jiao looked over and saw Long Yi sitting cross-legged on the eaves against the twilight. His black hair was gently blown by the evening breeze, and his tall figure was illuminated by the setting sun, making him look lonely. He was holding that black jade thumb ring in his hand. Gu Jiao understood that he was thinking about who she was. In the dead of night, 1, 2, 3 heads popped out from the alley diagonally opposite the Crown Prince mansion. The head at the bottom belonged to Gu Qingfeng. The head at the top belonged to Long Yi. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and looked at the imperial guards surrounding the Crown Prince mansion. She blinked and said, "Oh, so many people." Gu Qingfeng had a headache. "Are you sure we can catch the Crown Prince under the eyes of so many imperial guards?" No matter how good the three of them were at fighting, they couldn't defeat an entire army. Gu Jiao said, "Who wants to enter the Crown Prince mansion to catch him?" Little Jiao. Little Jiao hovered in the air and flew into the Crown Prince mansion. Chapter 8:11. At this time, the people in the Crown Prince's mansion went to bed one after another. Crown Prince Shengguanqi was too excited to sleep and went to the study room. He didn't expect that good luck would come so quickly. He said he would turn over. He thought that with Sheng Guanyan's interference, he would have to be silent for at least several years before he could make a comeback. Sure enough, the heavens are helping me. The Crown Prince couldn't hide his smile and looked at the people at the door with a bit more pleasure. "It's getting late. You should go and rest." The guards cupped their fists. "We are not tired. There are so many imperial guards outside, no one will break in." "Your Highness is right, but it's better to be safe than sorry." The Crown Prince was so happy that he almost forgot himself. At this time, after listening to the guard's words, his mood calmed down. That's right. At this critical juncture, he had to be even more careful. "Your Highness, you should go and rest. Don't you have to go to the morning court tomorrow?" Speaking of this, the Crown Prince's smile once again appeared on his lips. That's right, he can go to the morning court again. Those who wanted to see him, and the Han family, make a fool of themselves were finally shocked. However, he really couldn't sleep at this time. He took out a few books and decided to review the way of governing a country. Suddenly, a big bird landed on his windowsill. The Crown Prince was about to call the guards, but found that the bird was unusually obedient and didn't have any aggressive attitude. Moreover, the bird stretched out a bird's claw with an arrogant expression as if to say, "Welcome." Why do I think a bird has an expression? Am I crazy? The Crown Prince's gaze fell on the bird's claw and unexpectedly saw a note tied to it. Is this a note from the Han family? The Crown Prince muttered and glanced at little Jiao. The Han family no longer uses carrier pigeons, but instead uses eagles? The Crown Prince was full of doubts as he tore down the note and saw that it was written in black and white. Come to the cold palace quickly and disguise yourself. Don't let people find out. There was no signature, but the Crown Prince recognized the handwriting. It was clearly his mother's. It's so late. Why did his mother let him disguise himself and go to the cold palace? Did something happen? That's not right. This morning, Lady Mother had sent someone to tell him not to go to the cold palace if there was nothing important. She also didn't need to gather the courtiers to plead on her behalf. The Crown Prince looked at the note. Something is fishy. In the alley. Gu Qingfeng's neck was about to break. Can the weight of both of you not be on my head alone? Gu Jiao. No. Long Yeo. Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. His slender little neck bore a weight that shouldn't be borne at his age. Oh, why aren't they out yet? Gu Jiao asked. Could it be that he saw through it? Gu Qingfeng said. We don't know if Han Shi told him anything. If Han Shi said she wouldn't contact him, he wouldn't be so easily fooled. Before Gu Qingfeng could finish speaking, Long Yi straightened his body and stared at a certain direction in the dim light of night. Gu Jiao also straightened up. The two big mountains pressing down on his head disappeared. Gu Qingfeng's neck lightened, and his breathing became smooth. Long Yi, what's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Long Yi picked up Gu Jiao and flew towards the dim light of night. Gu Qingfeng used his qinggong to keep up. The three people arrived at the back door of the Crown Prince's mansion. At this moment, an inconspicuous carriage slowly drove out. The coachman was dressed as a eunuch. He was a deaf soldier with high martial arts. Gu Jiao's lips curled. It seemed the Crown Prince had taken the bait. The Crown Prince was not so careless in the past. He was so happy to regain his position as the Crown Prince that he easily fell into the trap. In order to not let people find out, He naturally couldn't bring a mighty army with him. He brought 10 embroidered uniform guards to protect him in the dark. This lineup was enough to deal with ordinary experts, but if they wanted to take advantage of Long Yi, they were still underestimating the enemy. Or perhaps, Han Shi and Han basically didn't have time to mention Long Yi to the crown prince. The carriage drove on the quiet street. In order to not attract attention, the crown prince specially chose a remote street as the route. This actually made it convenient for them. The 10 embroidered uniform guards jumped on both sides of the eaves. Xiao. One was missing. Xiao. Another one was missing. The leader of the embroidered uniform guards on the left side turned around. 1 2 3 4. Turning around again 1 2 3. Turning around again 1 2. He felt a chill in his heart, and turned around for the 4th time. Long Yi, ha ha ha. The hair of the embroidered uniform guards stood erect. They pulled out their swords and shouted, "Protect! Protect your uncle!" Gu Jiao jumped out from behind Long Yi. Holding a small stick, she knocked him unconscious. These embroidered uniform guards were not too difficult to deal with. In less than half an hour, all 10 of them were knocked unconscious. Gu Qingfeng went straight to the crown prince's carriage. The coachman's complexion changed, and he hurriedly pulled out the sword at his waist. Who would have thought that before he could pull it out, Gu Qingfeng blocked his throat with a dart? Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Wow, the hidden weapon given by Master's wife Nan is really useful. The coachman fell from the carriage and hit the ground with a bang. The horse was frightened. It raised its front hooves and scurried around. The crown prince was jolted, and his whole body hit the wall of the carriage. He held onto the wall of the car to stabilize his body. He covered his aching forehead and coldly asked, "What happened?" Gu Qingfeng sat on the coachman's seat and grabbed the reins to calm the horse down. He faintly smiled and said, "Nothing, Crown Prince, sit tight." This voice was not right. The Crown Prince suddenly opened the curtain. Coincidentally, at this time, Long Yi and Gu Jiao landed on the outer seat of the carriage. Gu Jiao hit the Crown Prince in the face. The Crown Prince's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Gu Qingfeng drove the carriage while looking at the Crown Prince who had a nosebleed. He asked, "No, why did you hit him?" Gu Jiao paused. "Oh, I forgot. There was no need to hit him." Gu Qingfeng helplessly sighed. "I forget it. If he fainted, then he fainted. Let's bring him back first." Gu Jiao seriously nodded her head. Long Yi sat on the roof of the carriage. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng sat on the outer seat. The Crown Prince was lying on the floor of the carriage. No one cared about him. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Passing by a quiet street, Long Yi heard the sound of fierce fighting. Long Yi didn't move. He was not interested in other people's fighting. Soon, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng also heard it. Gu Qingfeng was born to enjoy the lively scene. He couldn't help but ask, "Who is it? Why is there such a strong murderous aura in the middle of the night?" Gu Jiao carefully listened and said, "It seems to be the voice of Qingfeng Taoist and Liaochen." Liaochen? Gu Qingfeng frowned. Is it that master of Jing Kong who doesn't show his face for 10,000 years? That monk of Xianyuan family? Oh, more or less. Gu Jiao nodded her head. That guy couldn't be counted as a real monk. Gu Qingfeng wanted to ask whether they should go and take a look. As a result, he saw Long Yi, who never meddled in other people's business, disappear. He went to the street where the two people were fighting. Gu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. What's he doing? Gu Jiao blinked. Oh no, he heard the master of Jing Kong. He's going to help Liaochen. Taoist Qingfeng and Liaochen were in the middle of a fierce battle. Suddenly, a tall and powerful figure came from the sky. It was a Taoist priest with hair. It was a monk without hair. Long Yi found his target and threw a punch at Taoist Qingfeng. Taoist Qingfeng's eyes trembled. He hurriedly withdrew his killing move against Liaochen and jumped up, dodging Long Yi's attack. Long Yi's fist smashed into the stone pillar behind him, and several cracks appeared on it. Taoist Qingfeng stood on the roof and looked at the unexpected helper with a serious expression. He glanced at Liaochen and said, "I'll kill you next time." Then, he turned and disappeared into the night. Liaochen turned around and his eyes fell on Long Yi. Long Yi was tall and wore a mask with fangs. He carried a long sword on his back and looked fierce. But just now this man, or rather, this man of sacrifice had helped him. Liaochen said calmly. I didn't need your help, but thank you anyway. Oh really? If it wasn't for Long Yi, you would have been beaten up again. Gu Jiao jumped down from the carriage. Liaochen snorted. I didn't kill him. This was the truth. Taoist Qingfeng really wanted to kill Liaochen. Liaochen only used a few killing moves when he was annoyed. Generally speaking, he didn't go hard on him. Long Yi Gu Qingfeng. Gu Jiao introduced them. Gu Qingfeng stepped down and greeted Liaochen. I heard you're the master of Jing Kong. I've heard so much about you. Liaochen smiled, his peach blossom eyes sparkling. You're welcome. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. Was it good for a monk to look so seductive? Liaochen was more interested in Long Yi. Where did this man of sacrifice come from? He seems to be quite skilled. Gu Jiao said. Why don't you guess? Liaochen spread out his hands and sighed. I can't guess. Gu Jiao crossed her arms. Then guess slowly. I won't tell you. Liaochen clicked his tongue and said with a faint smile. Girl, you're not honest. Pa. Long Yi's jade thumb ring fell to the ground. He didn't know what kind of craftsmanship this jade thumb ring was made of, but it didn't break so easily. Long Yi bent down and picked up the jade thumb ring. Liaochen's expression changed when he saw the jade thumb ring. He quickly stepped forward and reached out to grab the jade thumb ring in Long Yi's hand. Long Yi was a person with clear boundaries. Only Princess Xinyang, Xiao Heng, and Gu Jiao could touch his personal things. Now he could barely count them as little Jing Kong. Liaochen was obviously not in this range. Long Yi slapped at Liaochen. Liaochen was struck by a palm strike. The instant he was sent flying, he flicked his sleeve and removed Long Yi's mask. Soon after, Liaochen saw a face that he would recognize even if it turned into ashes. However, the first thing he saw was the face of a youth. The youth held a long sword in his hand. He looked like a young hero of Jianghu, but he was colder and more ruthless than a chivalrous hero. I will take your life today. If you have any last words, you can say them now. If I can do it, I will do it for you. The youth's voice was clear and cold without a trace of emotion. It seems I don't have a choice. I only have one request. Let my son go. He is only 8 years old. Please don't hurt him. Okay, I promise you. The youth agreed. Father. Don't. Zheng'er, go forward. Don't look back. Father. 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 Chapter 8:12. This sudden unforeseen event made Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng both stunned. Gu Qingfeng understood Long Yi's temperament. This guy didn't want strangers to get close to him. If it wasn't Xiao Heng and this little girl, it was best not to provoke him. Was Liaochen crazy? He actually dared to steal from Long Yi? No, why did he want to steal from Long Yi? He also took off Long Yi's mask. Long Yi. Gu Qingfeng's gaze involuntarily fell on Long Yi's handsome face. Ah! He was stunned all of a sudden. Did Long Yi look like this? He had always thought that Shadow Guard Long wore a mask because he was ugly, but it turned out that he was handsome. This handsome was too tragic. Long Yi's handsomeness had a trace of Jianghu's chivalrous aura, but it also lacked the worldly aura and had a trace of an expert's natural airhead. Gu Qingfeng looked at Long Yi and then looked at Liaochen. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. What's going on? Do all the experts nowadays rely on their faces? You're making me seem very ordinary. Gu Qingfeng's main point was completely off topic, mainly because he didn't think that the two of them could really fight. Okay, Master of Jing Kong, if you want to see Long Yi's things, you have to tell this little girl to go find Long Yi, understand? He used his hand to cover the other side of his mouth and whispered to Liaochen. I'm telling you, Long Yi is a little stingy. However, Liaochen's mind had long since stopped hearing anything. His eyes were full of killing intent that even Gu Jiao had never seen before. Even when he was in the brocade guard of the Crown Prince's mansion, he had never been so murderous. Gu Jiao looked at Liaochen strangely. Liaochen stood up from the ground and stared straight at Long Yi. At this time, Long Yi had already put on his mask again. But what was the use of this? That face, he had already remembered it. I'm going to kill you. He fiercely stomped his feet and flew up, attacking Long Yi's life gate. Gu Qingfeng's expression, Hey, are you serious? Are you serious? Didn't Long Yi just push you? Was it necessary? You were the one who snatched his stuff first. One was his master from Jing Kong, and the other was Long Yi. It was really difficult to mediate between them. He would never admit that it was because his martial arts skills were too low that he could not persuade him. Liao Chen's all-out attack actually forced Long Yi to retreat several steps. Liao Chen really wanted to kill Long Yi, so he used all of his power. Under this obsession to kill Long Yi, he displayed an unimaginable strength. Long Yi didn't receive the order to kill Liu Chen, so for the time being, he didn't have such a big killing intent. Liao Chen closed in step by step. If this continued, both of them would be injured. Stop! Gu Jiao rushed over. Get out of the way. Liao Chen glared angrily. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent out a wave of internal force, shaking Gu Jiao to the side. This attack didn't hurt Gu Jiao, but in Long Yi's eyes, it was Gu Jiao who was attacked. Long Yi's aura suddenly changed. When Liao Chen attacked him again, he didn't dodge. Instead, he met it with a punch. Fist and palm met, and a terrifying wave of internal force exploded on the street. Gu Qingfeng's feet moved, and the sand and stones that had been shattered by their internal force fell to the ground where he had been standing. Liao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and Long Yi was slightly injured. If this was a normal fight, Liao Chen wouldn't have been able to hurt Long Yi, but the huge hatred had stimulated all of his potential. He wanted to die with Long Yi. You two leave. He didn't want to hurt the innocent. Long Yi, let's go back, Gu Jiao said to Long Yi. Don't fight with him. Long Yi's murderous aura came and went quickly. If Gu Jiao said not to fight, then they wouldn't fight. Liao Chen's eyes were like torches as he looked at Long Yi's back. He's not allowed to leave. Liao Chen jumped up and used all of his internal force to form the momentum of a fierce tiger. High in the air, he fiercely slapped at Long Yi's back. Gu Jiao said not to fight. Just like when Xiao Heng played with him when he was a child, he really could stay still for 2 hours if he didn't move. Liao Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. This guy wasn't going to fight back. Was he going to take this hit? No matter how powerful an expert was, if they took this hit, their heart and lungs would be damaged. Long Yi didn't make a move. Liao Chen's palm was about to land on his back and injure his heart. Suddenly a cute, evil voice came from the end of the street. Master! Liao Chen's aura stagnated, and he fell from the air. He fell flat on his face. Little Jing Kong let go of Xiao Heng's hand and ran over. Jiao Jiao! Long Yi! After greeting the two, he turned around, squatted down, and grew a little mushroom beside his master. Master, why did you fall again? Liao Chen was facing down, and his hands were firmly grasping the ground. He gritted his teeth, and his whole body was trembling. How did I fall? You don't. You know how I fell? Little monk, can't you live if you don't trick your master? You're an adult. Anyway, I don't have the strength to help you up. Master, you can get up by yourself. After saying that, the little guy decisively left his master and happily went to find Gu Jiao. Liao Chen. A grown disciple can't be kept at home. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head, and looking at Xiao Heng who was walking over, she asked, Why are you here? Xiao Heng raised his eyebrows and looked at the little guy. The little guy shook his head and said, It's not that I want to eat Tonghulu. Now, whenever Long Yi saw Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong in the same frame, he wouldn't easily crash. However, whether he still treated little Jing Kong as Xiao Heng or not, only he knew in his heart. Long Yi, you and Jing Kong get on the carriage first, Xiao Heng said to Long Yi. Long Yi picked up the little guy, and without saying anything, he got on Xiao Heng's carriage. The carriage of Xiao Heng stopped beside the carriage of Crown Prince, and when Long Yi was walking in front of the carriage of Crown Prince just happened to wake up, and just after he yelled someone, Long Yi didn't even raise his eyelids, and hit him with internal force, knocking him out again. Long Yi carried little Jing Kong, and got on the carriage. Only Xiao Heng, Gu Jiao, Gu Qingfeng, and Liao Chen were left in the alley. Liao Chen stood up with his body that had almost fallen apart. He didn't fight with Long Yi, but he was beaten black and blue by his disciple. Where could he go to reason? He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and coldly looked at the three people in front of him. What is the relationship between you and that guy called Long Yi? Gu Jiao said seriously to Liao Chen, he's our friend. Friend? Liao Chen looked at little Jingkong, who was sitting in the carriage and chattering away. Then, he looked at the Dragon One brand humanoid receiver beside little Jingkong. He clenched his fist and said, a person like him doesn't deserve to have friends. Xiao Hong frowned. Gu Jiao said, you seem to know Long Yi, and you know his past. Liao Chen said coldly, of course I know him. Even if he turned into ashes, I would still know him. Xiao Hong stared at him and said, in fact, I have always wanted to know your identity. You can't be unrelated to the Xianyuan family, but I couldn't find you in the Xianyuan family's portrait and genealogy. Third princess and Duke Anghua have also never heard of a person called Xianyuan Zheng. So who are you? Liao Chen coldly snorted and said, who I am is not important. If you still want Jing Kong to live, you better let me kill him. He didn't say that he would let Xiao Hong and Gu Jiao kill him, because Gu Jiao said that Long Yi was their friend. So he wouldn't let Gu Jiao make things difficult for him. He would do it himself. Xiao Hong glanced at Liao Chen and said, you can't kill him. He had watched Long Yi grow up, and his relationship with Long Yi surpassed all other relationships in the world. He absolutely couldn't not stand on Long Yi's side. He would never allow anyone to hurt Long Yi. Liao Chen's peach blossom eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. I can't kill him tonight, but one day, I will kill him with my own hands. Gu Jiao said, he doesn't remember the past. Liao Chen sneered and said, is that so? Then I'm not surprised. No wonder a cold-blooded killer would become like this. But even if he doesn't remember, he can't erase the sins he once committed. Tell him to be careful. I will take his life. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Looking at the empty street corner, Gu Qingfeng patted his chest and said in confusion, what's going on? Jing Kong's master and Long Yi are mortal enemies? Gu Jiao and Xiao Hong both looked in the direction Liao Chen left. Gu Jiao said, it seems he doesn't want to talk about the past. Xiao Hong said with a serious expression, because that is his most painful memory. Gu Jiao was puzzled. She looked at him and asked, do you know something? Xiao Hong also looked at her with a gentle gaze. I just confirmed it. It was just a guess. Then tell me, I want to hear it. Gu Jiao pulled his hand and said. Xiao Hong gently looked at her and held her hand. Okay. Gu Qingfeng, hello? Is there someone else here? Can you two not treat me like I'm air? Don't make eyes in front of me. The two carriages moved slowly. The two of them followed beside the first carriage at a leisurely pace. Gu Qingfeng rolled his eyes and sat in the second carriage. Xiao Hong said softly. It all started with the Xianyuan family more than 30 years ago. At that time, the Xianyuan family was also a military family, but it was not as powerful as it was later. Gu Jiao nodded. I've heard that the Xianyuan family gradually became powerful under Xianyuan Li's leadership. The Black Wind Camp was also founded by Xianyuan Li. Xiao Hong shook his head. But that's not the case. Ah! Gu Jiao looked at him blankly. Xiao Hong smiled and rubbed the little strand of hair on her head. He said the founder of the Black Wind Camp was someone else. The most powerful person in the Xianyuan family was not Xianyuan Li, but the first leader of the Black Wind Camp. He was also the master of shadows of the Xianyuan family. He was the real military soul of the Xianyuan family. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Master of shadows? The name sounds very cool. What kind of person was he? Xiao Hong said. I don't know what kind of person he was, but I know that he was also the founder of the State Preceptor Hall. Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of the faceless portrait. Could it be that person? If it was him, then he must be the third clay figurine that sat with Xianyuan Li and the State Preceptor. She remembered that the State Preceptor said that the person was both a teacher and a friend. Xiao Hong saw that she was listening seriously and continued. The Master of Shadows never appeared in the open, but he wrote the 6 books of the Yin Kingdom. He founded the State Preceptor Hall and the Black Wind Camp. He also left behind countless riches. He and Xianyuan Li fought everywhere, but he was always in the dark. He didn't leave his name on the battlefield, so everyone only thought of him as a powerful soldier and didn't think much of the rest. But in the end, this secret was still discovered. The royal families of Jin and Liang began to think of ways to win him over. If they couldn't win him over, they decided to get rid of him. Who would have thought that one day, he would suddenly disappear? Everyone guessed that he was either dead or found a place to hide. Gu Jiao asked, "What does this have to do with Liaochen?" Although she saw some things in the dream, it wasn't everything. At least, the part about Liaochen was only the ending and not the past. Xiaoheng paused and said, "Liaochen's father is the second master of shadows." Gu Jiao asked, "That person's son?" Xiaoheng shook his head again. "No, that person is not a member of the Xianyuan family. Liaochen's father is. But the master of shadows acts in the dark and can't come out in the open. This is the rule he set." Xianyuan Li's younger brother, Xianyuan Qi, faked his death and became the second master of shadows of the Xianyuan family. Only the patriarchs of the Xianyuan family know about the existence of this dark force. Therefore, Ongwa-duke, my mother, and even Xianyuan Li's eldest son, Xianyuan Cheng, don't know about it. 20 years ago, Xianyuan Qi took Xianyuan Zheng, who was only 8 years old, to Zhao country to find a kind of medicinal herb. On the way, Xianyuan Qi encountered an assassin and died. From Liaochen's reaction, that assassin was Long Yi. Although Long Yi killed Xianyuan Qi, he also paid a great price. He lost all his memories and became half stupid and half stupid. Chapter 8:13. Long Yi. Little Jing Kong was carried on Long Yi's back as he leaped onto roofs and vaulted over walls. The feeling of whistling through the night wind made him feel extremely cool. Not only was he not afraid, but he was so excited that he shouted loudly. Long Yi was wearing a mask, so people couldn't see the expression on his face, but Gu Jiao could feel that his heart was relaxed. He was also very happy. In the days of being an assassin, there was only endless killing. Although he had forgotten the past, this kind of life was also pure and beautiful. Gu Jiao looked at one big and one small jumping up and down in the night, and said with emotion, "They are really carefree." After listening for so long, Gu Qingfeng's ears were almost pricked up like a donkey's ears. He finally couldn't help but say, "They are very carefree now. But have you thought about it? Liaochen's father is dead, and Liaochen is very likely to be the third Lord of Shadows. He became a monk, but he didn't get married or leave any descendants. Jing Kong might be the fourth. If Long Yi's mission is to kill the Lord of Shadows, then once Long Yi recovers his memory, it is very likely that he will attack the two of them." As he spoke, he paused for a moment and looked at Xiaoheng with a gaze that carried a trace of sympathy. "Don't think that you're lucky. The blood of the Xianyuan family flows in your veins as well. Perhaps he'll kill you as well when the time comes. In my opinion, you should not help Long Yi recover his memory. He is very good like this." Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao looked at Long Yi, who was carrying little Jing Kong in the night at the same time. They didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but there was a huge sense of loneliness in his body. A person who didn't know who he was, where he came from, where he was going, and what kind of mission and purpose he had, seemed to be excluded from the whole world. When he thought that he was a dragon shadow guard, he didn't have such confusion. But now he knew that he was not a dragon shadow guard. Looking at the tall and lonely back view of Long Yi, Xiaoheng said, "He has the right to know who he is." Gu Qingfeng shook his head in disbelief. "You're crazy, you're really crazy. Don't you know that he's the Sky Splitter? The #1 assassin of the 6 nations who could defeat an Hun. He became famous at the age of 13, and was already a killing god that struck fear in people's hearts. Once he recovers his memories, all of you will die." He looked at Gu Jiao and said, "Why don't you persuade him? You've seen Long Yi take action. When that guy is ruthless, no one can survive." Gu Jiao held Xiaoheng's warm big palm with one hand, and stroking her delicate little chin with the other hand, she said, "How about teaching Long Yi how to speak first?" Gu Qingfeng. The crown prince was brought back to the public house. Gu Jiao wasn't polite at all, and directly splashed him with a basin of cold water. The crown prince quivered and was about to sit up and shout angrily when he saw that Gu Jiao had already lifted her leg. He silently swallowed the words that had slipped out of his mouth. There were only Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng in the room. The crown prince had never seen Gu Qingfeng's face, but he had seen Gu Jiao's face. His expression became cold and he said sternly, "Xiao Lulang, how dare you? You actually kidnapped the crown prince of Great Yan." Gu Jiao ignored him and only gave Gu Qingfeng a small glance. "Quickly take him away, annoying." Gu Qingfeng took the crown prince to the next room. It was already late at night, and everyone in the courtyard was asleep. Little Jing Kong also fell asleep on Long Yi's back on the way back. But the monarch was still awake. Gu Qingfeng pushed him into the room and turned around to leave. "You father and son have a good talk, I'm leaving first." He turned around and went into his room. Together with Gu Jiao, he stuck his ear to the wall. The oil lamp in the room was dim and emitted a faint fragrance of wine and medicine. The monarch was wearing a bamboo hat and sitting on an armchair in front of the window. His face was covered by the light and shadow, but his pair of sharp eyes were emitting sharp waves of light. The crown prince didn't see clearly at first glance. He straightened his body and arrogantly asked, "Who are you? Why did you capture me?" The monarch slapped the table and released his emperor's aura. "Bold unfilial son." The crown prince was so scared by this familiar shout that his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. "Father Emperor?" Now that the angle had changed, he could finally see the face under the bamboo hat. Yes, it was his father Emperor. The crown prince asked cautiously, "Father Emperor, did you ask Xiao Lulang to capture me? Where is this? Why did Father Emperor capture me?" The monarch saw the crown prince's confusion and knew that he didn't know about the real and fake monarch. This meant that he didn't participate in this matter. This knowledge made the monarch feel a little better. The monarch said calmly, "You don't need to know where this is. You just need to remember what I'm going to say to you." The crown prince said respectfully, "Father Emperor, please speak." The monarch said seriously, "Your mother Han conspired to rebel. I was persecuted by her and was no longer in the palace last night." Each of the 3 short sentences was like a bolt from the blue, striking the crown prince until he was dazed. The crown prince raised his head in disbelief and looked at the monarch. "Father Emperor, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Mother conspired to harm you. Are you talking about the yin sheng technique? Imperial father, please be clear about this. Mother was wrongly accused. She was framed by a traitor. She never thought of being disloyal to you." The monarch looked at him and asked in a deep voice, "Then how do you think I left the palace?" The crown prince was stunned and didn't understand the monarch's meaning. "Yes, Father Emperor just said that he was no longer in the palace last night." "That's not right. Father Emperor went to the court this morning and issued an imperial edict to restore him to the position of crown prince." The monarch looked at the crown prince deeply and said, "The monarch in the palace is fake." The crown prince's heart once again suffered a heavy blow. The one in the palace is fake then? The imperial edict to restore him to the position of crown prince is fake? He was wondering how he could turn things around so quickly. Father Emperor didn't want to restore him, nor did he want to investigate the state preceptor hall and Shangguan Yan. It was all his mother's plan. No, it's not like this. I don't believe it." He muttered and stood up, looking at the monarch in the light with a very strange look. "My mother will not do anything to betray Father Emperor." The monarch looked straight at him. "Then how do you explain the fact that there is an additional monarch in the palace? You don't think that at this time I secretly left the palace and played a show of 2 monarchs to deceive you, right?" The monarch didn't need to go through so much trouble to deal with the crown prince and Han. The crown prince was instantly speechless, but he still couldn't accept the fact that he was conferred the title of crown prince by a fake imperial edict. He flew back to the clouds with great difficulty. He didn't want to fall again. The crown prince clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. No, my father emperor is not fake. If there are really 2 monarchs, then the fake one must be you. My father emperor hates Xiao Lulang the most. Xiao Lulang is arrogant and has no regard for the imperial power. He never kneels when he sees my father emperor. He also colludes with Nguagong. This is also the object of my father emperor's disgust. In addition, he is from a lower country. How can he defeat so many outstanding children of the upper country and win the position of commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? All of these are things that my father emperor can't tolerate. If it is as you said, you are my father emperor, you will never go to Xiao Lulang even if you were forced out of the palace. My father emperor trusts the Wang family the most. The first person he should go to is Wang Su. You exposed yourself, didn't you? Although I don't know what method Xiao Lulang used to find someone with such a similar appearance and voice to pretend to be my father emperor. A fake is a fake. I advise you not to help the evildoer. Otherwise, with my father emperor's methods, you will suffer a fate worse than death. After hearing the crown prince's eloquent words, the monarch didn't immediately refute. Instead, he fell into silence. The room suddenly quieted down. The crown prince didn't know if it was because his ears were buzzing. He could only hear his heavy breathing and his thumping heart. So in your heart, I am this kind of person. In the darkness, the monarch's disappointed voice sounded. The crown prince's heart skipped a beat. He almost wanted to shout something, but he held it back. The last glimmer of light in the monarch's eyes also dimmed. Even if the crown prince could call him father emperor, he wouldn't be completely disappointed. Look, this was the crown prince that he chose against all opposition. This was the son that he had carefully cultivated for many years. This was the future monarch that he chose for the Yin kingdom. No need to eavesdrop. Come over, he said tiredly. The crown prince was stunned. What eavesdrop? What do you mean come over? What does father want to do? No, he wasn't his father emperor. His real father emperor was in the palace. Gu Qingfeng stepped into the room and grabbed the crown prince's collar. Go you. The conversation with the crown prince made the monarch's heart full of regret. He finally tasted the feeling of being betrayed by his loved ones. It was even worse than he had imagined. Xianyuanli, if I hadn't betrayed you back then. But there was no if in this world. There were only consequences and results. The crown prince was brought to the woodshed. Gu Qingfeng found a rope and tied him up. The crown prince sat on the chair, unable to move his hands and feet. He looked coldly at Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng. What are you doing? Gu Qingfeng held the stick and smiled evilly. Chapter 8:14. This book's newest chapter is not finished yet. Cold Palace. Han Shi was already resting in the east courtyard. Suddenly, a gerfalcon flew across the roof and crashed into her window frame. It dropped a small bamboo tube in its mouth and flapped its wings to fly away. Han Shi was woken up and called Su Gao, who was standing guard outside, to have him see what had happened to the window. Su Gao pushed open the window and saw a small bamboo tube on the ground. He went around to the yard and picked up the small bamboo tube. Nyang nyang, it's a bamboo tube. What's inside? Han Shi asked. Su Gao stretched out his arm and tried his best to hold the bamboo tube as far away as possible, ensuring that the tube's mouth and bottom were not facing him. He raised his orchid fingers and braced himself as he pulled off the cover of the bamboo tube. No hidden weapons flew out. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. It's a note, Nyang Nyang. Su Gao presented the note in the bamboo tube to Han Shi with both hands. After Han Shi saw it, she slammed her fist on the table. Damn it! They actually captured the crown prince. Su Gao took the note and looked at it. On it was written, "Tonight at 1 a.m., meet at Bifeng Pavilion. Otherwise, the crown prince will lose his life." These chaotic words caused Su Gao's eyelids to bulge a few times. Nyang Nyang, this might not be true, Su Gao said. Han Shi calmly said, "This one knows, so you should quickly go to the crown prince's palace and investigate the situation." Yes, Su Gao complied. Although Han Shi had been imprisoned in the cold palace, the current ruler was under her control. The guards guarding the palace gates had already been replaced with members of the Han family. It would not be difficult for her and her people to leave. What shocked Su Gao was that the crown prince really was not in the palace. Furthermore, the 10 brocade guards that the crown prince had brought out had all returned. They said that the crown prince had been kidnapped. After hearing Su Gao's report, Han Shi was so angry that the veins on her forehead popped. Prepare the carriage. At 1 a.m., Han Shi's carriage arrived at the agreed-upon location. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng were already waiting in the pavilion. Seeing the imperial grandson and Xiao Lulang, Han Shi's eyes turned cold. It's you? Gu Jiao shrugged. Didn't En Hun tell you? I was the one who snatched the throne away from you. Of course En Hun told her. But Han Shi did not expect that the two of them would kidnap the crown prince in the middle of the night. She had knocked the monarch unconscious, and Xiao Lulang had come to snatch him away. The next day, she crowned the crown prince. That night, Xiao Lulang kidnapped the crown prince. Han Shi led Su Gao up the stairs. She gracefully and generously sat across from the two. She then looked at Xiao Heng and sneered. Ben Gong has not met such a fierce opponent in a long time. Shang Guanqing, you have made Ben Gong see you in a new light. Imperial consort, you flatter me. Xiao Heng calmly said. It's getting late. Ben Gong will save the small talk. Tonight, I invited Imperial consort here, to make a deal with Imperial consort. Han Shi's eyes looked around. Xiao Heng faintly smiled. Imperial consort, you don't need to look. The crown prince is not here. Imperial consort, you don't need to think about stalling for time. Hope that the expert under you can find the crown prince. Han Shi narrowed her eyes. What deal do you want to make with Ben Gong? Xiao Heng said. Hand over the fake monarch, and Ben Gong will return the crown prince to you. Han Shi said without hesitation. Ha, dream on. Xiao Heng faintly said. Imperial consort, are you not afraid that I will kill the crown prince? Han Shi threatened. If you kill the crown prince, Ben Gong will also kill the little princess in the palace. This should not be the result you want. Xiao Heng's eyes flashed with anger. Han Shi, you even dare to kill an innocent 4-year-old child. Aren't you being too cruel? Did you just find out that Ben Gong is cruel? Han Shi fearlessly looked at the two brats in front of her and sneered. To fight with Ben Gong, you guys are still too inexperienced. If you don't want anything to happen to the little princess, you better obediently send the crown prince back to Ben Gong. Originally, Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao's purpose was not to replace the fake monarch, but if they wanted to open a skylight in a room that did not allow light to pass through, they must first propose to tear down the roof. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, It's not hard for me to catch people. Send the crown prince back, you wish. It's you again, this brat from a lower country. Han Shi coldly looked at Gu Jiao. Her gaze suddenly became meaningful. In fact, what's so good about following the imperial grandson? What Shang Guanyan and the imperial grandson can give you, Ben Gong and the crown prince can give you even more. There is no harm in considering working under Ben Gong. Ben Gong will definitely not treat you unfairly. Io, is she trying to poach someone right in front of her? Han Shi was very optimistic about her own situation, and was very confident. Gu Jiao curled her lips, raised her hand, and gently grabbed Xiao Heng's hand that was placed on the stone table. Then, under Han Shi's gaze that was as if she had seen a ghost, she slowly said, What I want is him. Can you give it to me? Han Shi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Two grown men. Actually, offending public morals. She simply could not watch. Han Shi turned her face and coldly said, I'll give you the little princess. This is the biggest concession that Ben Gong can make. Otherwise, Ben Gong does not mind fighting to the death with you. She was very clear that Shang Guanqing would not really kill the crown prince. Because if he did, she would definitely kill the little princess. But Shang Guanqing should also be clear that she would definitely not hand over the monarch. The perfect balance between the two sides was to exchange the little princess for the crown prince. There could not be any more. Xiao Heng said, All right, you have people bring the little princess over. I will also have my people bring the crown prince over. Don't play any tricks. If more than 5 people come, I will kill the crown prince. This was to prevent Han Shi from bringing soldiers over to suppress them. Xiao Heng calmly and coldly said, Either way, if we die, the little princess will probably not be able to survive in your hands. At worst, we will give the little princess a quick death before we die. It had to be said that Xiao Heng had considered everything. His words were also very convincing. If it really came to that point, Whether or not he would kill the little princess was not important. It was good that Han Shi believed that he would do it. Han Shi had indeed planned to have people lead soldiers to surround and suppress them. Who would have thought that the other side would see through it once again? He was the same age as Royal Prince Ming, but he was able to calculate people to such a degree. The younger generation really would surpass the older. Han Shi quietly gave Su Gao a few instructions. Su Gao nodded and complied. Yes, this servant will go and bring the little princess over. What about the crown prince? Han Shi asked Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng said, when we see the little princess, we will naturally bring the crown prince over. 5 o'clock. Su Gao led 3 people to 100 Maple Pavilion. One of them was Han, and the other 2 were wet nurse and sleeping little princess. Gu Jiao held Han in her bosom and sized him up. He was injured like that by Long Yi, but after 1 day and 1 night, he had almost recovered. Was this the effect of purple grass poison? His physique was truly very valiant. Gu Jiao whistled. Little Jiao went to report. After a quarter of an hour, Long Yi carrying the crown prince arrived at 100 Maple Pavilion. And Han looked at Long Yi who had suddenly appeared, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Han Shi wholeheartedly wanted to save the crown prince. She didn't want side issues to arise here. Most importantly, she didn't want to accidentally injure herself and the crown prince. Can we exchange now? She indifferently said. First, let the little princess come over. Xiaoheng said. Han Shi hesitated for a bit, then nodded her head towards Wet Nurse. Wet Nurse carried the little princess and walked over. From the beginning, Han stared at the back of Wet Nurse. If the other party refused to hand over the crown prince, he would kill both of them with a single palm. Fortunately, Xiaoheng didn't act shamelessly. Long Yi, give the crown prince to them. Long Yi threw the crown prince in disgust. And Han caught the crown prince. Let's go, Xiaoheng said. Both sides didn't fight. First, both sides were evenly matched. Second, both sides didn't want to accidentally injure each other's people. After Xiaoheng's group left, the crown prince sat on the stool and covered his swollen face. With tears streaming down his face he complained, Imperial Mother! They bullied me intolerably. Han Shi looked at her son, who was beaten black and blue. She felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She raised her hand and carefully held her son's face. Disgraceful! They actually injured my son like this. My son, you can rest assured. Imperial Mother will definitely seek justice for you. But, thinking of something, Han Shi asked again. How did you leave the mansion? The crown prince took out the note from his bosom. When I received this note, I thought it was you, Imperial Mother, looking for me. Han Shi took the note and looked. It was her handwriting. She remembered the matter of Yan Sheng technique. That letter she found had exactly the same handwriting. Han Shi thoughtfully said. It seems that the other side has an expert who can mix up handwriting. But didn't I ask Su Gao to remind you not to come to the cold palace, to find me if there is nothing? Why would I take the initiative to find you? How did you fall for it? The crown prince said with shame. This son was careless for a moment. Han Shi coldly snorted. I think you became the crown prince again and lost your sense of measure. The crown prince lowered his head and didn't say anything. Han Shi said again. After they caught you, what did they say to you? The crown prince hesitantly said. They said, Imperial Mother is plotting a rebellion. The imperial father in the palace is a fake imperial father. Han Shi slapped the table. Nonsense. Don't fall for their evil scheme. The crown prince quickly said. This son was also thinking this. Han Shi opened her mouth and wanted to say something but stopped. She sighed and said, All right, with your injuries like this, quickly go back to the manor and find an imperial physician to take a look. Also, with your injuries like this, you most likely won't be able to attend court. Just rest in the manor for the next few days. The crown prince looked at her and asked, Then can this son go visit Imperial Mother? Han Shi thought a bit then said, It's best if you don't. In the next few days. The palace is not peaceful. Don't come to the cold palace to find me for now. The crown prince said, Then can this son go visit Imperial Father? This son has just been conferred the title of crown prince. and hasn't had a chance to enter the palace to thank Imperial Father. Han Shi pondered for a moment, then said, "Wait until your Imperial Father has left court before you go and thank him. But your injuries?" The Crown Prince smiled and said, "This small injury is not a problem. Moreover, the more injured I am, the more I will not forget to thank him. Wouldn't that move Imperial Father even more?" Han Shi thought to herself, that was a fake Imperial Father. What would he be moved for? But the art of saving face was for the entire world to see. It was true that he could not slack off. After Han Shi sent the Crown Prince back to his manor, she sat in a carriage and returned to the Imperial Palace. The Crown Prince called for a guard and impatiently said, "Where is the lantern? Don't you know how to light it?" "Yes." The guard quickly lit the lantern in front to light the way. The Crown Prince returned to his own courtyard and pushed open a door that was left ajar. The guard asked, "Your Highness, are you going to the study?" The Crown Prince paused. "It's almost dawn. I should not go to the study to work. Return to the room. Be careful." The guard held the lantern and walked in front. After arriving at the upper room, he gently pushed open the door and respectfully bowed. "Your Highness, should I call a doctor for you?" The Crown Prince placed his hands behind his back and turned around to look at him, saying, "No need. There is no need to make such a big fuss over such a small injury. Go rest. Don't wake me up in the morning." The guard was stunned. Yes. Strange. Did the Crown Prince suddenly want to sleep in the morning? That's right. He was old and had come back injured. His body would not be able to handle it. The guard held the lantern and retreated. The Crown Prince closed the door and locked it. He walked back and forth in the exquisite and luxurious room. He grabbed a juicy big peach on the table and took a bite. Is this where the Crown Prince lives? The Crown Prince? To be exact, it was Gu Qingfeng. After Gu Qingfeng finished muttering, he immediately exclaimed in surprise and looked at the peach in his hand. Even the peach is so sweet. To be able to eat ice fresh and sweet fruits in the middle of the night. The Crown Prince of Great Yin Kingdom really knew how to enjoy life. Gu Qingfeng fell onto the bed. That soft and bouncy feeling almost made him scream out in pleasure. He kicked off his shoes and held the peach in one hand. The other hand was behind his head. He crossed his legs again. As he shook his feet and chewed on the peach, he proudly snorted. That stupid woman Han Shi. She must still be smug that she is an expert negotiator. She only used a small imperial daughter to exchange for her crown prince. She didn't expect that the one she exchanged for was actually you, Master Feng. This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Thinking of his performance in the pavilion, he sat up and said with incomparable infatuation, "My acting is so good that I even fooled my own mother, Madam Han. As expected of me." Chapter 8:15. Dawn broke in the east, and the first rays of the morning sun appeared. The young commandery princess woke up. Unlike adults, children wanted to stay in bed for a while. The young commandery princess sat up in a daze and climbed down from the bed. Where is this? Wet nurse. She walked out of the room barefooted. Looking at the unfamiliar corridor and courtyard, she was stunned. Before she could cry out of fear, little Jing Kong finished his morning practice and came over. Light Shui. The young commandery princess turned around in a daze. Jing Kong. Jing Kong ran over. Seeing her familiar friends, the young commandery princess forgot her fear. The two little kids stood face to face, their little arms flapping behind their backs like two excited little chicks. Light Shui. Jing Kong. Light Shui. Jing Kong. The courtyard was filled with their little chattering voices, and her aunt lay on the bed hopelessly. When you go back to Zhao country, don't bring that little loudspeaker with you. Otherwise she will die. Gu Qingfeng slept until the afternoon. He had ordered in advance that no one would disturb him. His behavior was a bit out of character. After all, the crown prince always looked very diligent. He often ate and slept late, which was something that had never happened before. But no matter how strange it was, no one would guess that the crown prince had changed. After Gu Qingfeng woke up, he went to the crown prince's study for a while. He wanted to find some evidence of the crown prince and the Han family, or the Han family and the Han family conspiring to rebel, but he didn't find much. The Han family didn't even tell the crown prince that the crown prince had changed the monarch. She probably hoped that her son's hands were clean, but her son wasn't clean for a long time. From the moment he ordered to assassinate Xiao Heng, he was already a vicious person. Only the Han family deceived herself and others, thinking that her son was still so innocent when he killed people. She was a pitiful woman. She obviously had a high IQ, but she always stumbled in front of her husband and son. Gu Qingfeng clicked his tongue and said, "If I say you're stupid, then you've come up with so many tricks. If I say you're smart, then you're blind to the monarch and the crown prince." At this time, Gu Qingfeng did not realize that it was his great-aunt in Gu Jiao who had unknowingly raised his expectations of the women of this dynasty. From birth, they had been instilled with the idea that men were superior. Once married, they would obey the husband. If the husband died, they would obey the son. For Han sure to be able to make a move against the monarch, was already going against the teachings she had held for many years. Cluck cluck cluck. On the windowsill, Little Nine fiercely used its wings to beat the window, indicating that it was time for Gu Qingfeng to take action. What a fierce little commander! Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips, changed into a set of dry clothes, and looked at himself in the bronze mirror. The reason why he didn't expose himself after saying so much was because Gu Jiao didn't put a mask on him, but a full head cover. His face was bruised and swollen to prevent his expression from being distorted. The disadvantage was that it was too stuffy. Forget it. For the sake of the great cause, endure it. Gu Qingfeng picked 2 brocade guards to follow him into the palace, and also picked 2 eunuchs. The brocade guards could only enter the imperial court, but the eunuchs could be brought into the imperial harem. He rode a carriage to the imperial palace. When he passed by a dessert shop, he took the 2 eunuchs to personally pick out desserts for his imperial father. When the 3 of them came out of the dessert shop, the 2 eunuchs had been replaced. Regarding the plan to set things right, it didn't have to be complicated or grand to show that they had the means. Sometimes, using the smallest price to obtain the greatest victory was true wisdom. Although the crown prince had a bruised and swollen face, it could be seen from the outline that it was the crown prince. Along with the voice, token, and the eunuchs and brocade guards of the crown prince's residence, no one doubted his authenticity. The fake monarch was in the imperial court. "We're going to the imperial harem?" Gu Qingfeng asked. One of the eunuchs, the monarch, said lightly. "After the imperial court, he will go to the Hall of Harmony." Gu Qingfeng. "Oh. Then he couldn't go to the imperial harem. What a pity. He wanted to properly appreciate the beautiful scenery of the imperial harem of the Yin kingdom." A pair of palace maids passed by not far away. Gu Jiao pressed the monarch's head down. "Can't you act a little more like a eunuch?" She was quite valiant herself. The monarch, whose neck was almost broken, was speechless. "I suspect that you did it on purpose, and I already have evidence." The 3 of them entered the Hall of Harmony. The steward of the Hall of Harmony was still Li Sandy. They didn't know if Li Sandy had been bribed by Madame Han, so they were very careful. "You can leave," Gu Qingfeng said. "Yes." Li Sandy bowed and looked strangely at the 2 eunuchs behind the crown prince. He felt that something was wrong. "Do you have something else to say?" Gu Qingfeng asked in a low voice. "In reply to your highness, this servant has nothing else. This servant will leave first." Li Sandy retreated embarrassedly. He was already far away, but he couldn't help but mutter. Those 2 eunuchs looked unfamiliar. Were they the crown prince's new subordinates? Gu Jiao and the monarch were in disguise, but they didn't wear human skin masks, so their faces were unfamiliar with makeup. Gu Qingfeng sat comfortably in a chair, drinking tea and eating snacks. The monarch stood behind him respectfully, the corners of his mouth twitching. He looked at the back of Gu Qingfeng's head and wished that he could give him a big slap. After being the monarch for so many years, who would have thought that he would one day become a little eunuch? Gu Jiao signaled him with her eyes. "Correct me, it's an old eunuch." The monarch's heart was filled with 10,000 arrows. The monarch finally realized how difficult it was to be a eunuch. After standing like this for half an hour, his old waist was about to break. Fortunately, the heavens didn't disappoint the faithful. The fake monarch left court. Lee Sandy went to pay his respects to the fake monarch and reported that the crown prince had come to thank him. He was waiting in the side hall. The fake monarch nodded with a dignified face. I know. Go and tell the imperial kitchen that the crown prince will have lunch in Zhanghe Palace at noon. Listening to this familiar business ability, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng almost thought that the one next to them was the fake one. The monarch gritted his teeth. I'm real. Gu Jiao. Oh. Gu Qingfeng seconded. Oh. What does it matter if you're real or not? Anyway, it's enough to beat the Han family's monarch. The monarch again. The fake monarch entered the side hall. He was followed by the newly promoted eunuch Yu. When eunuch Yu saw the crown prince with a bruised nose and swollen face, he was slightly stunned. Your Royal Highness, you are. Gu Qingfeng sighed. Don't mention it. Last night, I encountered a wave of assassins. Fortunately, I came to the palace today to pay my respects to Imperial Father. As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed to the fake monarch. This son greets Imperial Father. This was the etiquette of the Great Yin Kingdom, which Shangguan Yin taught him for a long time. The fake monarch nodded with dignity. Yu Changbua, go and call Imperial Dr. Liang. Let him take a look at the crown prince. Yes. Eunuch Yu turned around and left, leaving Li Sandy and several eunuchs in the Zhanghe Palace to carefully serve him. Imperial Father. Gu Qingfeng said to the fake monarch. This son came here today because I have an important matter to report. Imperial Father, please dismiss your attendants. The fake monarch nodded and said to Li Sandy and the others, you can withdraw. Gu Jiao also made an appearance of withdrawing with the monarch. Gu Qingfeng stopped the monarch. Eunuch Li, you stay. You are an important witness. There are some things that you must personally report to Imperial Father. The monarch was openly left in the side hall. Gu Jiao guarded outside and didn't forget to close the door. Li Sandy smiled. What's your name? I haven't seen you before, but I feel that you are a bit familiar. Gu Jiao curved the corners of her lips. Eunuch Li has good eyesight. Li Sandy was stunned. In the side hall, the fake monarch looked at Gu Qingfeng and said, what do you want to report to me? Hearing the word Gu Qingfeng's goosebumps fell to the ground. The monarch coldly looked at the fake in front of him, his anger sinking as he said, Bold traitor! Quickly kneel before me. The prestige of the Son of Heaven shook all directions, the roar of dragons and tigers, nothing more. The fake monarch suddenly froze. Outside the door, Li Sandy looked at Gu Jiao with a dumbfounded expression. You are? Xiao Darren? Gu Jiao only has two voices, her original female voice and a juvenile voice. When Li Sandy heard this juvenile voice, he recognized that it was the former Xiao Lulang. He looked at Gu Jiao, and then looked at the closed door. Xiao Lulang was a person of the Duke Fu, the confidant of third Princess Shangguan Yan. How could he be together with the crown prince? Before he could figure it out, there was the sound of fighting coming from inside. Li Sandy hurried to enter the room to protect the emperor. Gu Jiao grabbed him. Eunuch Li, I haven't seen you for a long time. Let's talk, don't be anxious. You. Presumptuous. Li Sandy's voice hasn't faded yet. Not far away, Han Sher's stern voice came. Han Sher actually came out of the cold palace. She really couldn't wait. Han Sher was followed by a group of imperial guards. After Han Yi was removed from the position of deputy commander of the imperial guards, Han Fu took the position. He was a collateral descendant of the Han family. But because he was valued by Old Master Han, his status was almost the same as the direct descendants. Han Sher said to the deputy commander on the side, Quickly go in and protect the emperor. Yes. Deputy Commander Han received the order and led a large wave of imperial guards to rush into the side hall, surrounding Gu Qingfeng and the real and fake emperor. Han Sher walked over with a smile, looked at Gu Jiao, and then looked at Gu Qingfeng inside the room. Do you really think that Bengong can't even recognize her own son? As she spoke, her eyes fell on the face of the emperor, who was dressed as a eunuch, and the corner of her mouth hooked up. Bengong was worried about not being able to find him. This is really wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, but finding it without any effort. Xiao Lulang, you've been tricked. Gu Qingfeng's heart sank. It can't be right? His peerless acting skills actually couldn't deceive this old witch? Then didn't they walk right into the trap today? If he said that the one in their hands was the real emperor, no one would believe it. After all, he was a fake crown prince. If he said that he brought the real emperor, how could it be persuasive? It's over, it's completely over. They don't have any chance to turn the tables. Han Shi took in Gu Qingfeng's panic, looked up to the sky and laughed. Xiao Lulang, fighting against Ben Gong. You're still too inexperienced. Today, none of you can think of leaving alive. Gu Jiao faintly tilted her head, crossed her arms and looked at her. Are you sure? Do you want to turn back and look? Chapter 816. Novels with connotations that could not be found online are all available here. Madame Han did not think that Xiao Lulang had any means to turn the situation around under the current circumstances. However, Xiao Lulang was too calm, so calm that she wondered if there was a flaw in her plan. She subconsciously turned her head and saw that Wang Su had rushed over at some point. Behind him was a large wave of guards from the commandery. Not only that, but outside the palace, there was the sound of uniform footsteps and the sound of cold armor rubbing against each other. In the next second, countless archers in armor rushed in under the scorching sun with large bows in their hands. Every one of them drew their bows and nocked an arrow. They knelt, walked, and waited. Even the commanding heights at the corners of the walls were occupied by the archers. Back then, the Wang family had also divided the military power of the Xianyuan family. Among them, the most eye-catching one was this archery unit. The archery unit had gone through 15 years of changes, and had changed a lot of blood. However, the legacy of the Xianyuan family had always been there. It still had the most well-trained archers in Great Yan. As soon as the murderous aura of the archers appeared, the atmosphere at the scene immediately changed. The arrogance of the Imperial Guards weakened at a visible speed. Of course, this did not mean that the Imperial Guards could not defeat the archery unit. In terms of numbers, the Imperial Guards still had the advantage. However, the morale of the archery unit was so strong that no one was willing to easily meet them head-on. Moreover, Wang Su had not only brought the archery unit, but also the Imperial Guards of the 4 commanderies. In this way, the advantage of the Imperial Guards was not obvious. Madame Han did not expect that the person who came would be Wang Su. Yes, His Majesty's most loyal minister. How could she forget him? Not only did Madame Han forget, even the monarch himself had forgotten. After so many things had happened, the monarch's mind was muddled. If the crown prince had not mentioned it, he would not have remembered that he still had Wang Su in his hands. Xiao Heng did not appear today, but the task of contacting Wang Su was completed by him. Before this, Wang Su had not met the monarch. Official Wang, I trust you have been well since we last met. Han Shi calmly greeted him. Wang Su politely clasped his hands. It was not the greeting of an official to the imperial concubine. It was merely the etiquette of a junior greeting an elder. After all, Han Shi had already been demoted to a commoner. Wang Su really did not need to respect a commoner as a monarch. However, leaving the cold palace without permission was a crime punishable by death if His Majesty held him accountable. Everyone inside, come out. Wang Su looked at the side chamber and said with dignity, according to the plan that Gu Qingfeng knew, he was supposed to kill the fake monarch in the side hall and let the real monarch take his place. Then he would destroy the corpse's appearance and transport it out of the palace as an old eunuch of the crown prince's mansion. But now that things had gotten out of hand, this move naturally wouldn't work. Otherwise, if things went wrong, they would be accused of murdering the real emperor and finding a fake emperor to replace him. Gu Qingfeng had no choice but to let go of the fake monarch that he was rubbing against on the ground and open the palace door. The fake monarch used his anger to hide the shock in his heart and walked out angrily. Standing in the corridor, he looked coldly at Wang Su and said sternly, Wang Su, you secretly brought soldiers into the palace. Do you want to rebel? The monarch also said to Wang Su, "Wang Su, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take them down." Wang Su looked at the fake monarch, and then looked at the real monarch. He cursed in his heart. These two people were too similar, except for one wearing the clothes of a eunuch, and the other wearing a dragon robe. On the way here, he was especially confident. Someone was pretending to be the monarch. What was there to be afraid of? He had sharp eyes and could definitely distinguish between the real and the fake. But now his face was slapped. His face was swollen. Han Sure saw Wang Su's confused face, and her hanging heart fell to the ground. She thought that Wang Su believed Sheng Guanqing's slanderous words and came to capture the fake monarch, but it turned out that he couldn't tell the difference at all. That's right. Wang Su was only loyal to the monarch and would not be easily swayed by Sheng Guanqing. He had his own judgment. Now it all depended on who could take Wang Su down. The monarch took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling emotions. He said seriously, "Wang Su, I once ordered you to go to the imperial mausoleum to teach the imperial grandson martial arts. 3 months later, you returned to the palace and reported to me that the imperial grandson's body was weak and could not practice martial arts. However, the imperial grandson is very smart. Why not invite a few teachers to sit at the banquet for him?" I agreed. In the end, he angered 8 teachers and sent them away. Wang Su's body shook. That's right. It was true. Moreover, because the monarch couldn't bring himself to lose face, he didn't want people to know that he cared so much about Sheng Guanqing, so he didn't publicize this matter. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Oh, angered 8 teachers and sent them away? Sheng Guanqing suddenly had this kind of dark history. The fake monarch said calmly, "Wang Su, I once sent you to investigate the case of the Yudong flood. You handed me a list of names. Because it involved a lot of people, I suppressed this matter. You were not happy and even spoke out against me. I said to you, I'll pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. But Wang Su, remember, I can tolerate it once or twice, but there won't be a third time. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't stop the whole Wang family from being buried with you." Wang Su's body shook again. He had never mentioned this matter to anyone. Gu Jiao thought. Han Sure had an hun in her hands. It was not impossible for her to monitor the movements in the imperial study. However, Wang Su didn't know the existence of an hun. Therefore, in his opinion, this kind of private conversation was not known by a third person. The monarch gritted his teeth and directly made a big move. 10 years ago, you traveled incognito with me and accidentally lost your travel expenses. You went to the village to steal a chicken. Everyone was stunned. The monarch actually stole a chicken. The fake monarch didn't want to be outdone. Every year when I hunt, I can't catch any prey. It was you who hunted it and hung it on my horse. Everyone's jaws dropped. The monarch not only stole the chicken, he also cheated. No wonder you always come first, second, third. The monarch was exposed. He was so angry that his soul was trembling. He couldn't expose himself anymore. He decisively started to expose Wang Su. You stutter. The fake monarch. You pick your feet. The monarch. You don't behave well when you're drunk. The fake monarch. You don't behave well when you gamble. Wang Su. How did it become exposing my shortcomings? Also, I haven't stuttered for many years. I only stuttered when I first met the emperor. Wait. In a flash, Wang Su had a flash of inspiration and gestured for the two to stop. I remember something. When I was teaching His Highness Zhongsun martial arts in the Imperial Mausoleum, His Highness Zhongsun told me a secret of His Majesty in order to please me by doing less of the horse stance. The real and fake monarchs all looked at Wang Su. Wang Su coughed a little embarrassedly and braced himself to say, His Majesty has a mole on his right butt. In the crowd, someone couldn't help but laugh. Everyone turned to look at him. It was an archer from the Wang family. The archer switched to a serious expression in a second. He pulled the bow fully, as if the person who laughed just now wasn't him. The monarch clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The corners of his mouth twitched. Sheng Guanqing, I'm going to kill you. A trace of panic flashed through the fake monarch's eyes. He didn't say that he had to pretend to be like this. What, he had to plant a mole on his butt? Han frowned. Although she had been married to His Majesty for many years, the lights were off when she served him in bed. She really didn't pay attention to this. Speaking of which, what kind of naughty child was Shang Guanqing? How could he say such things casually? She had miscalculated. Han certainly understood that with Wang Su's straightforward and honest personality, it was impossible for him to fabricate such a thing out of thin air. So it was true. His Majesty's but really had that kind of thing. Han closed her eyes. Don't panic. Don't panic. There must be a way to resolve it. Han opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on Wang Su's embarrassed face. She laughed sarcastically and said, Lord Wang, when you taught His Highness Zhongsun in the Imperial Mausoleum, His Highness Zhongsun was just a child. How could you take a child's nonsense seriously? Han originally wanted to say that she had been married to His Majesty for many years. How could she not know if His Majesty had a mole on his body? But if she said this, Wang Su would definitely invite the other concubines. She didn't pay attention, but it didn't mean that the other concubines didn't pay attention. If someone happened to confirm Wang Su's words, the fake monarch would be completely exposed. So she could only insist that Shang Guanqing was young and was talking nonsense. Han Shi said with a smile that was not a smile. Official Wang, could it be that you are in cahoots with them? Are you deliberately using this to prove that His Majesty is a fake monarch? Wang Su solemnly said, I'm not in cahoots with anyone. I'm only loyal to His Majesty. Han sneered. But His Majesty clearly doesn't have what you said. And I don't mind telling you. This crown prince is a fake. They pretended to be the crown prince in front, and then found someone who looked similar to him, to pretend to be the monarch. You must not fall into their trap. Gu Qingfeng exploded. Hey! I pretended to be the crown prince, so that I could enter the palace and overthrow you. You old hag substituted the plum tree for the peach tree. You're the guilty one who accuses the victim first. Han said. Lord Wang, he admitted it. The words of His Highness Zhongsuan's child are not to be trusted. You should quickly arrest this group of rebels and bring them to justice. Wang Su's expression became complicated. Gu Qingfeng heard the footsteps of death. It's over. Wang Su is also going to fall into that old hag's trap. If the words of His Highness Zhongsuan's child are not to be trusted, then what about this monarch's words? Accompanied by a noble and low voice, a handsome and elegant man in a silver robe walked over with his head held high. Han Shi's expression changed. How could it be him? The person who came was none other than the monarch's younger brother, the young princess's father, Lord Yin Shan. Chapter 8:17. This invisible battle was too much for both sides to take in. If it could be said that the monarch had forgotten about Wang Su in a moment of hot-headedness, then Han Shi had neglected Yin Shan Jun in a moment of carelessness. She only cared about guarding against Shang Guanyan, Shang Guanqing, and the state preceptor's hall. Why did this happen? First, it was her own negligence. The other reason was that Yin Shanjun was not in Chengdu. Even if he was, his presence was very low. Although he was favored by the king, he built his mansion in the outer city. Was there such a carefree prince? Han Shi's heart flashed with panic. The development of the situation was somewhat out of her control. If she could successfully slander Shang Guanyan and the state preceptor's hall, because she had prepared a witness in advance, what would Yin Shanjun say? He was innocent. Even if she accused Yin Shanjun and Shang Guanyan of being in cahoots, Yin Shanjun could turn around and accuse her of having bad intentions with the crown prince. Yin Shanjun was indifferent to fame and fortune. He never participated in the struggle of the imperial court, but he had a very good relationship with the king. Because of this, his words were often more persuasive. Don't panic, don't panic. Yin Shanjun had no evidence. The worst situation was that both sides would stick to their words. There was still a chance to win. She winked at the fake king. The fake king understood and showed a look of joy. He breathed a sigh of relief. Chen-er, you came back at the right time. Chen-er is not for you to call me that. The king coldly glared at the fake king. And then he looked at Yin Shanjun lightly. You brat. Don't tell me you can't even recognize who your brother is. This. Yin Shanjun scratched his head. Although he was over 30 years old, in the eyes of everyone, Yin Shanjuan's temperament was not very mature. Otherwise, he would not always leave his daughter and go out for a stroll. He smiled. You two look exactly the same. Your voices and aura are also similar. It's really difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. But the mole that Wang Su mentioned, the fake monarch said unhurriedly, Chen, you don't know. I was injured a few years ago, and it happened to be there. That mole is gone. These words were very serious. Wang Su had taught Sheng Guanqing martial arts several years ago. Since it was said at that time, it had been a long time since then. He had been injured a few years ago. With the help of the top-notch recovery medicine from the Imperial Preceptor Hall, it was not difficult for him to treat his wounds until they were invisible. As for when Yin Shanjun saw this mole, it was before Yin Shanjun left the palace to build his mansion. After that, Yin Shanjun didn't return to the palace for more than 10 years. The fake monarch sighed. Because the injury was not in the right place, I ordered the imperial physician to keep his mouth shut. If Chen'er does not believe me, you can call Imperial Physician Liang over. This Imperial Physician Liang was one of Madame Han's people, so he would definitely make a false witness for him. Han sure was very satisfied. This puppet still had some skills of its own. The fake monarch's mocking gaze fell on the real monarch's face, and he said with a strong aura, You didn't expect it, did you? My mole is long gone. Even if you use some unknown method to get an identical mole on your buttocks, it only proves that you are a fake who came to impersonate me. Well, I'll interrupt you. Yin Shanjun raised his hand and said to the fake monarch, My imperial brother originally didn't have a mole on his buttocks. The fake monarch was stunned. What? No mole? This time, not only was he surprised, even Wang Su was confused. But His Highness Zhongsun personally told me that your majesty had a mole on his right buttocks. Yin Shanjun looked at him strangely. You believe the nonsense of a child. Wang Su, who was choked into a mute in a second. To be honest, the monarch really didn't have a mole on his buttocks, so the monarch was angry. How did that brat Sheng Guanqing make up stories about him? Just to avoid a horse stance, a mole grew on his buttocks. Then what if he encountered other training? Would he grow sores on the soles of his feet? This indecent little thing. How many stories did he make up about him behind his back? When he came back, if he didn't beat him to death, the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Now that things had developed to this point, as long as the people present weren't blind or deaf, the fake monarch had already exposed himself in front of everyone. Yin Shanjun had been raised by the monarch, so he definitely wouldn't be mistaken about whether or not the monarch had a mole. He wasn't taking sides. The fake monarch was feeling guilty and anxious, so he confessed without being pressed. He clearly didn't have a mole, but he thought the monarch had one. So he swore that he had gotten the mole removed due to an accident. He even laughed that the real monarch's mole had been made with some method. He really was full of nonsense. Even a novel wouldn't dare write this. Yin Shanjun said to the monarch seriously, I want to see if you have a mole on your buttocks. The monarch said expressionlessly, We think you want to die. All right, you're my royal brother. Yin Shanjun looked at the fake monarch, pointed to the real monarch, and said, You see, my royal brother is very fierce to me. He's not as benevolent as you think. With the fake monarch full of flaws, and with Yin Shanjuan's testimony, Wang Su made a prompt decision and ordered people to arrest the fake monarch and Lady Han. Gu Qingfeng was quite surprised. Wang Su didn't look that smart, but when it was time to be decisive, he was never careless. Perhaps this was the reason why the monarch put him in an important position. Wang Su said sternly, Imperial guards, you'd better not obstruct, or you'll be punished for the crime of rebellion. Some people in the Imperial Guards hesitated. The deputy commander, Han Fu, couldn't be arrested without putting up a fight. Especially at this stage, the soldiers below might be exempted, but the soldiers above them would definitely be put to death. He pulled out the long sword at his waist. Protect the Empress and His Majesty. Kill our way out. With his order, the Imperial Guards in the front row immediately pulled out their long swords and surrounded Lady Han and the fake monarch. When the others saw this, they were influenced and also pulled out their swords to follow. The monarch's face darkened. These were all soldiers of the Yin kingdom, but they were going to fight on the battlefield. Wang Su and his deputy blocked the monarch and Yin Shanjun respectively. Then he raised his hand and said with a determined look, "Archers, get ready." The bowstrings were pulled to the fullest, making a tight creaking sound. The scene was suddenly filled with a strong murderous aura. Han Fu said loudly, "Kill them." Wang Su waved his hand. "Release the arrows." The Imperial Guards fell one by one, and screams intertwined. On Wang Su's side, it wasn't a one-sided victory. There were some brave soldiers in the Imperial Guards, and they successfully protected the fake monarch and Lady Han, and rushed out of the Zhanghe Palace. Gu Jiao climbed up the rockery in 3 steps, and used the momentum to jump onto the roof. She said to an archer beside her, "Give me the bow." "Who are you? Why should I give it to you?" The archer obediently gave the bow to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao pulled the bow with her right hand, and pulled the arrow with her left hand. She aimed at the direction the fake monarch escaped, and shot an arrow through his heart. The archer was stunned. At such a long distance, at such a tricky angle, how did a little eunuch like him hit the target? Even if it was half an inch off, it would have hit the neck of the Imperial Guard from the rearguard commandery. The fake monarch fell to the ground, and a drop of blood splashed out. Lady Han immediately cried out in alarm. "Your Majesty!" She couldn't lose her biggest chess piece. She turned back to help him, but Han Fu grabbed her arm. Han Fu gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness, it's too late. Leave quickly." Lady Han said unwillingly, "But His Majesty Han Fu said loudly, "He is not His Majesty. He can't be saved." Lady Han looked at the fake monarch lying in a pool of blood with red eyes. This was the chess piece she had spent more than 10 years carefully cultivating. How could he be so easily destroyed? She didn't even have time to use him properly. She didn't want to. She didn't want to. Han Fu cut down an Imperial Guard from the rearguard commandery. "Your Highness! If you don't leave now, you really will die here." Gu Jiao knocked an arrow again. The bowstring was pulled to its limit, making people feel like it would break at any moment. The archer to the side even held his breath. Most archers used a 1-pickle bow. Divine archers used 2 pickles, but this bow was nearly 3 pickles. How could someone pull it to this degree? How much strength did this require? Gu Jiao aimed at Lady Han. There were too many people on her side, so she would always inadvertently block Lady Han. Gu Jiao closed one eye and suddenly shot an arrow up. Where was this little eunuch going to shoot? The archer quickly looked over, and saw that the arrow had snapped a tree branch. The tree branch snapped with a snap and landed squarely on Han Shi's body. "Ah!" Lady Han gave a pitiful cry and was smashed to the ground by the branch. "Your Highness!" Han Fu dealt with the surrounding Imperial Guards while moving closer to Lady Han. The archer had already stopped wondering why a little eunuch knew how to shoot arrows. He obediently handed over an arrow. Gu Jiao shot an arrow at Lady Han's head. Ka! A sword light slashed out, forcefully cutting off the arrow that Gu Jiao shot out. It was an Hun. An Hun pushed aside the tree trunk that was pressing down on Madame Han, and pulled out 2 arrows that were stuck in the corpses of the Imperial Guards. He suddenly turned around and threw them at Gu Jiao. Chapter 8:18. An Hun's strength was fast and fierce. Although he did not have a bow, it was still much faster than a normal hidden weapon. The archer noticed this expert's actions. The arrow seemed to be aimed at the eunuch beside him, but it would also hurt him. But the arrow was too fast. He could not dodge it. The archer's body froze on the spot. Gu Jiao grabbed him and dodged to the side. The 2 arrows flew past the roof where the 2 of them were originally hiding. With a terrifying force, the arrows nailed into the eaves behind, cutting off a piece of the eaves. When the archer saw this scene, he swallowed hard. He could not imagine that if this eunuch did not react quickly, his head would have been cut off. And Hun's main goal was to save Miss Han. The 2 arrows just now were a warning to Gu Jiao, and also to buy time for his rescue. He did not continue to tangle with Gu Jiao. He brought Miss Han, and under the protection of Han Fu and the others, he killed his way out of the encirclement. Gu Jiao would not let him leave so easily. In the 3 years of internal strife in her dream, although the instigator was Miss Han, and Han also contributed a lot. Many aristocratic families came to assassinate Miss Han, but because of Han's interference, they all failed. To kill Miss Han, she must first kill Han. Gu Jiao grabbed the bow. "Give me the quiver." "Yes." The archer immediately handed the quiver on his back to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took the quiver and quickly ran in the direction where Miss Han and Han left. The archer suddenly reacted. "Wait, what did I mean when I said yes? He is just a eunuch. How can I bow down and listen to his orders?" He even handed over his bow and arrow obediently. "Hey, be careful." Damn it. What he wanted to say was, "Give it back to me." Why did it suddenly change when it was at the tip of his tongue? On the ground, there was an endless stream of soldiers from the rearguard commandery and the Wang family. It was not easy for Han to bring Han Shi along. Once he used his qinggong to soar into the air, he was like a live target exposed to Gu Jiao. At first, Han didn't realize how accurate Gu Jiao's archery skills were. Who would have thought that when he used his qinggong for the first time, Gu Jiao's arrow pierced through his sleeve? Han frowned. Before Gu Jiao could shoot the second arrow, he struck out a palm towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had already anticipated that he would retaliate, so she immediately dodged after shooting the first arrow. There was no second arrow at all. This is what I call predicting your prediction. On the other hand, Gu Jiao rolled around on the roof. It looked like she was dodging, but in fact, she was secretly pulling the bowstring. The moment she stabilized herself on one knee, the arrow in her hand left the bowstring and shot one of the Han family's trusted aides. He screamed and fell to the ground. The rearguard commandery soldiers in front of him heard the scream and turned around. Only then did they realize that this person was holding a sword in his hand. It was obvious that he was trying to sneak an attack on them. He looked at the eunuch on the roof who saved his life and nodded gratefully. Then he put more effort into killing the enemy. Gu Jiao continued to chase after Han. In terms of martial arts, Gu Jiao, who had not recovered her full strength, was not Han's match. However, Gu Jiao's archery skills were superb. Even someone as strong as Han was suppressed by Gu Jiao's archery skills. This was something that Han did not expect. He originally thought that he was just a soldier who made a name for himself in the Black Wind camp. He didn't expect him to be an archer with godly strength. This kid seemed to be born for the battlefield. Han no longer jumped up to be Gu Jiao's living target. He led Han Shi and killed their way out from the ground. Gu Jiao couldn't kill Han, so she killed the Han family's trusted aides. As Han Fu fought, he faintly felt that something was wrong. However, when he turned around, the Han family's trusted aides around him had all been shot. Han Fu's first reaction was that the Wang family's archers were so powerful. If he had known, he would have taken the archery unit into his hands. However, in the next second, he realized that the person who killed so many of his trusted aides wasn't the Wang family's archers. It was the eunuch who escorted the monarch into the palace. Sweat dripped down and washed away the disguise on Gu Jiao's face. Han Fu saw the red birthmark on the left side of her face. His eyes trembled. Xiao Luleng. As a trusted aide of the Han family, he gritted his teeth at the new commander of the Black Wind camp. Not only did he see the real person during the selection, he also saw Gu Jiao's portrait in private. This kid was the nightmare of the Han family. After Han Fu injured an imperial guard with his sword, he planned to chase after Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao ignored him. She was no match for him. Wang Su flew up and blocked Han Fu with his sword. Surnamed Han, don't even think about escaping. Han Fu was tightly entangled by Wang Su and couldn't escape. The two of them crossed swords and soon, they were engaged in a bloody battle. The imperial guards of the rearguard commandery and the Wang family's archery unit were almost one-sided against the imperial guards led by Han Fu. Gu Jiao wasn't worried about the situation in the palace. She directly chased after Han and Han Shi. She chased out of the palace. The Black Wind King was already waiting outside. She grabbed the reins and nimbly jumped onto the horse. The Black Wind King chased after Han's aura. Han didn't choose to enter the bustling streets. Instead, he turned into an old street with few people. It didn't look good for hiding, but it was easier to escape because the roads were clear. When Gu Jiao chased Hun to an abandoned winery, she and the Black Wind King clearly felt an unusual murderous aura. Gu Jiao tightened the reins and the person and horse came to a stop. The surroundings were very quiet. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have stopped. Gu Jiao could clearly hear her and the Black Wind King's breathing. Suddenly, there was a sudden movement from the east. Gu Jiao quickly drew her bow and aimed at the east. However, she suddenly shot towards a thatched roof in the southeast. A figure suddenly flew out from behind the roof. It was Hun. And Hun's eyes flashed with surprise. Kid, you didn't fall for it. I have a whole new level of respect for your archery skills. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to me and call me master? I don't want your life. Gu Jiao took out an arrow from the quiver on her back and put it on the bowstring. I think you should be the one kowtowing. How arrogant. Take this. And Hun opened his arms and flew up. His black robe fluttered in the wind. He was like a bloodthirsty bat, attacking Gu Jiao mercilessly. Gu Jiao sat on the horse and didn't dodge. And Hun's eyes flashed with surprise, but he didn't stop. Seeing that he was about to hit Gu Jiao, a fist suddenly appeared from behind Gu Jiao and collided with Hun's palm. And Hun's arm went numb. He frowned and somersaulted in the air and landed outside the winery. When he saw the other person's appearance, he snorted coldly. It's you again. Long Yi stood in front of Gu Jiao and looked at him expressionlessly. And Hun sneered. You really don't remember anything. You don't even recognize me. He looked at Gu Jiao and said to Long Yi again. Don't be fooled by this group of people. You and I are in the same camp. I am your senior brother. You failed your mission that year. If I were you, I would obediently go back and ask for forgiveness. Get out of the way and don't interfere. I can pretend that you didn't collude with the people of Zhao all these years. When I go back, I won't expose you. Long Yi didn't get out of the way, and Hun's eyes darkened. It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really think that I can't beat you? You look down on me too much. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly activated his whole body's internal force. Gu Jiao was very sensitive to the aura of death soldiers. She clearly felt that Hun's aura was much stronger than before. How could he improve so quickly in just a few days? Although it was true that the Death Warrior had become stronger through repeated breakthroughs, the extent to which he had become stronger was simply too shocking. Was it related to the purple grass poison that he had been infected with? If it was true, then Long Yi was at a disadvantage. In these years, in order to improve his strength, Hun had many life and death duels with people. Long Yi didn't have such an opportunity in Zhao country. Sure enough, in this round of confrontation, Hun obviously had the upper hand. In order to end the battle quickly, Hun pulled out his sword from his waist. Long Yi also pulled out his sword. This was the first time that Gu Jiao saw Long Yi use his sword. These two were worthy of being senior brothers. Their swordsmanship was exactly the same. Both of them focused on speed. Often, before one move was finished, the other had already followed. Gu Jiao's eyes turned very quickly. She simply couldn't keep up with them. Such fast swordsmanship, just from the confrontation, Hun had the upper hand, no matter if it was in terms of moves or internal force. Hun's sword slashed at Long Yi's left arm. Long Yi swung his sword to block. Hun coldly said, I have been practicing martial arts diligently all these years. I thought that if you didn't die, I would beat you fair and square. After he finished speaking, he kicked Long Yi's stomach. Who would have thought that he didn't kick Long Yi? Instead, his arm was cut by Long Yi's sword. Hun frowned. Looking at the blood flowing out from his left arm, he gritted his teeth and said, I was really careless. Gu Jiao deliberately provoked him. What careless? You can't beat Long Yi. What's the use of training so hard for so many years? You still can't beat Shirtian, who lost his memory. Hun was poked in his sore spot. His heart stagnated, and he almost got hit by Long Yi's sword again. He angrily said, Stinking brat. You shut up. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, You can't say that you can't beat him? Then you might as well not fight. Just tuck your tail between your legs and obediently leave. Wait until you go back and train for another 8 to 10 years. Let's see whether you can barely tie with Long Yi or not. I reckon that it will be a little difficult. And Han was a proud and arrogant death soldier. He had lived under the shadow of Shirtian all his life. Shirtian was his devil. He couldn't tolerate other people saying that he was inferior to Shirtian. That was 20 years ago. I will no longer be Shirtian's defeated general. And Han gritted his teeth and said the last sentence. He circulated his internal force and stabbed his sword towards Long Yi's heart. However, he was disturbed too much. His breath was unstable. Long Yi had already seen through his move. Long Yi swung his sword backhandedly and sent his longsword flying. This sword was the beginning of all nightmares. And Han was thoroughly enraged. His malicious eyes were filled with blood qi. His breath began to change. Gu Jiao was too familiar with this breath. And Han he was about to lose control. The state preceptor said that people who were poisoned by purple grass poison would more or less lose control. Usually it was in a life and death situation. However, there were exceptions. Gu Jiao frowned. This guy. Is he planning to perish together with Long Yi? The Black Wind King also instinctively sensed danger, and his muscles tensed up without batting an eyelid. And Han suddenly pounced on Long Yi. He snatched his sword and sent him flying to the ground. He quickly flashed to Long Yi's side. He grabbed Long Yi's lapel and punched Long Yi's body again and again. Each of his punches carried a terrifying amount of internal force. Gu Jiao heard the sound of bones breaking. Long Yi was completely suppressed by an Han who had lost control. What was even more frightening was that Gu Jiao also felt the change in Long Yi's breath. She didn't know whether it was because of an Han's breath or because of her instinctive protection. Long Yi was also about to lose control. Long Yi looked at an Han with bloodshot eyes. Every punch that landed on his body seemed to be prying open the shackles that were suppressing his killing intent. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She took out an arrow from her back, pulled the bowstring, and shot an arrow through an Han's thigh. And Han was in such a state. This kind of small injury was nothing. He didn't even feel any pain. However, he didn't allow himself to be provoked. He threw away Long Yi in his hand and sent a palm strike towards Gu Jiao. Black Wind King wanted to leave with Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, it was too late. Gu Jiao was hit by the wind from his palm. She was sent flying and heavily hit the wall of the winery. She fell to the ground, and the stone wall collapsed with a loud bang, pressing down on her. However, Gu Jiao wasn't buried by the collapsed wall. Long Yi used his tall body to protect her. Gu Jiao looked at his eyes, which were filled with blood mist. She also looked at the blood mist that was slowly dissipating. Long Yi panted. He didn't lose control. He didn't change back to the beast that only knew how to kill. Long Yi carried Gu Jiao and walked out. He used his qinggong to jump up and gently placed Gu Jiao back on the back of Black Wind King. Then, he charged towards An Han like a bolt of lightning and punched An Han's chest with lightning speed. An Han didn't have time to dodge and was smashed to the ground. Long Yi sent another punch. This time, his ribs were broken and his lungs were pierced. His breathing became rapid. The huge pain and the loss of internal force made him gradually regain consciousness. He looked at Long Yi in disbelief. Indeed, there was killing intent in Long Yi's eyes. However, it wasn't the killing intent after losing control. Why? Why was it like this? Why was he able to defeat him when he was sober? You can't win me. But before he could finish speaking, Long Yi twisted his neck with a backhand, and with a kacha sound his neck was broken. And Han fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. It was as if he didn't understand how he lost. He didn't lose to the death warrior Shirtian. He lost to a person called Long Yi. Chapter 819. In this duel, Long Yi consumed a lot of energy. Not only was it caused by fighting back and forth, but when suppressing the uncontrollable killing intent. The pain Long Yi endured, and the temptation he had to resist was unimaginable to ordinary people. This was the most damaging to his vitality. Long Yi gasped for breath and looked up at the endless blue dome of heaven. Gu Jiao got off the horse and came to his side. Turning her head, she looked at him and said, Long Yi, what are you looking at? Did you remember something? You are injured, ride Black Wind King and go back. In the next second, Gu Jiao was picked up by Long Yi. Gu Jiao's face instantly darkened. She looked like a little doll with her feet facing down. So just now, you were just gasping for breath? Sure enough, she shouldn't have worried about Long Yi. And Han's strength was abnormal. But Long Yi's was even more abnormal. Long Yi brought Gu Jiao back to Dukongwa Mansion. On the other side, the struggle in the palace was also over. Han Fu was captured by Wang Su. When the Imperial Guards saw Han Fu was captured, their morale fell, and they quickly surrendered. The only one left was Han Shi. After Han brought Han Shi out of the palace, he let Han Shi sit in the carriage prepared in advance. He stayed behind to kill Gu Jiao. But he didn't expect that not only would he fail, he would be killed by Long Yi instead. And Han was the biggest card in Han Shi's hand. He was even more important than the fake emperor. If Han didn't work for Han Shi, how could Han Shi easily eavesdrop on the news in the imperial study? How could he allow the fake monarch to observe the real monarch in the dark? Even when Shang Guanyin was sold as a slave, and Han had a part to play, Han Shi could lose the fake emperor. But Han Shi couldn't lose in Han. Of course, Han Shi had absolute confidence in Han. Even if Han lost to that junior brother of the same sect last time. And Han had become even more powerful because of this. After Han kills Xiao Lulang, he will be able to meet me. Han Shi thought this and let out a long sigh. She leaned against the wall of the carriage and closed her eyes to rest. But after a while, her eyelids suddenly twitched. Immediately after, she felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. She frowned and said, "Did Xiao Lulang catch up?" No, with Han blocking him, he wouldn't even know how he died. "I think you're the one who's dead." Gu Qingfeng descended from the sky and landed on Han Shi's carriage. He kicked off the carriage driver and mercilessly dragged Han Shi down from the carriage. Although he respected the elderly and loved the young, he could forget about this kind of vicious old witch. Gu Qingfeng did not control his strength, and Han Shi was pulled down from the carriage. She fell and rolled a few times before coming to a stop. Her pearl hairpin fell off, and her hair bun came loose. Her face was covered in dust, and she was even worse off than the old beggar woman. Han Shi was in so much pain that she cried out. Gu Qingfeng disdainfully patted the hand that touched her and walked over to her. "After doing so many bad things, you still want to escape. Do you think you can escape?" Gu Qingfeng had already taken off the crown prince's mask and revealed his true face. But Han Shi still recognized him from his voice. Han Shi raised her eyes and looked at him coldly. "You're the one who pretended to be the crown prince last night? If you let me go, I can." "Can your uncle?" Gu Qingfeng admitted that he was a chatterbox, but he was too lazy to waste his breath on an old witch like Han Shi. He directly grabbed Han Shi and threw her into the prison carriage that was already prepared. Han Shi sat in the prison carriage, and her hands tightly gripped the wooden planks. "You will regret it." Gu Qingfeng rolled his eyes and hit her mute acupoint with 2 fingers. "You're about to die and you're still talking nonsense. I can't deal with you." Han Shi was taken back to the rearguard commandery, and the change in the palace came to an end. Zhang Dequan was summoned back to the palace and cleaned up the mess of the war between Zhanghe Palace and the foreign court with the 12 supervisors. With such a big thing happening, the foreign court and aristocratic families were all alarmed. They all rushed to see the king, but the king did not receive any of them. The king ordered the court to be adjourned for 3 days and let the Supreme Court and Ministry of Justice investigate together. Investigate what? Naturally, it was to investigate Han Shi, the crown prince's residence, and the Han family. How many shameful things did they do behind the scenes? Lock up the Han family and the crown prince's residence. Not even a fly is allowed to leave. What was the original commander of the Imperial Guards doing? He actually let a deputy commander take away half of the troops, punish him severely, and take back the Han family's command seal. The king issued earth-shattering orders in the imperial study. The various offices did not dare to be negligent and carried out their duties without stopping to complete the tasks given by the king. The moment they walked out of the imperial study, everyone understood that the Han family, which had been standing for many years, was about to fall. After 15 years, Chengdu once again welcomed a change in power. The top 10 aristocratic families were about to be reshuffled again. As the saying goes, seeing him rise, seeing him entertain guests, and seeing him collapse. Once the Han family fell, the military power was bound to be divided. However, whether the aristocratic families were complacent or grieving for the loss of their own kind was unknown. In the duke's residence, Gu Jiao was very happy. An Han was dead and Han Shi was captured. This meant that the 3 years of internal strife would not happen again. The wheel of fate quietly turned from this moment on. Next would be the external battles with the Jin nation and the state of Liang. It would be best if they could also avoid it. Young master, Prince Zhangsun. Gu Jiao was treating Long Yi's injuries when manager Zheng hurriedly entered the courtyard. He found Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng in Long Yi's room and saluted. His Majesty's order came from the palace, asking young master and Prince Zhangsun to go to the palace immediately. Gu Jiao wrapped the last bandage on Long Yi's body and told him not to move. Then she entered the palace with Xiao Heng. In the imperial study, Shangguan Yan and Yin Shanjun were also there. Just now in the Zhanghe Palace, Gu Jiao was fully vigilant against an Han who could appear at any time, so she did not pay much attention to the little princess's father, Yin Shanjun. Now that she was in the mood to look at him, Gu Jiao found that he was a real beauty. Yin Shanjun was the son that the Empress Dowager had given birth to for the late emperor. He was younger than the monarch by almost 60 years. He was in his 30s this year, but perhaps because he had nothing on his mind, his eyes had the innocence and clarity of a young man. This made him look younger than his actual age. He had 2 big walnuts in his right hand, looking handsome and elegant. In addition, Gu Jiao also noticed a detail. His eyes were amber, lighter than ordinary people's eyes. You are the first person who dares to stare at me like this. Yin Shanjun smiled and put his face in front of Gu Jiao. How is it? Am I good looking? Oh, not as good looking as him. Gu Jiao pointed at Xiao Heng. Yin Shanjun. He was shocked. The king faintly glanced at the two and said, Okay, I called you here for a serious matter. Yin Shanjun quickly adjusted his expression and became serious and solemn. It seemed that this younger brother was still in awe of the king. Shangguan Yin did not sit in a wheelchair today. Did they not need to disguise themselves? The first thing. The king looked at Shangguan Yin and said, Where is Shangguan Qing? Shangguan Yan's expression stiffened. She blinked guiltily and pointed at Xiao Heng. Isn't he right here? The king slapped the table with a cold face. Do you really think that I can't recognize my grandson? Shangguan Qing doesn't eat fennel. Oh, fennel. There was such a thing. The cook of the House of Duke would put fennel in the dishes. So it was the filling that was exposed in the past 2 days. The king stared at Shangguan Yin with disappointment. You as a mother don't even know such a small thing. Shangguan Yin felt wronged and whispered, I also didn't make fennel for him. How can I afford to eat such expensive spices? It was very hard to live in the imperial mausoleum, okay? Yin Shanjun looked at Xiao Heng. Isn't that Qing'er? They really look alike. The king looked at Xiao Heng with heavy eyes. Who are you? Yin Shanjun was also very curious about Xiao Heng's identity. He didn't avoid his eyes and waited for Xiao Heng's answer. Xiao Heng said calmly, Who I am is not important. Your Majesty only needs to understand that everything is a temporary measure. The third princess and the crown prince's eldest grandson are deeply persecuted by the crown prince's residents, the Han family, and the Nangong family. They had no choice but to do this. The real imperial grandson is very safe. When everything calms down, the third princess will take him back to Chengdu. The king took a deep look at Xiao Heng. His hand on the armrest clenched a little. It doesn't matter who you are? Yes. You don't want glory and wealth. I don't want. You don't want power and fame. I don't want. Xiao Heng looked straight into the monarch's eyes. There was not a trace of evasion in his gaze. He was magnanimous and spoke from the bottom of his heart. The king swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The king angrily picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Gu Jiao glared at the king fiercely. You're fierce to my husband again. Try being fierce again. I'll beat you. Chapter 820. The king received a threatening look from Gu Jiao. No, I'm scolding this kid. What does it have to do with you? So fierce, are you a wolf? One by one, the monarch was so angry that his head hurt. Every time the monarch felt that this was the most infuriating thing in the world, these troublemakers would always do something even more infuriating. Shang Guanyin didn't need to be mentioned. She was a petty person. Shang Guanqing used to be well-behaved, docile, and lovable. However, when the mole on his butt incident came out, the king knew how indecent this little thing was behind his back. Who did he take after? Obviously, the Shangguan family and the Xianyuan family didn't have this kind of indecent tradition. However, Shang Guanqing and Shang Guanyin knew how to smooth things over. This kid, on the other hand, was stubborn. His attitude was simply arrogant. In the past, he used to call him imperial grandfather affectionately, but now that the Han family and the crown prince had fallen, he didn't even bother to pretend. The king gritted his teeth, turned his face, and coldly said, "All of you withdraw. I don't want to see you." Gu Jiao. Oh. Shang Guanyin. Oh. Xiao Heng was expressionless. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, as well as Xiao Heng, turned around and left without looking back. The king's pair of dragon eyes widened. That's it. That's it. Are you sure you don't want to fight? Yan Shanjun watched a big show. He bitterly touched the bridge of his nose and said, "If there's nothing else, this younger brother will also take his leave. You come back." The king shouted. One by one they all left. He didn't want to lose face. Yan Shanjun helplessly spread out his hands. "Your Majesty, this younger brother hasn't seen Light Shui for many days. I miss her very much. Your Majesty won't prevent us father and daughter from meeting. If you have the ability, then don't go out all day long. Now you know how to be a father? What did you do before?" This was the king's most infuriated day. Everyone in the house, big and small, rushed to piss him off. But in the end he didn't force Yan Shanjun to stay. He waved his hand and had him scram. After Yan Shanjun left, Zhang Dequan mustered up his courage and walked into the room. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Your Majesty, didn't you say that we will be rewarded based on merit? How? What happened to him?" The monarch gripped the armrest tightly and snorted coldly. "I don't care at all. Fame and fortune, a bright future, the country, all of it was nothing in his eyes. Even I." The monarch took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. "If you don't want it, then don't want it." "I don't want it either." Zhang Dequan was confused by what he heard. Why does His Majesty sound like he's angry with someone? What did Third Princess do to His Majesty again? This time, it was not Third Princess Shang Guanyin, but Xiao Heng. Humph. The monarch was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. Zhang Dequan. At this point, there was no point in hiding Xiao Heng's identity. No matter whether the monarch guessed it or not in the imperial study today, Shang Guanqi would confess in a few days in the prison. Shang Guanqi instigated the Nangong family to pursue Xiao Heng again and again. Once this crime was established, another aristocratic family would fall. The 10 great aristocratic families were not innocent. The accounts that should be settled would be settled. However, there were priorities for everything. If the enemy was in front of them, the aristocratic families must preserve their strength first. Shang Guanyin and Xiao Heng had no objection to this point. A person couldn't be swayed by the hatred in his heart. It was never too late to take revenge, but it couldn't be late to protect. Shang Guanyin, Xiao Heng, and Gu Jiao got on the carriage to Duke Dinggua's mansion. Yan Shanjun had his own carriage and followed behind them unhurriedly. Thinking of Yan Shanjun's appearance, Gu Jiao expressed the doubts in her heart. His eyes are different from ours. People from the Central Plains rarely had that kind of eye color. Shang Guanyin paused and said, Yan Shanjun is not the flesh and blood of the late emperor. His biological father is a Turkic. In order to save the face of the imperial family, and to prevent the Empress Dowager from being criticized and punished, the monarch lied to the public that he was the posthumous son of the late emperor. Such a shocking secret was said by her lightly. Even Xiao Heng didn't know what to say. Gu Jiao said, "No wonder the monarch of Great Yin trusts Yan Shanjun so unreservedly. It turns out that Yan Shanjun can't threaten his throne at all." Shang Guanyin said, "You can say that. Her imperial father was suspicious by nature. He only loved Yin Shanjun and Sheng Guanqing unreservedly. It was just that one of them was a fake imperial family, and the other one would not live past 20 years. They would not pose the slightest threat to the imperial power. Gu Jiao asked, "Does Yin Shanjun know?" Sheng Guanyin said, "He knows, but he doesn't care." The Empress Dowager had a son in her old age. Not long after giving birth to him, she passed away. He was brought up by the monarch. His elder brother is like a father. The monarch really loves him, and he also really respects the monarch. This is rare in the imperial family. Gu Jiao was deeply proud. After all, there is no interest involved. Sheng Guanyin sighed. Yin Shanjun is a bit playful. He has been unwilling to get married. Little Junju is his daughter from a one-night stand outside. He was not mature enough to be a responsible father. As a result, after the monarch raised him, he also had to raise his daughter for him. It was really hard on him. "What are you saying about me?" Yin Shanjun's carriage suddenly drove to their carriage. Yin Shanjun used his fan to open their curtains. "Little niece, are you itching for a beating?" Sheng Guanyin chuckled and said, "I've fought with 7th uncle so many times, but 7th uncle seems to have never won against me. In the end, whose skin is itching?" Although Yin Shanjun's seniority was high, he and Sheng Guanyin were similar in age and grew up together. When they were young, they often fought with each other. Sheng Guanyin relied on the excellent bloodline and teachings of the Xianyuan family to crush Uncle Little Qi. The corner of Yin Shanjun's mouth twitched. The fear of being dominated by Sheng Guanyin welled up in his heart. He clenched his teeth. This face can't be recovered in this lifetime. His eyes fell on Xiaoheng's face. He smiled and said, "Your son doesn't seem to know martial arts. Was he bullied when he was young?" "This son of yours," there was a lot of information in this sentence. Sheng Guanyin and the other two's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if they didn't hear this sentence. Xiaoheng said, "No, I have Long Yi." Whoever dared to bully him was beaten into a sandbag by Long Yi. Yin Shanjun, who was trying to regain his confidence from Xiaoheng, was speechless. "Stop the car," Yin Shanjun said. He got out of his carriage and sat in Duke Mansion's carriage. Sheng Guanyin looked at this 7th uncle, who she had beaten since childhood, and asked in an incomparably cold voice, "Why do you want to squeeze into our carriage?" Yin Shanjun opened his folding fan and said with a smile, "Little Qi, uncle is afraid that you will feel awkward. They are a loving couple, but you are standing here. Don't you think that you are redundant?" Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and seriously nodded her head. Sheng Guanyin was dumbfounded. "You, how did you know?" Yin Shanjun pointed his folding fan at Gu Jiao's throat and said with a smile like a spring breeze. When she spoke, her Adam's apple didn't move. In the imperial study, not only Gu Jiao observed Yin Shanjun also always paid attention to Gu Jiao. From a certain point of view, he and Gu Jiao were bold and careful people. Ordinary people would be embarrassed to always stare at others, but these two were magnanimous. "Hey, are you my grandnephew's wife?" This sentence was also a trap. Once Sheng Guanyin said yes, it would be tantamount to admitting that Xiaoheng was his nephew. If Sheng Guanyin said no, it would only be denying that Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng were husband and wife, not denying that Xiaoheng and Sheng Guanyin were mother and son. Sheng Guanyin glared at him. "Why do you always like to dig a hole for people?" Yin Shanjun laughed and fanned himself with his folding fan, saying, "Then, 7th uncle will use a secret to exchange with you." Sheng Guanyin disdainfully snorted. "What valuable secret can you have?" Yin Shanjun mysteriously smiled. "For example, the truth of the Xianyuan family's destruction?" The three people pricked up their ears at the same time. "Although I shouldn't laugh when talking about such a serious matter, can the three of you not be so synchronized?" Yin Shanjun said with a smile. "Since you are so curious, I suddenly changed my mind. It's not worthwhile to tell you. But who asked you to take care of Light Shui for so long? For this, I should tell you everything I know." Sheng Guanyin and Gu Jiao put down the stick in their hands with satisfaction. The two looked at him seriously, as if they would beat him down if he didn't say anything. Yin Shanjun's face was full of black lines. Sheng Guanyin, It's fine if you are fierce, but how can you find such a fierce daughter-in-law? Yan Shanjun finally sighed and told the truth. You should have heard of the state preceptor's prophecy. Purple star appears. Emperor comes out of Xianyuan. But do you know that there are 2 sentences before it? Gu Jiao and Sheng Guanyin said in unison. What 2 sentences? Chapter 821. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Yan Shanjun was silent for a long time, and then said with a dignified expression, The fate of the great Yin is coming to an end. At this moment, the 3 people seemed to understand something. If it was just the emperor will come out of Xianyuan, then half of Xuanyuan's blood flowed in Sheng Guanyan's body. She could completely fulfill this prophecy. But if it was added the fate of the great Yin is coming to an end, as the crown princess of the great Yin, Sheng Guanyin could not be the emperor in the prophecy. The Xianyuan family will replace the Shengguan royal family and become the new imperial family. This was the real reason why the emperor wanted to kill the Xianyuan family. Sheng Guanyin turned her head and looked at Yan Shanjun sitting on the stool beside her. You knew it long ago? Yan Shanjun waved his fan. Not long ago. I accidentally heard it outside His Majesty's imperial study a few years ago. Sheng Guanyin asked. Then what else did you hear? Yan Shanjun sighed. I heard that this prophecy was not told to His Majesty by the imperial preceptor. It was leaked by someone. Do you think that His Majesty destroyed the Xianyuan family because of this prophecy? In fact, the prophecy is only one of the factors. In fact, there are many inside stories. Hearing this, the first doubt in the hearts of the 3 people was solved. Although the 3 people didn't say it, because of the particularity of the matter, the 3 people once doubted whether this prophecy was fabricated out of thin air. Now it seems that the imperial preceptor indeed divined this prophecy, and may have paid a great price for it. The imperial preceptor understood what this prophecy would bring to the Xianyuan family. He didn't intend to tell the Xianyuan family, so as to avoid the Xianyuan family rebelling. He also didn't intend to tell the emperor, so as to prevent the emperor from killing the Xianyuan family. But he never expected that there was a spy from the Jin state in the imperial preceptor hall. The spy was selected to enter the imperial preceptor hall at the age of 8. He lurked there for 10 years. During these 10 years he didn't show the slightest flaw. Finally, he gained the trust of the imperial preceptor, and became the imperial preceptor's first disciple. He was also present when the imperial preceptor divined. When the news spread, the state preceptor realized that he had been betrayed. The imperial advisor punished him, but unfortunately, it was too late. The monarch and the Xianyuan family had already heard the prophecy. The Xianyuan family originally had no mortal intentions, but the Xianyuan family also knew that with the king's suspicious personality, it was hard for him not to be wary of them. The Xianyuan family was already prepared to hand over their military power and return to their fields. However, at this moment, the Jin and Liang kingdoms made their move. The Jin state was the first of the 6 states, and it was the Jin state that divided the status of the 6 states. During the heyday of the Jin state, none of the other states could compete with it, and it had the absolute hegemony. Later on, the Liang nation rose and was recognized by the Jin nation. The Liang nation became the second upper nation, and if Great Yan wanted to be ranked as one of the great kingdoms, it would have to be recognized by both the Great Jin and the Great Liang. These 2 countries were naturally unhappy. In those years, in order to stop the rise of the Great Yan kingdom, the Jin and Liang kingdoms started many wars at the border. Not only that, they also secretly supported the civil forces of the Great Yan kingdom to rebel. However, they did not expect that the Great Yan kingdom, which was in such a precarious state, would be held back by the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan Li's red tasseled spear caused everyone to tremble in fear. Countless brave generals of the Jin and Liang kingdoms fell under Xianyuan Li's red tasseled spear. The Jin and Liang kingdoms were defeated and did not dare to invade for many years. However, the good times did not last long. The Jin and Liang kingdoms had always refused to accept the Great Yan kingdom as an upper nation, because they knew that the Great Yan kingdom, with the Xianyuan family, was too powerful. Once it was allowed to develop, one day, the Xianyuan army would trample the mountains and rivers of the Jin and Liang kingdoms. Everything was so coincidental. When they were racking their brains to think of a way to deal with the Great Yin Kingdom and the Xianyuan family, the prophecy of the state preceptor appeared. Their envoys took the initiative to come to the Great Yin Kingdom and proposed a very tempting condition to the Great Yin Kingdom's monarch: destroy the Xianyuan family, and they would accept the Great Yin Kingdom as one of the three upper nations. Not only would they share the right to use the sea and many islands with the Great Yin Kingdom, they would also allow the Great Yin Kingdom to seize the remaining three lower nations with them. Becoming an upper nation was not only an honor, but also a lot of practical benefits. It would be a lie to say that the Great Yin Kingdom was not tempted. At that time, the monarch had two choices. 1. Let Xianyuan Li lead the army to attack the Jin and Liang kingdoms until they were convinced. 2. Accept the conditions proposed by the Jin and Liang kingdoms. The monarch chose the second option. Gu Jiao said, "That's right." Yin Shanjun sighed regretfully. At that time, the Xianyuan family had the strength to fight against the armies of the two upper nations. However, if they really won, it would increase the Xianyuan family's reputation among the people. They already had enough merit to overshadow the monarch. Did they still have to give the merit of becoming an upper nation to the Xianyuan family? Thinking about the prophecy, how could the monarch dare to let the Xianyuan family become stronger? Yin Shanjun continued, "There is also a small reason. The Great Yin Kingdom has been in chaos for many years, and the treasury is in deficit. It is true that we can't afford to fight anymore." Gu Jiao glanced at him and said indifferently, "If we seize a few more mansions of corrupt officials, won't we be able to fill up the treasury?" Yin Shanjun coughed lightly and said, "That's why I said it was a small reason, not the main reason." Gu Jiao thought of what Nan Gongli said to her before he died. Therefore, he did not say Jingyang, but Jin and Liang. He knew that it was the Jin spies who spread the prophecy. He also knew that the Jin and Liang kingdoms had tempted the monarch of the Great Yin Kingdom. Gu Jiao touched her chin and murmured thoughtfully, "Indeed, how could a subject directly call the monarch by his name?" However, although she felt that it was strange for Nan Gongli to call the monarch by his name, no one thought of this at that time. If it was really the Jin and Liang kingdoms who had stabbed the Yin kingdom in the back so many times, no wonder she saw in her dream that the Jin and Liang kingdoms would attack the Great Yin Kingdom during the Civil War. From the beginning, the Jin and Liang kingdoms did not sincerely accept the Great Yin Kingdom as a superior kingdom. All of this was just a delaying tactic. When the Xianyuan family was destroyed, the Xianyuan army would be torn apart, and all the aristocratic families would replace the Xianyuan army. Then, the Great Yin Kingdom would lose its sturdiest shield and sharpest sword. The Great Yin Kingdom would no longer have the strength to fight against the Jin and Liang kingdoms. At that time, the Jin and Liang kingdoms would be able to swallow the Great Yin Kingdom. Over the years, the Jin and Liang kingdoms had allowed the Great Yin Kingdom to develop. On one hand, they were waiting for the Xianyuan family's military power to fall. On the other hand, they were feeding the Great Yin Kingdom a little fat rabbit. It was fat and strong, and had no attack power. It was the best prey. How could the monarch of the Great Yin Kingdom not know the intentions of the Jin and Liang kingdoms? He was crazy, but he was not stupid. There were two reasons why he still decided to destroy the Xianyuan family. First, he wanted to prevent the prophecy of the Xianyuan family becoming the emperor from coming true. Second, the monarch had enough confidence in himself. He believed that even without Xianyuan clan and Xianyuan Li, he would still be able to cultivate a mighty army of Great Yin that would be more invincible and invincible in the coming years. Gu Jiao felt that he was overconfident. The Jin and Liang kingdoms were ambitious, and they had been waiting for the right time to annex the Great Yin. Originally, they would take action after the Great Yin Kingdom's 3 years of internal strife. But now, the internal strife had been stopped in advance. They had waited patiently for 3 years during the internal strife, waiting until the Great Yin Kingdom's military power was reduced to a thin layer. But now the Great Yin Kingdom had a strong and powerful army. So the Jin and Liang kingdoms would not be so stupid to send their troops now. While they were talking, the carriage arrived at Duke An's mansion. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng brought Shengguan Yan and Yin Shanjun straight to Feng's courtyard. Today's weather was hot again. All the adults were staying indoors to enjoy the cool air and avoid the heat. Only the two little kids were shoveling sand in the courtyard while staring at the scorching sun. It was the sand pile that Gu Xiaoshun went to get. The two squatted next to the sand pile, using the mini shovels that Gu Xiaoshun made for them to dig the sand. After they finished digging, they put the sand into a mini wooden bucket nearby. The two were sweating profusely and enjoying themselves. From time to time, they would exchange a few words in childish language. The two of them looked so innocent that it made people happy to see them. Except for the old father, Yin Shanjun. "You little brat, don't get so close to my daughter. Both of your heads have bumped together. And don't hold her hand casually. I'll help you," little Jing Kong said to the young princess. "Okay." The young princess happily handed over her small spatula to him. The two grabbed the small shovel and shoveled the sand together. "Forget it. One more person to take care of my daughter." No. From today onwards, he would raise his daughter by himself. Yin Shanjun strode over and squeezed himself between the two little kids with his huge body. Little Jing Kong looked at the strange uncle, who suddenly broke in with a confused look. The young princess was still in a daze as she exclaimed, "Daddy, you're back." Yin Shanjun smiled. "Yes. Ah, teacher, you're back too." The young princess decisively put down the small shovel and rushed to Gu Jiao like a little chick. Yin Shanjun stretched out his arms and hugged her. Chapter 822. Little Jing Kong was a polite child, especially to his classmate's father. He felt his old father's embarrassment and thought, "Should I give him a hug? Hello, Light Shue's father." In the end, he chose to shake his little hand very seriously. He could only give Jiao Jiao a hug. Yin Shanjun, who was not comforted. The little princess introduced her father to Gu Jiao, and then introduced her friends and teacher to her father. Yin Shanjun then knew that this little girl was his daughter's teacher. "What does she teach you? Killing people?" In the palace, he saw this little girl like a killing god, shooting down the Han family's henchmen with 1 arrow, 2 arrows and 2 arrows. This little girl was simply a born archer. "Riding," the little princess said in a cute voice. "Young Master Xiao is my equestrian teacher." Yin Shanjun secretly sighed in relief. Equestrian skills, fortunately. Gu Jiao touched her little head. "Next time, I'll teach you archery." Yin Shanjun's body shook. His mind inexplicably flashed with the bloody scene of his dear daughter, drawing her bow and shooting an arrow through the enemy's head. His little lady, don't become like that. The two little people went to play happily again. A certain little lady had no intention of sticking to her father. Yin Shanjun felt a deep sense of helplessness. He just went out for a trip. How come his daughter is not his anymore? Gu Jiao glanced at Yin Shanjun and stepped back to her room. When she walked past Yin Shanjun, she stuck out her little chest. She signaled with her eyes that the seniority was equal. Shangguan Yin also straightened her back and walked in front of him. "Humph, the seniority is higher. This is what it means to raise the seniority of the whole family by one's own strength." The speechless Yin Shanjun. Gu Jiao first went to the side of Long Yi, wanting to see the injury of Long Yi. She remembered that before leaving, she had repeatedly warned Long Yi not to move randomly. She also didn't know whether he was obedient or not. If by any chance he moved the bandage and gauze, then the wound would easily get infected. But the moment she stepped into the room, the corner of her mouth fiercely twitched. She saw that Long Yi was still maintaining the posture she had seen before she had left. Half twisted his body, one hand in front of his body, and the other hand was raised high above his head. He was motionless as if he wanted to spike the ball. "Long Yi, what are you doing?" She walked over and asked. Long Yi still didn't move, but his eyeballs moved a bit, as if to say, "Hey, I didn't move." Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao covered her eyes. Was that what she meant? "You were so disobedient in the past. Why did you only listen to this sentence?" Gu Jiao faintly felt that Long Yi was waiting for her to praise him. So strange, Why did I read this feeling from his eyes? Gu Jiao looked at the gauze wrapped around his arm and waist, and decided to praise him. Long Yi is really great. Really obedient. Okay, you can move now. Always standing like this. Isn't he afraid of muscle stiffness and cramping? Before she finished sighing, Long Yi stopped his posture and took out a box of charcoal. Obedient Long Yi should be rewarded, and now, it was time for Long Yi to use the charcoal. Gu Jiao. Falling into a pit is still okay? The Crown Prince and Madame Han were handed over to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court's Chancellor personally tried the case of the fake monarch. Mother and son were imprisoned in different torture rooms. At first, both of them were very stubborn, but if the Supreme Court's Chancellor didn't even have this little bit of means, then he would have sat on the throne in vain. The Crown Prince was a tough nut to crack, but he also had a weak spot, and his weak spot was his mansion's little daughter, who was only 2 years old. In order to extort a confession, the Supreme Court's Chancellor didn't hesitate to bring his little daughter and let him look at her through the door, then took her to the next room. Next door, his little daughter's frightened cry came, and the Crown Prince suddenly panicked. Stop! Stop for this emperor! She is the princess of Great Yin. You can't treat her like this. The Supreme Court's Chancellor coldly said. Committing such a monstrous crime. Do you think you can still be a prince? Your crime is more serious than Shangguan Yan's that year. You are not as favored as her, and your whole family will be demoted to commoners. Father! Wawa! I'm scared. Father! I'm scared. Next door, his little daughter's cry was heart-wrenching, and the Crown Prince's willpower was completely defeated. His hands firmly pulled his sleeves, and with red eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, Don't hurt her. I'll tell you everything. Next door, Gu Qingfeng rubbed his throat that was almost smoking. Imitating a child's voice was really too difficult. In fact, it was not that similar. But separated by a wall, the Crown Prince's mind was in a mess, and his head was hot, so the Crown Prince didn't quite hear it. The Crown Prince confessed his crime. This time, the palace coup had little to do with him. He didn't know the Han family's plan in advance. His biggest mistake was refusing to believe that the emperor in the palace was fake, but he didn't have time to cause substantial harm. He also didn't know that the Han family led troops to encircle and suppress the emperor. His main crime was to frame the real imperial grandson Xiao Hung. The Supreme Court's Chancellor recorded while setting off stormy waves in his heart. Who would have thought that the imperial grandson would have such an inside story? Where is the real imperial grandson? Who is Sheng Guanqing's real identity? The Supreme Court's Chancellor asked. The Crown Prince lightly said, You have to ask Sheng Guanyin about this. This emperor doesn't know. How could he waste his energy on a fake imperial grandson? As for Xiao Hung, that kid suddenly disappeared from Chengdu, and he couldn't be found even with a lantern. The Supreme Court's Chancellor continued to interrogate. Who did you instruct? The Han family? The Crown Prince clenched his fist. Nangong family. Dukongwa's mansion. Gu Jiao, who was holding the brush until her hands were soft, leaned on the table and breathed heavily. Long Yi was resting. He went to look for a new charcoal pencil. Xiao Hung walked into the room with a plate of freshly cut melons and fruits. Seeing Gu Jiao leaning on the table, he walked over and pinched her face. Tired? Gu Jiao. Oh no. Her hands were sore. Eat something. Xiao Hung said. It's not too cold, the sweetness is just right. Gu Jiao sat up straight and used a skewer to pick up a small piece of honeydew melon. But she didn't hurry to eat, rather paused. Xiao Hung asked, What's wrong? Gu Jiao said, I was thinking about a dream I had a few days ago. Xiao Hung curiously asked, Oh, what did you dream about? Gu Jiao thought for a bit and decided not to hide it from him. I dreamed that Han family used the fake emperor's hand to start civil strife. The 10 great clans killed each other, and Han family and Nangong family, who originally belonged to the Crown Prince's camp, also fought each other. Xiao Hung deeply looked at her and understood that she saw the future in her dream again. No wonder she knew that the emperor was replaced. Xiao Hung muttered to himself for a moment, then said, The Crown Prince needs Han family and Nangong family. He wants to balance the relationship between the two clans, but Han family and Han family desire to be the strongest. From this point of view, Han family and Nangong family are on opposite sides. Gu Jiao nodded her head. So it's not strange for them to fight. Then who won in the end? Xiao Heng asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. No one won. In that civil war, there was no true winner. Han family thought that they could control the situation, but they did not know that the counterattack of the great clans was much more unreasonable than she had imagined. All of the clans suffered heavy losses, and the Han family and Nangong family, the two most powerful military clans, fought fiercely. Jin and Liang took advantage of the situation. Gu Jiao looked at the two largest pieces of honeydew on the plate. But now the situation may change. Han family and Nangong family were both going to be punished. They had a common enemy and did not have the energy to fight among themselves. So it was very likely that they would temporarily work together to fight against the outside world. Gu Jiao's guess was confirmed in the middle of the night. Steward Zheng heard the news that night from outside. The Han family refused to hand over the commander's seal and took a group of elite soldiers to kill their way out of the west gate. An hour later, the people of Nangong family also led their soldiers out of Xingdu. Over the years, the great clans had infiltrated many of their trusted subordinates into the military camp. Thus, a considerable portion of the soldiers listened to the orders of the clans themselves. After the two great clans killed their way out of Xingdu, they gathered the soldiers of the various military camps outside Xingdu and advanced through the night to the border. They also stationed a lot of soldiers at the border. It was no longer important whether the crown prince and the Han family fell into the hands of the monarch. If the Han family wanted to survive, they could just rebel. What the Xianyuan family did not accomplish in the past, the Han family would complete it now. Coincidentally, the Nangong family also thought the same. Gu Jiao looked at the twinkling stars in the sky. Is civil war still inevitable? The invasion of Jin and Liang. In the dream, it was the 11 great clans that were fighting each other. But now it was the 9 great clans that were ordered to suppress the Han and Nangong families. Gu Jiao muttered to herself. What will the Nangong and Han families do when they have nowhere to go? Xiao Heng looked up at the endless night sky. They will open the gate to the border and drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Chapter 823. Xiao Heng's guess was confirmed in the following days. In the middle of August, news came from Tianshan Pass that the Jin army was heading east. 2 days later, news came from Yanmen Pass that the Liang army was heading east. The Han family and the Nangong family were still on the way and wouldn't reach the border so soon. They should have contacted the border guards through their trusted subordinates. Tianshan Pass was defended by the Han clan's forces, while Yanmen Pass was defended by the Nangong clan's forces. Although there were other generals, the main generals were the trusted aides of these two clans. As soon as the secret report arrived, the two clans' forces quickly swept away the obstacles and took control of the situation at the border. When the news reached Xingdu, the monarch was so angry that he smashed the inkstone in the imperial study. The eunuchs and maids in the room were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Zhang Dequan didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Who would have thought that after capturing Madame Han and imprisoning the crown prince, the two families would join hands to rebel? They were much more arrogant than the Xianyuan family in the past. The Xianyuan family didn't rebel because they were afraid of being arrested. They knew about the secret agreement between the monarch and the Jin and Liang countries, so they decided to rebel. At that time, only the monarch, Xianyuan Li, and Zhang Dequan were in the imperial study. Zhang Dequan still felt enlightened when he recalled Xianyuan Li's words of righteous indignation. Xianyuan Li said, "Shengguan Jingyang, do you really think that the Xianyuan family is your biggest threat? In order to get rid of the Xianyuan family, you don't hesitate to ask a tiger for its skin. One day, you will regret it." After 16 years, Xianyuan Li's words finally came true. The ambitions of the Jin and Liang countries could no longer be hidden. However, the Yin kingdom didn't have the million soldiers of the Xianyuan family. What could they use to fight against the two great countries? Not to mention that the Han family and the Nangong family had taken away almost half of their troops. How could they fight this war? What chance did they have of winning? If Xian Yuanli was still alive, and all the men of the Xian Yuan family were still alive, they might have been able to win the war with fewer troops. However, they had all died in battle. Ever since Han Shi revealed her true face, the monarch had not spent a single day without regret. Regardless of whether it was internal or external troubles, as long as the Xian Yuan family was present, there would not be so many demons and monsters. He was afraid that the Xian Yuan family was so powerful that he wanted to exterminate the entire Xian Yuan family for a prophecy. But in the end, Great Yan's empire still fell into a precarious situation. The king took a deep breath and calmed himself down. I still have the army, the Wang clan and the Mu clan, and the Black Wind cavalry. I might not lose. Report. Outside the imperial study, the anxious voice of a spy suddenly came in with a report. Announce it, the monarch said seriously. Zhang Dequan summoned the spy into the imperial study. However, there was more than one spy. Reporting to your majesty, there's an urgent report from Blue Snow Pass. The Chen nation's army is advancing toward the east. Your majesty, the spies have discovered the Zhao army. Reporting to your majesty, the Qishui Pass has discovered the Zhao country's army. Out of the 6 countries in the world, 5 of them were marching towards the Yin kingdom. This was no longer just the invasion of Jin and Liang. Even the other 3 countries were taking advantage of the situation to take a bite of the Yin kingdom's fat meat. If it was in the past, Zhao Chun and Zhao naturally would not have the courage. But now, the news of Jin and Liang sending troops to the Yin kingdom had already shaken the world. The good news of the Han clan and Nangong clan's defection did not escape the eyes of the spies of the other countries. If they did not take a share of the soup now, when would they? The monarch's blood and qi surged. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and fainted on the ground. Zhang Dequan hurriedly invited the imperial physician and asked someone to invite Gu Jiao, Shang Guanyan, and Xiao Heng into the imperial palace. To be honest, the development of the matter was indeed somewhat unexpected. Originally, they thought that by stopping the Han clan, they could stop a civil war. Without the consumption of the civil war, Jin and Liang would not easily confront the Yin kingdom head-on. Who would have thought that the Han clan and Nangong clan would join hands to rebel? Not only did they bring about civil strife, but they also directly knocked open all the border checkpoints of the Yin kingdom, turning the invasion of the 2 countries into a plundering of the 5 countries. In the dream, Zhao Chun and Zhao did not participate in the carving up of the Yin kingdom, because at that time, the Yin kingdom was only a shell, and Jin and Liang could easily take it. Now the Yin kingdom had strong soldiers and strong horses. Losing was inevitable, but it was bound to be a fierce battle. They had no time to care about the Yin kingdom's eastern region. The situation is even more serious than in the dream. Gu Jiao had so many prophetic dreams, but this was the one that was the most out of her control. Would everyone still go to the ending in the dream? The carriage arrived at the imperial palace. The monarch had just experienced a small stroke and was rescued by the imperial physician in time. He looked very haggard, as if he had aged more than 10 years in a day. He was lying on the bright yellow dragon bed, and his breath was drifting. He tasted the taste of regret, and also the bitter fruit of retribution. Gu Jiao checked his body. There was no danger to his life, but his body could not be as agile as before in a short period of time. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng could see that he had something to say to Shang Guanyan. The 2 turned and walked out. Zhang Dequan also left with the palace people. Only the father and daughter were left in the huge bedchamber. Shang Guanyan stood in front of the dragon bed, looked at the old and weak monarch lightly and asked, "Do you regret it?" The monarch's lips twitched twice, and a trace of regret flashed in his turbid eyes. But he was stubborn on the surface, unwilling to admit that he was frivolous. But in fact, he had long regretted it. It was just that he did not expect that he would regret it so thoroughly. It was not the Xian Yuan clan who took away the destiny of the Yin kingdom, but himself. He destroyed the Xian Yuan clan and destroyed the strongest barrier of the Yin kingdom. The The Yin kingdom became a fish on the chopping board. And even the Xia kingdom raised the butcher knife in their hand. He recalled countless times in his heart. If the Xianyuan clan was still there, who would dare to invade? Save, save! He opened his mouth trying to say something. He just had a stroke, so his voice was small and unclear. Do you want me to save the Yin kingdom? Shang Guanyin said lightly. I won't promise you. Sex life. What he said was to save his life and quickly escape. The Yin kingdom was going to die. The Yin kingdom's princess would not end up like this. Leave with the 2 children and never come back. The Yin kingdom's monarch looked at the direction of the door, which was half open. From his angle, he could not see Xiao Heng, only Xiao Heng's shadow on the ground. He opened his mouth with difficulty, but in the end, he did not call out that name. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng squatted on the ground. Xiao Heng broke a branch and drew a map of the 6 countries. Xiao Heng pointed at the map with the branch and said, "The Yin kingdom is in the middle. To the north is the ice field, and to the south is the Red River. The west borders the Jin kingdom and the Liang kingdom, and these 3 countries form a triangle." Gu Jiao understood. That's why the Jin kingdom tried to rope in the Liang kingdom to prevent the Liang kingdom and the Yin kingdom from becoming allies. Xiao Heng nodded. That's right. What about the east? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng pointed at 2 small circles on the map with the branch and said, "To the east are the Chun kingdom and the Zhao kingdom. The Chun kingdom is in the northeast, the Zhao kingdom is in the southeast, and the Zhao kingdom is the furthest. We have to go around the Chun kingdom to reach it." Gu Jiao asked. The Tianshan Pass blocking the Jin kingdom is guarded by the Han family, and the Yin Gate Pass blocking the Liang kingdom is guarded by the Nangong family. What about the Chun kingdom and the Zhao kingdom? Xiao Heng said. The Tsangxue Pass is guarded by the Mu family to prevent the Chun kingdom's cavalry from invading. The Red River Pass is guarded by the Wang family to prevent the Zhao kingdom's navy from invading. If the Zhao kingdom wants to attack the Yin kingdom, the best way is to go around the Chun kingdom and go through the Chongping Pass in the ice field. The pass is guarded by the local army. Gu Jiao paused. The Zhao kingdom is the furthest. They can't get here so quickly. Xiao Heng looked at the map and said, judging from the distance and marching speed, the fastest is the Jin kingdom and the Liang kingdom's army, followed by the Zhao kingdom's navy, and then the Chun kingdom's cavalry. Gu Jiao asked again, who is leading the army in the Zhao kingdom? Xiao Heng pondered and said, to cross the Red River, they need the protection of the navy. If there are no accidents, it will be my father, Marquis Xianping. Gu Jiao was speechless. Should they fight or not? What about the Chun kingdom? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng thought for a while and said, although there is no definite news from the Chun kingdom suffered a defeat last year. In order to boost the morale of the army, the Yuan Tang will lead the army. As for who would lead the army in the Zhao kingdom, Xiao Heng wasn't sure. He didn't know much about the Zhao kingdom, but he was sure that the Yin kingdom couldn't fight against 5 countries at the same time. Gu Jiao asked curiously, the Yuan Tang and the emperor of the Zhao kingdom don't know that we are in the Yin kingdom. If they know that we are going to fight, will they still fight? Xiao Heng looked at her and asked, you will fight? Gu Jiao squatted and drew circles on the ground. She said casually, I am the commander of the Black Wind Battalion. I will fight, right? The commander of the Black Wind Battalion could quit at any time if she wanted to. Xiao Heng opened his mouth and said, it's not all for you and the Jing Kong. Gu Jiao understood what he wanted to say. She looked up at the endless sky and said, I just feel that I should do this. Chapter 824. Novels that can't be found on the internet are available here. While the two were talking, Shang Guanyin came out of the bedroom. Shang Guanyin frowned and pursed her thin lips. Xiao Heng threw away the branch in his hand, pulled Gu Jiao to stand up, and asked Shang Guanyin, what did the emperor say? Shang Guanyin frowned and said, he told us to run away quickly. If he didn't say that, she would have run away with the children. But if he really told her to run away, she didn't want to run away. Sure enough, the human heart is the strangest thing in the world. We can't escape, Xiao Heng said. with the ambition of Jin and Liang, the great Yin royal family, and the descendants of Xianyuan can't escape. As long as the great Yan's mountains and rivers are trampled, there is only one ending waiting for them. Shangguan Yen nodded her head. You go back to the Duke's mansion first. I'll summon the ministers to discuss the affairs of the imperial court. The emperor had a stroke, and the border was in chaos. It's really a double whammy, but no matter what, they have no way out. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng took the carriage back to the Duke's mansion. The news from the imperial court had already spread throughout the entire residence. Steward Zheng scolded the Han clan and Nangong clan, and also ridiculed the various countries that harbored evil intentions. Of course, he didn't forget to greet the monarch who acted on his own accord. A room full of people gathered in the lobby. The old chancellor whispered beside Empress Dowager Zhuang. Why did our emperor come to join in the fun? Isn't he a benevolent emperor? With my understanding of him, it's good if others don't attack him. He won't take the initiative to start a war. He's not that courageous. The country he's fighting is not a small country like the Qing country, but the most powerful Yin country among the three countries. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly snorted. At first glance, it's not his idea. It must be someone who urged him. The old chancellor thoughtfully said. Who urged him? Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. If it's not Marquis Xianping, then it's Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan was more likely. The old chancellor was at his wits' end and said, Aheng is the eldest grandson of the emperor of Diyan. Jiao Jiao is the adopted son of the duke's manor. If they really fought, it would be very awkward. Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at him. Was this a question of whether it was awkward or not? The old chancellor coughed lightly. Then what do you plan to do? What was she going to do? If it were up to her, she would have brought the children back to Zhao country immediately, far away from the Yin country. But that was impossible. From the moment the children stepped into the Yin kingdom, their fate was already tied to the Yin kingdom. She only hoped that Jiao Jiao would not go to war again. There were so many famous generals in the great Yin clan, so there was no need for a girl to go on an expedition, right? But when Gu Jiao went to find Black Wind King, as soon as she entered the courtyard, Empress Dowager Zhuang understood that she was going to the battlefield again. Empress Dowager Zhuang silently returned to her room. Ah, Zhuang. The old chancellor glanced at Dukin and second master Jing on the wheelchair across from him and smiled. Excuse me for a moment. He chased over to Empress Dowager Zhuang's side. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat in front of the window, looking at the crabapple tree in the courtyard. The old chancellor asked, What are you doing? You left without saying a word. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not speak. The old chancellor sighed. Things have not reached that point yet, right? Don't first. She is only 16. Empress Dowager Zhuang spoke. The old chancellor was startled. Empress Dowager Zhuang lowered her eyes and took out a new pouch from her wide sleeve. There are still 2 months before she turns 17. Last year, she was at war for her birthday, and this year she is at war again. 15 or 16 years old was the age of innocence. She should be in her boudoir and receive the protection of her parents. But she had already gone to war twice. Jiao Jiao had never had a good day's rest. She thought that she had been tired enough in this life. But seeing Jiao Jiao, she felt that she was not tired enough. If she was a bit more tired, would she be able to share a bit more of Jiao Jiao's burden? Great aunt. Gu Jiao's voice came from the door. She knocked on the door. Can I come in? Empress Dowager Zhuang put away the pouch and said in a normal tone. Come in. Gu Jiao pushed open the door and entered. Looking at the old chancellor, she said, Oh, great uncle is also here. The old chancellor calmly glanced at Zhuang Jintz, who no longer had any trace of melancholy. Smiling, he asked Gu Jiao, Is there something you need? Gu Jiao said, It's nothing much, it's just that the situation in Yen is not too good. Aheng and I discussed it a bit, and decided to find someone to escort you back to Zhao first. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, Even if you did not say it, we were planning to leave. After staying for so long, we are already tired of it. The Han family and the Nangong family's defection completely disrupted their original plans. The 10 great families and Dian's ruler were no longer the enemies in front of them. the armies of the 5 countries were. The old chancellor understood Zhuang Jin's. She definitely would not abandon Gu Jiao. The reason that she wanted to leave was because she had a reason that she had to leave. He very quickly thought through the crux of the matter and said to Gu Jiao, "Your great-aunt's meaning is that we should quickly set out and do our best to reach Qishui Pass before Zhao launches their attack. Don't let the 2 countries really start fighting." Jin and Liang countries had no way of stopping them, but Zhao, Chen and Zhao countries could still fight for them. Regardless of who the general of Zhao country was, he and Zhuang Jins could stop them. As for Chen country, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng discussed it and decided that Xiao Heng would go and negotiate with Yuan Tang. Xiao Heng would bring Gu Jiao's handwritten letter and the golden seal of the Yin Emperor's grandson. In fact, it was most appropriate to let Gu Jiao handle this matter. After all, Yuan Tang had a relationship with Gu Jiao. Yuan Tang had told Gu Jiao more than once that the future crown prince of Qin country owed her a favor and would return it to her in the future. However, they might not necessarily meet Yuan Tang this time. Secondly, Gu Jiao had a more important task to do. Yuan Tang knew Xiao Heng and was let out of the capital by Xiao Heng. Therefore, Xiao Heng was the second best choice. Xiao Heng's purpose was not only to stop Qin country from going to war with Yin country, but also to use Qin country's forces to stop Zhao country, which was taking a detour. It was not an easy task, but if they could not stop the 2 countries, once the eastern border of the Yin kingdom was breached, the morale of the western border would plummet, and the war with the Jin state and the Liang state would be even more difficult. After confirming the plans of both sides, Xiao Heng went to the imperial palace and told Shang Guanyin the plan. Shang Guanyin had a fierce discussion with the military ministers of various aristocratic families for the whole night and finally finalized all the plans. Xiao Heng would go to Tsangshui Pass in the northeast as the Yin Emperor's grandson and negotiate with Qin country's army. Wang Su would lead an army to escort him. Dukan would go to Qishui Pass in the southeast as the Yin Emperor's envoy to negotiate with Zhao country's army. The Feng family's patriarch, Feng Wuxia, would lead an army to escort him. The reason why the young Feng Wuxia was chosen was because he had a powerful elder brother, Taoist priest Qing Feng. Grandaunt and son-in-law would be arranged in the accompanying team. Next was the choice of the western border. Tianshan Pass and Yinmen Pass were both in the western border of Yin country. The Black Wind cavalry could reach there in 15 days, while the infantry and supplies needed 1 month. In other words, it was likely to be September when they arrived there. Outside the throne room, Shang Guanyin looked at the west in a daze. It's already very cold in Tianshan Pass in September. Let the soldiers wear warm clothes. Xiao Heng looked at her deeply. What are you going to do? Shang Guanyin whispered. I'm going to ask for another imperial edict. The odds of winning this war were too small. The morale of the soldiers of Yin country was not high. If they wanted to win, they needed the emperor to go to war to boost their morale. However, the emperor was old and had just caught a cold. Obviously, it was not suitable for him to travel far. On the same day, the emperor issued an imperial edict, conferring the third princess Shang Guanyin as the crown princess of Yin country. She would go to war on behalf of the emperor and take command of the western border. Accompanying her were 50,000 Black Wind cavalry and 120,000 imperial troops. This was all the troops that Chengdu could deploy at present. The rest of the troops were either taken away by the Han family and the Nangong family, or they were guarding the borders in different cities. They could not be easily mobilized. In the Guogong mansion, Gu Jiao was trying on the armor for the Black Wind King. He also had his own armor. The previous one was left in the Han family. This one was made by Guogong, and Gu Qingfeng came over and curled his lips. Our military strength is not even half of theirs. How are we going to fight? He didn't realize that he used the word we. Gu Jiao adjusted the Black Wind King's armor and said, We'll fight as we should. Gu Qingfeng was about to say something when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Gu Chongqing at the door. Big brother! Gu Chongqing's body had significantly improved. His spirit looked good. He had a long sword hanging on his waist and a bag on his back. It looked like he was going to go on a long journey. Gu Chongqing looked at his sister and said, "Such a dangerous thing. Do you plan to go alone?" Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, "You have a more important mission." The army in the west was set to leave on the 20th of August. On the night before departure, Gu Jiao decided to go to the royal advisor hall. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Xiao Heng standing in front of her door. "What's the matter?" she asked in a daze. Xiao Heng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he stopped. "If there's anything you want to say, just say it," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Heng lowered his eyes and handed over the 2 boxes in his hands. "What is it?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Heng was somewhat embarrassed. He took a deep breath and said, "The box on top is your birthday present from last year. It was prepared long ago. You went to the frontier in a hurry, so I didn't have time to give it to you. This time, I probably won't be able to celebrate your birthday with you, so I'll give you the present first." Gu Jiao opened the box. Last year's birthday present was a golden charcoal pencil. The outer shell was made of pure gold, and there was a rotating one inside that could change the charcoal core. Wow, it was the ancient version of an automatic pencil. This year's birthday present was a small booklet with gold foil and a pair of hairpins. Speaking of which, her booklet was indeed almost used up. It was not strange to give a pen and booklet, but it was rare to see a hairpin. Sure enough, she had grown up. Her gift-giving was not like stepping on a landmine like before. Gu Jiao's fingertips gently touched the white jade hairpin. "I like it very much." "Thank you." Xiao Heng saw that she cherished it very much, and he knew that he had finally given the right gift this time. He secretly sighed and said, "Were you going to go out just now? You go first." "Oh, okay." Gu Jiao turned around and put away the brocade box, then stepped out of the room. Looking at her departing figure, Xiao Heng calmed himself down. He suppressed the nervousness in his eyes and called out to her, "Gu Jiao, when you come back, let's get married." Gu Jiao turned around and looked at him with a confused expression. Didn't we already get married?" Xiao Heng smiled gently. "It's not Xiao Luleng and Gu Jiao's mother, it's Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao. I want to marry you, in the name of Xiao Heng." Gu Jiao's lips curved slightly. "Okay. When I come back, I'll marry you." Chapter 825. The novel was updated more quickly. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found online. When Gu Jiao came out of Feng's courtyard, she caught a glimpse of a little figure peeking out from behind a big tree. Gu Jiao walked over. "Jing Kong." Little Jing Kong was stunned for a moment. Then he scratched his head and walked out. "Ah, I was discovered." Gu Jiao touched his little head. "Were you waiting for me?" Yes. Little Jing Kong hesitated for a moment, then nodded seriously. He raised his tender little face and looked at Gu Jiao with his big blinking eyes. His thick and curly eyelashes made him look like a little eyelash fairy. Jiao, are you going to war again?" he asked reluctantly. "Why do you always have to go to war?" Gu Jiao didn't know how to answer this question. She knelt down on one knee in front of him and suddenly realized that little Jing Kong had grown taller. In the past, she could easily see the top of his head from this position, but now they were really at eye level. "I can watch you grow up." "That's great." Gu Jiao picked up a leaf that had fallen on his shoulder and said softly, "Everyone has their own things to do. It's their duty to save the dying and heal the injured, to protect the country and the people." Little Jing Kong didn't quite understand. He thought for a moment, then clenched his little fists and said, "Then my responsibility must be to protect Jiao. I want to learn martial arts. I want to grow up. I'll go to war in the future. I don't need to go to Jiao." Gu Jiao touched his little head and said with a smile, "War is not fun." Little Jing Kong frowned and said, "But war is very tiring. I don't want Jiao to suffer." Gu Jiao said, "It's not tiring for me." Little Jing Kong couldn't bear to part with her, so he felt so wrong that he was about to cry. Gu Jiao hugged him for a long time, before coaxing him back to his room to sleep. After the little fellow fell asleep, Gu Jiao took the carriage to the state preceptor hall. In the purple bamboo forest, the imperial tutor was sitting in the central room playing chess. The crown prince and the house of Han had fallen from power, and the matter of the fake monarch had come to light. Naturally, the Imperial Advisor Hall was cleared of any wrongdoing, and the lockdown was lifted. Old Mr. Ming had already left. The Imperial Preceptor was playing chess with himself. The disciple who was originally on duty went to do something, and Yi Qing sat on the side, respectfully waiting for the master's orders. "I'm not playing anymore." The state preceptor suddenly put the chess piece back into the box. Yi Qing hurriedly moved over and sorted the black and white chess pieces, and then packed the chessboard. At this moment, Yuhi's voice came from outside the courtyard. "Master, Lord Xiao is here. Let him in." The imperial tutor said. Gu Jiao entered the bamboo hut. It was already late at night. Feather fans and colored glass lamps were hung in the corridor. The transparency of this colored glass was almost the same as the glass in his previous life. At first glance, he could tell that it was far superior to the craftsmanship of the Liang Kingdom. "When did you put it up? It's so beautiful," Gu Jiao said. "I put it up for the Moon Festival." Yi Qing invited Gu Jiao into the hut. It's usually hung up until the end of the month. The Moon Festival, also known as the Mid-Autumn Festival, was a tradition of the Great Yin to admire the moon and hang up lanterns. Gu Jiao sat down across from the imperial tutor. The state preceptor must have gone through a lot to come down to the mortal world, yet you still celebrate this kind of folk festival. The state preceptor speechlessly glanced at her. "Play a game of chess with me." He decided not to bicker with her. "Sure. Seeing that I've misunderstood you for so long, I'll play with you." Yi Qing took out the chessboard that was finally tidied up, rearranged it, and went to make a pot of fruit tea. The fruit tea had its own fruity fragrance, but it wasn't too sweet. It was very suitable for Gu Jiao's taste. "You play black," the state preceptor said. "Okay." Gu Jiao didn't refuse. She played black first. She put a piece on the small eye in the upper right corner of the chessboard. The state preceptor looked at this piece and was in a trance for a moment. "Why aren't you playing?" Gu Jiao blinked and asked. "Don't tell me you don't know how to play?" "Who said I don't know how to play?" The state preceptor coldly picked up a white piece and put it on the chessboard. "I'm here to get the small medicine box," Gu Jiao said. "By the way, I want to say goodbye to you." During this time, Gu Chongqing had been hiding in the intensive care unit to secretly practice the pirated Death Warrior's secret manual. Gu Jiao turned a blind eye and kept the small medicine box in the secret room. Now that Gu Chongqing had left, she should also take the small medicine box to battle. The state preceptor snorted. "You still came to say goodbye to me, how rare." Gu Jiao put down a black piece. "Why don't you clarify?" The state preceptor's hand that was holding the piece paused. This question came out of nowhere, and Yi Qing was confused. However, the state preceptor understood what Gu Jiao was referring to after a short moment of thought. "There's no need," he said. The tragedy of the Xianyuan family had already happened. It wasn't something that could be exchanged for the lives of so many members of the Xianyuan family, just by saying that it wasn't him who leaked the news. Moreover, it was indeed his oversight that year. He actually allowed a spy from the Jin country to infiltrate the state preceptor hall and become his most trusted disciple. The state preceptor didn't ask how she knew the truth. After putting down a piece, he calmly said, "Tianshan Pass and Yinmen Pass aren't far apart. The armies of the Jin and Liang countries might have the opportunity to meet each other. You should be careful of Jin country's Gong Sunyu and Liang country's Chu Feipeng. Both of them are divine generals with illustrious military achievements." In the dream, the 7 sons of Xianyuan, Taoist Qifeng, and Mu Qingchen all fell at the hands of Gong Sunyu. As for Chu Feipeng, he was also a tough nut to crack. He was the one who led the army to encircle the Black Wind Cavalry that was trapped in Mount Liang. The Black Wind Cavalry fought to the last man, before finally dying under the rain of arrows from the Chu family army. Even if the state preceptor didn't say anything, she would still pay special attention to them. Since the state preceptor said it, it meant that he was sincerely thinking for her. "I will pay attention," Gu Jiao said. The state preceptor was used to seeing her choking people half to death. Now that she was suddenly so obedient, he didn't know what to do. "You lost." Gu Jiao looked at the chessboard and said, Yi Qing was slightly stunned and stretched his neck to look at the chessboard. The state preceptor really did lose. Yi Qing was even more shocked. Master's chess skills were very exquisite. He was unrivaled under Elder Meng, yet he actually lost to Xiao Lulang. From the situation on the chessboard, there was no such thing as master giving way. Therefore, Xiao Liulang's chess skills were really exquisite. Yi Qing looked at his master again. Master's eyes didn't have the slightest bit of surprise, as if it was something expected. Master, could it be that he played chess with Xiao Lulang? Or could it be that Master learned about Xiao Liulang's chess skills from Elder Meng? Yi Qing was more and more unable to understand the relationship between his master and Xiao Lulang. Sometimes, he would have the illusion that they had known each other for a long time. Gu Jiao stood up. Okay, the chess game is over. I should go. The safety of Chengdu. I'll have to trouble the State Preceptor Hall. The State Preceptor calmly said. Okay. This was her third purpose for coming to the State Preceptor Hall. She wanted the State Preceptor to promise to protect Chengdu. Everyone had left, and Chengdu had become an empty shell. The State Preceptor and Xianyuan Li were good friends, and the State Preceptor Hall was created by the Lord of Shadows of the Xianyuan family. No one could tell how loyal the State Preceptor was to the monarch. Therefore, Gu Jiao needed his personal guarantee. The State Preceptor looked at Gu Jiao without blinking. I will guard Chengdu and wait for your return. Gu Jiao waved her finger coolly and stepped into the boundless night. The autumn wind blew into the purple bamboo forest, and the glazed lanterns under the corridor gently rotated and swayed. In the study, the portrait of the general wearing black armor and holding a red tasseled spear was blown open with a snap. But this time, the person in the portrait had a face. After coming out of the State Preceptor Hall, Gu Jiao went back to the Duke's mansion. She had to go to the barracks after packing her things. She would set off with the army tomorrow morning. Dukin was waiting for her at the door of Feng's courtyard. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan were also peeking at her in the room. Dukin came to say goodbye to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was going to the battlefield, so he had to leave. On the surface, he was going to negotiate, but in fact, he was going to cover for his great-aunt and son-in-law, and also meet Xiao Heng's biological father. He had to see what kind of person his future in-laws were. He had heard from Gu Qingfeng that Xiao Heng married her under another person's identity, so strictly speaking, this marriage was not valid. As for their marriage, the two families had to carefully discuss it. The two did not say too many words of farewell. Gu Jiao told him some things to pay attention to during his rehabilitation, and he also told Gu Jiao to take care of herself. Gu Jiao said, I will. I'm still waiting to see you stand up. Duke An's eyes flashed with a smile. He wrote on the armrest, I will. I will definitely stand up and send you off in a glorious way. So you must come back safely. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan did not want to leave. The two little men said that they wanted to stay in Chengdu and return to Zhao country together after Gu Jiao won the war. Gu Jiao did not agree. If I leave, your brother-in-law will leave, and great-aunt and son-in-law will also leave. Who will take care of you? Not to mention Madame Nan and Master Lu. It's not easy for them to come. We can't trouble them anymore. Gu Yan said, we can take care of ourselves. Gu Xiaoshan did not listen to his sister for the first time. Yes, we are adults. Gu Jiao pinched their faces. Adults? You haven't even grown hair yet. Humph. Gu Yan said, I'm only half a day younger than you. Gu Jiao made up her mind. The three little men must go back to Zhao country with her great-aunt and son-in-law. Gu Yan said with a depressed face, it's okay if you don't let us stay, but at least take this. Then, he took out a box and put it on the table. And mine. Gu Xiaoshan also took out his own. These were the hidden weapons that Master Lu made for them. Last time, they secretly put them next to Gu Jiao's pillow, and Gu Jiao put them back. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and looked at the two. You two even learned how to negotiate. Who taught you the art of speech? If they had asked her to accept this at the beginning, she would not have agreed. But the two of them first made an even more outrageous request. In comparison, this small request was very insignificant. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows and snorted. No one taught them. They are self-taught. They are gifted. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. It seemed that these days, the two of them eavesdropped on us doing bad things. They learned all these little tricks. In the end, Gu Jiao accepted it, because this was the only way they could feel a little relieved. After tidying up, Gu Jiao went to her great-aunt's room one last time. Her great-aunt was asleep. Gu Jiao did not wake her up. She walked over and gently put a jar of pickled candied fruit on the table. Then she went to the bed and whispered in her great-aunt's ear. You can only eat 3 candied fruits a day. You can't eat more. When you finish eating all of them, I will come back. The night in August was a little cold. Gu Jiao pulled the quilt over her great-aunt and tiptoed out of the room. The armor made a sound of friction. She quickly pressed it down and looked back at her great-aunt. She sighed and closed the door. In the darkness, Empress Dowager Zhuang slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were red. She shed a tear and closed her eyes as if nothing had happened. At 3 in the morning, the Black Wind camp began to break camp. 50,000 cavalrymen were about to embark on the journey to the west. The imperial edict to set out had only been issued 3 days ago, but Gu Jiao had given the order 10 days in advance to prepare to break camp. Thus, everything had already been prepared. Among all the troops, the Black Wind camp was the most unhurried and orderly. Gu Jiao came to her tent. Teacher Hu had been waiting for a long time. When he saw her, Teacher Hu walked over with small steps. The weather had turned cold, but he still did not throw away the cattail leaf fan in his hand. He bowed and said, Your Excellency, the 6 commanders have just come to report that the 3 main camps have been assembled and are waiting for your orders. Gu Jiao said, Take me to see them. Teacher Hu hurriedly said, Yes. All the training grounds were occupied by horses and cavalrymen. The vanguard camp had 10,000 soldiers, the assault camp had 25,000, and the reserve camp had 15,000. The reserve camp was mainly responsible for supplies, logistics, medical treatment, and backup Black Wind cavalrymen. Due to the disparity in military strength, even some Black Wind cavalrymen under 3 years old were brought along. The youngest one was only 2.5 years old. When the horse trainer saw Gu Jiao walk over, his face darkened. It was obvious that he disliked this arrangement. Teacher Hu coughed and explained, We have no choice. There are too many supplies. In order to ensure the combat strength of the adult horses, the provisions have to be pulled by these young horses. 2.5 years old horses were already able to work. However, this was not ordinary work. It was a journey of thousands of miles, full of unknown dangers. They might not be able to come back after going. The baby horses were very excited and jumped behind the horse king. They were young and did not know what was waiting for them. Gu Jiao took a deep look at the ponies jumping around and said, Leave the ponies under the age of 3. The horse king was speechless. The horse trainer looked at Gu Jiao in astonishment. Gu Jiao did not seem to notice his gaze. She patted the horse king's neck and turned to patrol the other camps. She could feel that everyone was looking at her with unfamiliar eyes. Even though she had taken the position of commander, she was still not truly accepted by them. They listened to her orders not because they respected her, but because it was their duty to follow orders. When Gu Jiao finished her patrol, it was already 5 in the morning. After entering autumn, the night was not so bad, but the sky was still dark. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King stood in the wind. She patted the armor on the Black Wind King's horse and asked softly, Are you ready, boss? The 16-year-old Black Wind King's aura was fully unleashed. The war horses on the training ground felt the Black Wind King's fighting spirit. It was as if they were summoned with endless fighting spirit. Their eyes and breathing were different. The cavalrymen looked at their mounts in astonishment. Such a situation had never happened before. However, this was not the most shocking thing. They saw the newly appointed Commander Shao take something from the Black Wind King's saddle and reach out to Teacher Hu. Give me the flagpole. Gu Jiao said. Hey. Yes. Teacher Hu hurriedly brought the empty flagpole over with both hands. Madam here. You mentioned it to me last time. I have already prepared it. He did not understand why Madam wanted the flagpole. Wasn't the Great Yin Kingdom's flag already carried by the vanguard camp? In the next second, Gu Jiao unfolded the cloth in her hand with a snap. No, that was not a cloth. It was a flag. It was white with black edges, and in the middle was an eagle soaring in the sky. Eagle, it's the eagle flag. Someone in the cavalry camp could not help but exclaim. The eagle flag was originally the insignia of the Black Wind camp. Later, it gradually became the insignia of the entire Xianyuan family. The eagle flag also became the commander's flag of the Xianyuan family. Ever since the Xianyuan family was destroyed, the eagle flag was also destroyed. Gu Jiao put the flag on the flagpole and held it with both hands. She nimbly mounted the horse. She did not say anything unnecessary. She only carried the Xianyuan family's commander's flag with a determined gaze. The old subordinates of the Xianyuan family all had tears in their eyes. A 60-year-old general sitting on the back of a horse suddenly burst into tears. Wenrenchong, it's time to leave. What are you looking at? Outside the reserve camp, a soldier reminded Wenrenchong, who was staring blankly. Wenrenchong did not reply. He stared blankly at the youth on the back of a horse. The youth's shoulders were still very young, but he was resolutely carrying the Xianyuan family's commander's flag. He was carrying a heavy burden that should not be carried at his age. He was going to protect the country that the Xianyuan family had protected with their blood. What was he doing? Wenrenchong, what are you doing? Wenrenchong, stand up. Don't lose to me. I am only 16. If you lose to me, you will lose face. Wenrenchong, I, Xianyuancheng, do not like anyone. You better not fail to live up to my trust. Wenrenchong, do you have eyes or not? The arrow is already at your head. Don't you know how to dodge? Wenrenchong, kill your way out. Don't die here. Wenrenchong's memories swept through his mind. He could not differentiate between Xianyuancheng and the youth on the horse. The Xianyuan family's commander's flag fluttered in the wind under the sunlight. Gu Jiao sternly said, All Black Wind cavalry, listen to my orders. We will follow the crown princess to attack the enemy. We do not know the dangers of this trip. We do not know if you will live or die. If you do not want to go, you can stay. I will not punish you. No one would stay. Gu Jiao retracted her gaze and raised the commander's flag. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Let's go. Chapter 826. The sky was still dark and the east was gray. It seemed that today was going to be a cloudy day. Chengdu had suddenly cooled down after entering autumn. Although it wasn't a bad thing, for the people of Chengdu who were used to the hot summer, there was an indescribable strangeness. The army was setting out today, and the weather was like this. It didn't seem like a good sign. Many people thought pessimistically. In a shabby alley outside Chengdu, Li Shen didn't sleep for the entire night. He sat in a daze for an entire night, holding an iron plate that was almost worn flat in his hand. It was not until he heard the sound of someone turning over in the next room that he put away the iron plate, lifted the curtain, and went to the kitchen. He cooked a pot of millet porridge for Li Shen's mother, steamed a few steamed buns and boiled 2 eggs. Since the last time the people in the barracks sent him his retirement pay and related compensation, he had repaid his family's debt. He still had some money left, so he didn't need to be as tight as before. He couldn't bear to eat the eggs, so he brought them all to Li Shen's mother. When he arrived at Li Shen's mother's room, she was already up. She was dressed neatly, her hair was combed and shiny, and she even put on her wedding hairpin. Mother, you. He wasn't used to Li Shen's mother suddenly being dressed so formally. Li Shen's mother smiled and said, Sit down and eat. Okay. Li Shen sat down beside Li Shen's mother and handed her a spoon. He took her other hand and let her touch the porridge bowl. Li Shen's mother laughed and said, Okay, it's not like I can't eat. Li Shen peeled 2 boiled eggs for his mother. Li Shen's mother skillfully took one and put it in his bowl. You eat too. Don't just eat me. I've already eaten, Li Shen said. Mother's eyes are blind, not her heart, Li Shen's mother said. Li Shen opened his mouth. Mother. Li Shen's mother smiled sadly. I've already packed your things. After breakfast you can leave. Li Shen was stunned. He turned his head and looked around his mother's room. Sure enough, he saw a bundle on the bed. He was astonished. Mother, you. Li Du's mother smiled and said. When you were cooking, I went to your room to clean up. Did you see if I left anything behind? Don't wait until we leave the city. We won't be able to get it even if we want to. Li Shun took a steamed bun and said, I didn't say I was going out of the city. Mrs. Li said, You can fool your mother, but can you fool yourself? Ever since your friend from the barracks came, you've been taking out that iron plate every day to look at it. Mother can't see it, but mother can touch it. The edges and corners of the iron plate are almost flattened by your touch. The last sentence was obviously an exaggeration, but every time Mother Li went to his room, she could feel the lingering warmth of the metal pendant. Once or twice was a coincidence, but after a while, it meant that he was constantly taking out the metal pendant to reminisce about it. Mother Li sighed. Mother isn't someone who doesn't know what's going on outside. Mother has heard that the Han family has fallen, and the Black Wind Cavalry has changed owners. To be able to return your retirement money, it should be a wise master. Son, you should go. We can't let the bastards of Jin and Liang bully us. Li Shun's heart skipped a beat. He looked at his mother and said, Mother. Mrs. Li blamed herself and said, Mother has been holding you back all these years. Mother didn't go to school and can't read many words. But Mother remembers what you said before you joined the army. You said you wanted to serve the imperial court and be the bravest general of Great Yen. If it wasn't for Mother, you would have done it long ago. Li Shun hurriedly shook his head and said, No, Mother, Mrs. Li patted the back of his hand and said, Okay, don't say any more. If you continue, we won't be able to make it in time. Hurry up and eat. Don't worry about Mother. Mother can take care of herself. Mother. Go, son, do what you should do. Li Shun took a bite of the steamed bun. His throat was swollen and his eyes were dry. He tried his best to hold back his tears. No one could understand the struggle in his heart. This was his mother who gave birth to him and raised him. His father passed away early, and it was his mother who painstakingly raised him. But in the end, he couldn't fulfill his filial duties in front of his mother. Mother! He knelt on the ground with a plop, his forehead touching the ground as he heavily kowtowed 3 times. His tears dripped onto the ground with a resounding sound. Your son is unfilial. Your son can't repay Mother's kindness in raising me. He didn't know if he could come back alive from the border. Just pretend that you didn't give birth to this unfilial son. In the next life, I will be your son again. Crane Restaurant. Zhao Dingfeng was called to the kitchen to cook before the sun rose. Ever since Gu Jiao forcefully bought his restaurant, he was forced to be a cook. Every day, he was either cutting or cooking, and today was no exception. But today, he was particularly absent-minded. The Han family and the Nangong family openly rebelled and fled to the border. They colluded with the Jin and Liang kingdoms and opened the border gate. Even the crown princess, a woman, had to go to war on behalf of the emperor. The crown princess's martial arts had been crippled long ago, and she was no different from an ordinary person. No, there was still something different. An ordinary person's back would not be pierced with a few iron nails. All the troops that could be mobilized in Chengdu were gathering at the West City Gate. Mount Hill Town also sent a troop over. The deputy general of that troop was a frequent customer of Crane Restaurant. He was a guy who was full of nonsense and liked to brag and flatter. He had a lot of debts at Crane Restaurant and never had the intention to pay them back. Letting this kind of person go to war, wouldn't it be sending the rebels to their deaths? The more Zhao Dingfeng thought about it, the angrier he got. His kitchen knife swished. Beside him, Chef Zheng noticed that something was wrong. He frowned and asked, Hey, Chef Zhao, why are you so angry? Who offended you? Don't break your knife. Zhao Dingfeng said angrily, It's none of your business. Chef Zheng was shocked by his raised kitchen knife. Thinking that this guy had killed people before, he didn't dare to argue with him. He rolled his eyes and walked away. The messy sound of horse hooves came from the street. Why was it messy? Actually, to an ordinary person, it sounded quite orderly. But Zhao Dingfeng was a cavalryman from the Black Wind camp. He would despise even a horse's hooves. How did you lead your soldiers? How did you train your horses? With this kind of riding skill, the formation will be messed up before the battle. Chop, chop, chop. I'll chop. I'll chop. I'll chop, 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 chop. Chop your grandpa. I won't chop anymore. Zhao Dingfeng smashed the kitchen knife on the chopping board and turned to leave. At the West City Gate, the monarch led the civil and military officials to send the soldiers off. Earlier, there was a rumor among the people that the monarch was scared out of his wits and suffered a stroke on the spot because of the invasion of Jin and Liang. This news was a fatal blow to the morale and the people's hearts. It was originally a war with a slim chance of victory. If even the monarch of a country was scared out of his wits, then the great Yin kingdom would really be destroyed. But today, all the people saw the emperor in high spirits. The emperor showed up and used his actions to tell the whole world that the monarch of the great Yin kingdom was not scared out of his wits. Instead, he was filled with endless fighting spirit. The old monarch reappeared the great Yin kingdom's eagle flag and reignited the almost extinguished confidence of the people. Maybe this war could really be won? Must win. After watching the crown princess and Gu Jiao lead the army out of the West City Gate, Xiao Heng, who was behind the crowd, said to Long Yi beside him, "We should also set off." Long Yi held a box of charcoal pencil and stared blankly for a long time until he could no longer see the back view of Gu Jiao. Xiao Heng and his Greatance group all went east. After leaving Liaozhou, both sides separated into two groups. Xiao Heng, Long Yi and Wang Su's army often went to the northeast Blue Snow Pass. As for Ongwa Duke, his Greatance group as well as Feng Wuxia's army, they went to the southeast Red Water Pass. Taoist priest Qing Feng also followed. After Shangguan Yan and Gu Jiao's group left Xingdu, the first news they received from the border was from Yuzhou, which was 100 miles away. At that time, they had just set up camp outside a village. The kind-hearted villagers invited them to live in the village, but Shangguan Yan refused. Shangguan Yan sat in her tent. On her left side was the general of infantry Wang Man. He was Wang Su's uncle and was a veteran. Wang family was not a military aristocratic family. In Wang Man's generation, he was the only one who learned martial arts. And in Wang Su's generation, only Wang Su inherited his martial arts. But in those years, Wang Man had followed Xianyuan Li to battle and had the experience of fighting against the armies of Jin and Liang. Therefore, the monarch suggested to bring this person and conferred him the title of General Jianwei. He was the highest-ranking general in the camp. He had many military merits and was rather conceited. He almost didn't look at anyone other than the crown princess, especially the youngest Gu Jiao. On his other side sat General Wei Junting of the archery camp. He was 38 years old this year. On the right side of Shangguan Yan were Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen. Mu Qingchen was the personal bodyguard of the crown princess. He was mainly responsible for the safety of the crown princess and had no official position in the camp. Gu Qingfeng didn't come for the time being. Before the monarch recovered, he had to play the role of the monarch and stay in Chengdu to stabilize the morale of the army and the people. Shangguan Yan said, "Just now, I sent an urgent secret letter. Everyone has read it. I don't know what everyone thinks about it." Wang Man said angrily, "Humph. The Nangong family has gone too far. They actually used the name of justice to fool the people at the border. It's really shameless." There were not many wars in Chengdu. Most of the things about the Xianyuan family were heard, but the border had experienced countless wars. Everyone saw how the Xianyuan family fought to the death to protect the people at the border. After the Xianyuan family was exterminated, the border was filled with whales. The Nangong family took advantage of this. After coming to the border, they first announced that the monarch had exterminated the Xianyuan family because of a prophecy, and then lied that they had just received the news. It turned out that they had been deceived by the monarch all these years. They wanted to avenge the Xianyuan family. What's more, they claimed that there were still people alive in the Xianyuan family, and that they were protecting them in the dark. They were willing to fight for the descendants of the Xianyuan family. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they wanted to choose a real monarch for the great Yin kingdom. The people were persuaded. They opened the city gate and directly welcomed the Nangong family's army into the city. Many of the guards in the city were former subordinates of the Xianyuan family. Since they were here to avenge the Xianyuan family, Everyone was on the same side. The Nangong family took over Chuyang City in the Yanmen Pass, almost effortlessly. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.